I was born with thick snake scales because I ingested a snake heart in my mother's womb. My parents thought I was a monster and abandoned me in the deep mountains to fend for myself. Just as I was about to become a tiger's meal, a large black snake suddenly appeared and killed the tiger in just 3 seconds. Surprisingly, the black snake not only didn't eat me but instead took me back to its den and took care of me attentively. I saw the huge body of the black snake transform in an instant into a stunning woman. She held me in her arms, swaying from side to side, seeming unsure of how to care for a baby. I was deeply shocked, but being unable to walk yet, I couldn't escape and could only use my tiny hands to grasp at the air. I never expected that accidentally killing a mosquito would activate a cheat code. By slaying the insignificant demon mosquito, I plundered 3 years of its lifespan. At that moment, a tall barbaric bull demon walked into the cave. "Black lady, I heard that you brought back a human cub from outside a few days ago. No wonder it smells so good in the cave. Hurry up and share it with me," the black snake hissed, assuming an attacking posture. "Get out. He's mine." The barbarian bull demon shuddered at the sight, feeling a hint of retreat in his heart, but then he saw me sleeping soundly in the arms of the black lady. "Don't think about keeping it all to yourself. I don't ask for much, just 1 arm, and I'll keep this information hidden for you. Otherwise, I'll tell Huang 19 and Mr. Lu 7 that you've been hiding fresh blood for food. You know what the consequences will be." Black lady, witnessing this scene, a hint of murderous intent flickering in her eyes, a black snake tail suddenly emerged from under the brocade robe and whipped out. The bull demon only felt a chill on his neck. Before he could react, he had already turned into a corpse. I looked at the corpse of the barbaric bull spirit, assisted in killing the young demon barbaric bull, and plundered 200 years of the opponent's lifespan. I was slightly surprised that even this could be judged as a success by the system. Could it be because I was held in the arms of the black snake? I locked eyes with the black serpent and surprisingly detected a hint of kindness in its gaze. A bold idea suddenly popped into my mind. Could this monster possibly want to adopt me? As I pondered this thought, the black lady swiftly flicked her tail and extracted an unidentified object from the heart of the bull demon, offering it to me. She wanted me to eat this. What is this thing? I was very resistant. I didn't really want to eat this disgusting thing, but black lady didn't give me time to refuse, nor the opportunity to refuse. She forcibly stuffed the cow's heart into my mouth. Following that, my body underwent changes. Horns sprouted from my head, and a small tail grew on my back. I never expected that the golden finger could also plunder the cultivation techniques of other demonic cultivators, refining the foundation of the physical body by ingesting their essence blood. As long as I consume enough demon blood, I can cultivate the terrifying Great Nine Bulls demon body, one of the most ancient demonic bodies. So I started actively sucking and refining it, and eventually even swallowed it directly. This also left Black Lady completely stunned. She stuffed the savage bull demon's heart into the child's mouth, originally just wanting to use its essence to sustain his life. After all, the child had not eaten or drunk for days, and she had no experience in taking care of human infants, not knowing how to feed him, so she had to resort to their race's most primitive method. But he directly swallowed the demon's heart and refined its essence to condense the foundation of his flesh. What's the matter with this kid? Just as Black Lady was in a daze, I transformed into a snake and swiftly swallowed the nearby corpse of the barbaric bull demon. Soon after, another figure appeared in the cave, and it was none other than the great demon, Huang 19. The act of nurturing humans is shocking to us demons. I, Huang 19, have lived for over 400 years and have never witnessed a monster of our kind adopting a human. Well, now you have, Black Lady replied rudely. But strangely, instead of getting angry, Huang 19 started to laugh. I heard that you are a rare survivor from 100 years ago. On the night of the extermination 100 years ago, it was a human cultivator who saved you. Could it be that the usually cold and ruthless Black Lady would show such care for a human infant? Upon hearing this, my heart was already in turmoil. Turns out Black Snake really intended to adopt me. I thought she wanted to raise me to eat me, but it turns out she actually wanted to be my mother. And mother is actually a third-stage demon in the process of transformation. I accepted this fact with a good attitude. At the same time, I didn't miss the other meaning in Huang 19's words, because my mother has gotten herself into big trouble. At this moment, Hein Yangzi's face grew even colder as she swiftly carried me out of the cave. Huang Shizhou behind us did not stop us, only casting a deep, chilling smile before us. The Black Snake Lady muttered to herself, "Our identities have been exposed. It's no longer safe here. We should leave. And this little one actually eats demon heart essence as food. Truly a little monster. But I don't have much demon heart essence stored. It's time to go out hunting." When I woke up again, I found myself in another cave, but Anyang was not by my side, and I didn't know where she had gone. I decided to start practicing the rudiments of the spirit snake breathing technique. Soon after, My limbs transformed into the appearance of cloven hooves, and snake scales grew on my smooth skin. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared beside me. This brat is actually a young demon of the third stage of spiritual transformation. I thought it was just a human child, but it turns out to be a demon disguised as a spiritual being. Therefore, the dark shadow felt the urge to retreat, realizing that this infant should not be provoked. And at that moment, a black tail quietly pierced through its body. The dark figure abruptly turned around and saw a figure that had suddenly appeared behind it. "It's you! How come you're back so soon?" The black lady's lips curled slightly, holding a few sparkling and translucent demon hearts in her hands. "Isn't it just in time for me to come back?" Lord Huangjiu suddenly visits without any prior notice. The demon referred to as Lord Huangjiu felt despair upon hearing this. Black Lady was a well-known expert in the realm of spiritual transformation, on the verge of condensing the demon pill. Truly extraordinary. In his current situation, he had absolutely no chance of winning against her, unless one also breaks through to the third stage in the same way. But it was from his younger brother Huang 19's mouth that he heard the rumors. In order to devour human cubs to break through the cultivation level, that he tailed the Black Lady to this cave that he had intended to use as a preparatory cave a long time ago, and looked for a time when the Black Lady was not present to prepare to make a move. Would you believe me if I said it was just a misunderstanding? A moment later, Huangjiu was full of bitterness and opened his mouth. "I was also deceived by that guy Huang 19. I didn't know that the original you guys were pretending to be people to eat demons, and in fact, there is no such thing as human cubs. Let me go. I absolutely cooperate with you guys, and I can even join." At those words, the Black Lady frowned, but still looked over in Jian Lu's direction. At this time, Jian Lu had already been awakened by the actions of the two demons and retreated from the cultivation state, and the abnormalities previously displayed on his body had all disappeared. It was as if it had never appeared, and even Jian Lu himself didn't realize it. Now he was staring at the direction of the two demons with his big, ebony eyes, motionless, a hint of anticipation flashing vaguely in his eyes. The Black Lady didn't notice anything wrong, and when she looked at Huang Jiu again, the coldness and murderous intent in her eyes was already thick to the extreme. "Yes, then you will join us and be with us forever." Suddenly, the murderous intent on the Black Lady's eyes vanished into thin air, and the smile on her face cleared. When these words came out, Huang Jiu was immediately relieved as well. Then before he could say anything, the expression on his face changed abruptly. Only the dark snake tail that had previously pierced through his body was already cutting across his neck. Hiss! Hearing the sound of flesh being torn apart, Jiang Lu's pupils also shrunk violently. Some couldn't believe the scene they were seeing. It's a bit inappropriate, but it's not as if the white chief executive knew that he was pressing the sword, is it? Immediately, Jiang Lu became excited. Auntie is so hard-hearted. I love it. Next it's time for the delightful Please Point harvest session. Does this guy have any essence blood for me to drink? Also not being in Yang's arms this time, I don't know if I'll be able to rub in the assists. Again a good opportunity to test out the rules of the golden handshake decision he. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 005. Spirit Transformation Perfection. Yellow Family Land. The demon blood wet and dried the stone walls, adding a touch of horror to the already eerie cave. The Black Lady had already dug out Huangjiu's demon heart as well and finished cleaning the bloodstains on her tail scales, and was holding a demon heart to feed Jiang Lu. Surely it didn't rub off on the assists? It seems like it's still only possible to be held in Auntie's arms, but in that case, the reason why the last time we obtained a demon's lifespan was only 1/10 will have to wait for the next time to be confirmed. Jiang Lu, who had been waiting for the infinite extrapolator's prompts for a while, was a bit disappointed, but when he felt the steady stream of demon heart essence blood pouring into his mouth, he put all of that out of his mind. Cultivation. Cool. For the next 5 days, Jiang Lu's life was so happy, until the 6th day, when he once again finished refining all of the essence blood in a demon heart. His body's chi and blood surged by a large margin, and a trace of divine radiance flowed faintly in his blood. Physique, mortal, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, mid-blood moving realm, mid-half demon realm. After the Golden Fingers authentication, Jiang Lu was certain that he had already broken through to the middle stage of the blood-moving realm through his diligent cultivation over the past few days. Unsurprisingly, after refining 20 to 30 more demon hearts of spirit transformation realm demons, one should be able to cultivate to the late stage. Jiang Lu was still relatively satisfied with such a cultivation speed. After all, cultivation became more and more difficult the later one reached. Even if it was only the blood-moving realm as the first major realm, the gap between each minor realm was also a world of difference. But it's a pity that none of these demon heart essence blood has allowed him to obtain a new gong method. This gave Jiang Lu the feeling that the burst rate of the demons wasn't really that high. and at that moment, Jiang Lu, who was being held in Black Nymphet's arms, once again heard a voice coming from his ears. Black Lady, my family's De Wang's brother, Huang Jiao of the Huang clan, has also disappeared. You have to give an account of this, right? Can't understand what you're saying. Huang Jiao followed you into this cave, which was seen by many demons, but he didn't make it out. And this is something my family's great king is thinking about. Oh, so that's it. The Black Lady's tone was indifferent, as if it didn't matter at all. This made Jiang Lu feel as if it wasn't himself and Yang who were being hunted. There was a feeling that as long as Auntie was there, no problem was a problem. Feeling safe. Do you have anything else to do? If there is nothing, then leave. I am surrounded by bad luck. Otherwise I am afraid that if you stay with me for a long time, your king should also miss you. Jiang Lu, who was in a good mood for having evening out his thighs, directly laughed out loud when he heard this. It seems that Yang is not only strong, but also has a powerful mouth. So it's really hard not to like Na. Aya, this is the human cubs adopted by the Black Lady. Look at the little arms and legs, white and tender and fragrant. I can smell the aroma from a long way away. Rip, really excellent. At this time, the demon who was conversing with the Black Lady also noticed Jiang Lu, and with a turn of his eyes, he had an idea, and immediately said with deep meaning. Jiang Lu rolled his eyes as he listened. What kind of behavior is it to make threats when you can't negotiate? The demon pin is considerably worse, but immediately afterward, Jiang Lu became excited, opening his half-squinted eyes, a pair of becks staring straight at the fluffy demon. How dare it say it covets me in front of Auntie? How dare it? It's dead. What do you mean by that? You want to practice with my son too? Sure enough, just the next moment, Jiang Lu's ears then once again resounded with the voice of the Black Lady, followed by the sound of tail waving. He's even more excited. Now he was being held in Auntie's arms. And the time had come to test the rules of golden handshake determination once again. In sight, the Black Lady's tail was already skillfully slashing across the fluffy demon's neck. The demon struggled, but no matter how much it struggled, it looked especially powerless in front of that slender dark tail. One could only watch as his demon blood stained the stone floor of the cave and watch as his bloody demon heart was dug out. If this scene were to fall in the eyes of an ordinary human, it would certainly feel bloody and incomparable, and even vomiting on the spot would not be impossible. But Jiang Lu had already experienced the goodness of sucking the demon heart's essence blood, and at this moment, he didn't feel half as disgusted by the stomach. He only felt that it smelled really good. As for bloody, isn't the heart of a demon that hasn't yet cultivated to the second stage of spirit transformation bloody? Only demons that had cultivated to the second stage and condensed their true spirit into a spiritual body would have their demonic hearts appear crystal clear, as if they were rubies. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Lu didn't have the heart to pay more attention to the demon. His attention had been attracted by the voice ringing in his head and the words floating in front of him. Assisted in the killing of the young demon Huang Biju. Total lifespan 500 years. 50 years remaining. Looting complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 5 years. The demon longevity gained was only 1/10. So it's really because of the assists. Jiang Lu sighed slightly in his heart, though previously he had thought that would be fine, letting Auntie do the messy killing and himself do the gagging. But now, he was sick by and large. It actually felt that laying flat in Amma's arms to harvest the demon's lifespan was somewhat not fast enough or exciting enough. But his demon mother apparently didn't give him a chance to think about it much, and soon brought the bloody demon heart to his mouth, gazing at him with loving eyes. At the same time, it was not clear if he was really speaking to Jiang Lu or if he was opening his mouth to himself. A mother's little demon. Although you are a human being, you are so young that you have already embarked on the road of cultivation, and you even comprehend the breathing and exhaling techniques on your own, and will use the demon heart and essence blood to condense the foundation of your physical body. In just a few dozen days, you will have finished the road that it took a mother 50 years to finish. It seems that you really are destined to be a mother's cub, but you can eat so well that mother can barely afford to feed you. Saying that, the Black Lady held Jiang Lu in her arms and gently rocked him, just like a mother in an ordinary family putting her child to sleep. And although she said the words of dislike, there was not a trace of dislike in her eyes, but instead, they were full of pride. Jiang Lu heard the embarrassment cancer and tried to squeeze out a smile, but felt tiredness invade his will once again. He looked down, already asleep, but even though the person was asleep, his mouth was still instinctively sucking on the demon's heart, and his body was spontaneously running the two gong methods. In the meantime, Yellow Family Land, Artemisia Deep, inside a deep grotto, a demonic aura lingered, and several humanoid shadows shifted in the strange rising mist. These demons had all cultivated their human bodies, and although they still had some demonic features, they were already very inconspicuous. This was the characteristic of the third stage of the spirit transformation realm being complete and about to enter the demonic Dan realm. Demon Dan realm. To this level of the demon already can be called a big demon. It's in the body cohesion demon Dan. The body of spiritual power also metamorphosed into the demon power. A drop of blood can collapse mountains. The pressure can cover all the low realm, but also ordinary demons in the extreme. However, in order to enter this realm, one must complete the final spirit transformation, completely reshaping the physical body as well, into the likeness of one's own spiritual body. Demons raising people is already appalling, and now they are also mutilating demons for the sake of human cubs. This is a good opportunity for us to take the opportunity to make trouble. It's just a shame about Yellow 9 and 8-9. They can be good kids. Two useless wastrels. They are about to run out of lifespan and have not been able to break through to the third stage. In a few years they will also die of old age. But now they are still of some use. Not bad. Just. So can it really work? That black snake mouth but very strict. So many years never said a word more. That's not true, but that was before. Nowadays that black snake has a soft underbelly. But, 19. This is the time for you to show whether you are qualified to become the heir of my Huang family. One grim voice sounded one after another. And in the end, their gazes all converged on the figure at the cave entrance of the grotto. There a weasel demon that had already taken on a human appearance was following the example of a human and was rushing at them to salute them. It is 8 feet tall, wearing a long brown robe, with an evil aura between its eyebrows, except that around the end of its nose, the corners of its mouth and its forehead there is still white downy hair that has not yet faded, and there is a big brown tail wrapped around its waist. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. Chapter 006, Running Away, Demon Intercepting the Road. Huang 19. The genius of the Huang family on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains, as well as a demon of the third realm of the spirit transformation realm, with his fleshly body being reshaped, only waiting for his fleshly body to completely transform into a spirit-like form, he would be able to condense his Dan into a great demon. Such a realm, when looking at the entire periphery of the 100,000 great mountains, was considered top-notch, and only the old monsters of the various clans could be compared. Since 10,000 years ago, the last venerable demon clan fell. The demon race has been declining, barbaric top strong, all by the human race out of the Xianqiru 3 schools of thought in the world, and the 100,000 mountains internal is not unity. In such a generation for development, no matter which clan needs a sufficiently standing demon, and at this moment, facing those gazes, Huang 19 also slowly opened his mouth. Demon clan last venerable passed away has been 10,000 years. 100,000 mountains fell. Has long been no longer when the pressure of the weather of the 10,000 tribes, only a demon god palace survives, the continuation of the demon clan luck. Among them, it was said that there were 10 self-appointed saints that had been left behind since 10,000 years ago, but it was only a rumor, and no one had actually seen it. In today's era, the 100,000 great mountains were still honored by the 9 great demon kings. Even in the periphery of these 100,000 mountains, several large demon clans had the shadows of the demon kings behind them. Take for example the Huang family. Back then, the Huang family was able to make a fortune, with the bloodline not powerful weasel demon body in the periphery of the 100,000 mountains to stand firm, is because of the favor of the ghost fox demon king. Nowadays, among the 5 great families in the periphery, our Huang family is not the strongest, not to mention that, another 100 years have passed, the other several demon kings also have support for the demon race. And soon there will be more than just 5 great families in this periphery, but this is also exactly our opportunity. When the Blackwater Xian Snake Clan was exterminated because of the inheritance of the heavy treasure, leaving only a remnant with only half a life left, she thought that she was well hidden, but she did not know that everything was a deliberate act by the demon kings, including more demon kings today to support the peripheral demon clans. If our Huang family can get the whereabouts of that inherited heavy treasure one step ahead of the other demon clans, the Ghost Fox Demon King will definitely be willing to give us more support. The Huang clan's old ancestors had spoken again. I, Huang 19, have this confidence. The old ancestors can rest assured that it is. At this time, Huang XIX's voice also sounded again, revealing a strong confidence between his words. Even though there were other demon clans on the periphery staring at the Black Snake, the newly supported demon clans by the Demon King were mostly running towards that Black Snake. After all, when that Black Snake was able to survive, it was because the demon kings hadn't obtained that inherited heavy treasure, so they deliberately left it alive. It also deliberately chased it to the outskirts of these 100,000 mountains and created the illusion of being escaped by it, so that it would let down its guard. Even the suppression of the Yellow, Willow and other demon clans was not as simple as ostensibly rejecting outsiders, but rather pretending to reject outsiders and actually fulfilling the orders of the Demon King. The intention was to gradually break through the black snake's mouth and make it spit out the location of the inherited treasure. Now that 100 years have passed, and there is still no news about the landing of the inherited treasure, the Demon Kings are expected to have lost their patience for waiting. Yet he was confident that he could get the upper hand. When the Huang family's old ancestors saw such Huang 19, they were greatly satisfied in their hearts. This was exactly what their Huang family's successor should look like. The words fell. Huang 19 turned around and walked out of the cave. All the demons see it so decisive. Then more satisfied. What they didn't realize, though, was this. Just in the moment of turning around, a hint of gloom flashed across Huang Xix's face, and an emotion called ambition flashed under his eyes. Love to Read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Don't know the old things who don't know how to change. Can let the inner circle of demon kings not hesitate to overthrow a demon race? But also so much trouble and then lay out to consume hundreds of years to seek the treasure. It's how precious it is. To put it politely, such a thing. If my Huang family can get it, maybe in the future they can all be equal to the Demon King and don't have to look at their faces anymore. But it's a pity that these old things are afraid of the Demon King's majesty, and they don't dare to give birth to their possessions. But, I, Huang 19, am a demon who is going to lead the demon race to its heyday, and I'll take what they don't dare to take. Not only that, in time, I'm going to make that towering ghost fox Demon King all kneel underneath me and respectfully lick the soles of my feet. Huang 19 thought about this while walking into the night with great vigor. As for the Blackwater Xian Snake Clan's previous experience and the possibility of failure, it had been completely put behind him. The next day, Jiang Lu woke up again, finding that his surroundings have changed again. He was now hurrying through the silent jungle, but the good thing was, he was still in the Black Lady's arms. This reassured Jiang Lu quite a bit, though I don't know why Mother is taking him on a rush, but as long as he could be in his mother's arms, he could feel completely safe. And for the next few days, Jiang Lu spent them in a hurry. This would not have been too difficult for Jiang Lu to accept. After all, he only used to eat and sleep, and then cultivate. Even though there was no chance of gaining demonic longevity because the Black Lady had avoided other demons along the way, Jiang Lu felt that he could endure it for the time being. However, with the metamorphosis of the physique and the further enhancement of the qi and blood, Jiang Lu's body growth speed is also too fast to be human. In just a few days' time, Jiang Lu, who was still a small ball, had grown to the size of a normal 2-year-old. And that wasn't even the most important thing. What was more important was that Jiang Lu realized that when he was cultivating, scales would actually emerge from his body, and his hands and feet would occasionally turn into cow hooves. This scared Jiang Lu. He knew that this must be the reason why he practiced his gongfu, but he was afraid that his strange changes would scare his mother. That's not normal even among demons, is it? Unexpectedly, when the Black Lady saw the change in Jiang Lu, she didn't say anything, but only remained silent for a long time before she took out a demon heart to feed it once again. Jiang Lu couldn't help but wonder, could this change actually be normal? But human babies grow scales on their bodies, and their hands and feet will turn into cow hooves. This is not normal in any way, is it? If it was placed in Jiang Lu's previous life, it was definitely a level that could make people cry out demon, and then push them onto the dissecting table with loaded guns. So that means Mother isn't going to pursue the matter of her mutation? Jiang Lu couldn't figure it out and didn't think much about it because the exhaustion had already spread to his entire body, and almost in the space of a breath, he slept straight through. Physique, mortal, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, late blood-moving realm, late half-demon realm. A few more days passed. Jiang Lu had already reached the late stage of the blood-moving realm under the Black Lady's daily feeding of 2 or 3 demon hearts. It was also on this day that Jiang Lu saw the Black Lady's horde of demon hearts bottoming out, and he was instantly a little excited. Wouldn't Mother have to go hunting again now that the stock in her hand was gone? This is my chance to harvest the demon's lifespan. However, these demon heart essence blood have not been able to burst out of the gongfu, or you need more demon heart essence blood to increase the burst rate to be able to. However, the Black Lady was looking a little worried at the moment. Nothing else? It's not looking good right now. She had originally thought that her newly found caves were too unsafe when they were either found up one after another, and that was why she took Jiang Lu and ran away. For fear of attracting the attention of the demons again and being detected by that yellow 19, the demons they encountered also took a detour to avoid them. Thinking to myself that I just need to wait until I leave the 100,000 mountains. Going out from the periphery of these 100,000 mountains, one arrives at the border zone between the human and demon races, where fish and dragons are mixed, and it is a too negotiable zone agreed upon by the two races. Once there, the sky is the limit, and one can live a peaceful life by being careful. By then, with the talent of himself and this child, as long as he cultivates hard for a few hundred years, he will be able to kill and come back to sweep away today's insults, and maybe even avenge his former extermination of his family. But the Black Lady had to invoke the demon now because the child was hungry, and it was still several days away from walking out of the 100,000 mountains, even with her cultivation. You can't suffer a child any more than you have to. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Black Lady surveyed her surroundings, seemingly searching for a suitable prey. Just then, a figure with a large tail wrapped around its waist also appeared in the Black Lady's line of sight. It was Huang 19 who walked slowly, with mockery in his eyes as he silently looked at the one man and one demon. Where are you planning to go in this hurry, Black Lady? It can be that he knows that he killed my Huang family's demon and wants to run away. Can you run away? Saying that, Huang Xix's eyes looked toward Jiang Lu slyly. Immediately afterward it was as if he had discovered something. A hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. What an exuberant blood chi! I'm afraid this has reached the late stage of the blood-moving realm. What a good manifestation seedling. What an excellent blood food. I didn't even realize it before, but it's not too late. Since you can't figure it out, the king I will eat into charge as interest jia. Saying that, Huang 19 approached step by step. Looking at that demonic and hideous face, Jiang Lu was terrified, and his entire body was feeling a bone-chilling chill filling every corner of his body. He instantly recalled the feeling of seeing his mother's original body when he had just crossed over, and it was exactly the same as this moment. Jiang Lu subconsciously stepped back, and then he felt himself bumping into the vast chest. In a moment, Jiang Lu remembered that he was no longer the abandoned baby drifting with the river in a wooden basin with no one to turn to. He has a mother. Thus, Jiang Lu made a sound almost biologically instinctive, and also uttered the first words he uttered in this world. Auntie, I want to eat a demon. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 007. Grabbing Heads. Yellow Immortal Spirit Transformation Skill. Although the Black Lady was jealous of Huang 19, the moment she saw it, the entire demon tensed up. However, after hearing the words that the other party was going to eat Jiang Lu, a few moments of viciousness surged on his face. Subsequently, Jiang Lu's opening, even more so, made her body tremble, and then the color of viciousness became more and more dense. Pup's wish must be satisfied. Only the next moment, the Black Lady's dark tail swung violently, and it directly intercepted Huang Xix's advancing figure. Her pale golden eyes also turned into the vertical pupils of a snake at this moment. A cold aura was revealed, and the killing aura almost condensed into substance. Huang 19 saw her this look. The smile on his face was also changed to grim. Long ago to see you this black-skinned is not used to. If not the old ancestor they do not allow. The great king I have long been. Now still dare to resist. Looking for death. As the words fell, the majestic chi and blood in Huang Xix's body seemed to come out through his body, and the incomparably terrifying power swept towards Black Nix and Jiang Lu like a hurricane. Jiang Lu's face changed drastically, and in this instant, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as if the blood in his body had frozen, and even beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. Is this the real power of the third stage of the demon of the transformation spirit realm? He felt it, and it's really scary. However, it was also at this moment that the Black Lady swung her tail once again. With a burst of sound, Jiang Lu's body was abruptly lightened, and that terrifying force was actually slapped away on the spot. Huang 19 retreated several steps in a row, looking at the Black Lady with a face full of horror. That horrendous power coming from his tail had actually completely overridden him. How is this possible? How could you possibly possess this level of power? Who the hell are you? Huang Xix's face gradually grimaced, and there was more than a hint of insanity in his voice due to things being out of his control. The black nymphette had calmed down. Her expression was indifferent, seemingly smiling, a pair of vertical pupils flashing with icy killing intent staring straight at the other party. But it was also this glance that Huang 19 was shocked to realize that he actually couldn't move, and his body quickly became stiff as if he had been bitten by a poisonous snake. He tried to use his psychic powers to resolve this state, to no avail. Then he tried the secret method of burning his lifespan to briefly increase his strength, but burning it for 200 years didn't help at all. He could only watch as the shapely, beautiful woman passed by with her child in her arms, and then saw a long, dark tail stained with blood poking out of his chest. Consciousness gradually dissipated. Huang Xix's ears resounded with the Black Lady's unhurried soft laughter. I'm what you call a black-skinned pussy, only you seem to be less of a black-skinned pussy than I am. Demon cultivation has never been a realm a heavy day, especially from the third stage of the realm of the spirit of transformation. That is, even the slightest breakthrough, which is also a great difference. And you are still far from. This is still claiming to be a heavenly pride? Oh, earlier if not scrupulous about those old undead in your family. As the words fell, she twitched her tail once more before stabbing out violently. But just at that moment, the Jianglu in her arms leapt out like streams of light, rushing to land on Huang Xix's stomach before the dark tail arrived. In the next moment, Huang Xix's eyes widened violently, spitting blood out of his mouth, struggling to look toward the bottom, only to see that on top of him stood a humanoid creature covered in scales, and one of the other's hands was grasping his crystalline demon heart and yanking it violently outwards. You are by no means a human cub, nor do you look like a demon. What exactly are you? Unbelievability was written all over Huang Xix's body. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he really couldn't believe that human cubs had suddenly grown scales like snakes. The bottom line is that this thing was considered a blood meal by himself just a moment ago, but now he's pulling out his heart? Moreover, he was close to him in the blink of an eye, and he was so vicious that he didn't even have a chance to save himself? What the hell does this black snake keep? Pity, he won't get a chance to figure it out. Killed the demon Huang 19. Total life expectancy 500 years. 60 years remaining. Looting complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon lifespan, 65 years. Familiar words floated before Jianglu's eyes. He was ecstatic. Seems like it's okay to grab heads. Not that it's worth him jumping in at the last minute. I also don't know if this demon's demon heart essence blood can explode something but at this moment, Jianglu felt that he should comfort his mother first. After all, he still didn't know if his own mother would be angry at being robbed of her head. To know that creatures have food protection instincts. When Jianglu played the game in his previous life, he would also get angry if the monsters he worked so hard to fight were robbed. After thinking about it, Jianglu grabbed the demon heart in his hand, walked over to the black lady's side, and handed it over with both hands. Thought this would give mother some comfort. You're really hungry. Surprisingly, the black lady only flashed a complex color in her gaze before she took Jianglu back into her arms, nor did he mind the blood stains on him. Jianglu hesitated for a few seconds before opening his mouth and taking a bite on the demon's heart and began to suck on it. He heard what mother meant. It seemed that his mother had misunderstood that he was hungry and anxious. So she had grabbed his hand. So did he need to talk about politeness anymore? The black lady didn't know what was going on in Jianglu's mind. She only knew that right now the problem of food was solved, and that her mother and son had killed the Huang family's heavenly pride. So the Huang family definitely wouldn't let it go. If we don't leave the 100,000 mountains as soon as possible, we will be in big trouble. Thinking this way, the black lady moved even faster, like a purple lightning bolt weaving through the forest. On the other hand, Jianglu, who was swallowing the demon heart essence blood in her arms, was planning to consume some of his demon lifespan to deduce the spirit snake spitting method * prototype and see if it could be perfected. Although the vomiting method was the most basic cultivation method, the benefits of it were also immense. It would also be a great help to the current gang stream. It was also at this moment that Jianglu realized that on his panel, the column of feats had changed once again. Current techniques, spirit snake spitting method * prototype, powerful bull magic, yellow immortal spirit transformation technique, uninitiated. He was stunned at first, then reacted. It seemed to have exploded. This yellow-skinned rat's essence blood contained the inheritance of feats. At that moment, there was no ink, and he directly smashed 20 years of demonic lifespan onto the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. After all, the spitting method could wait and be extrapolated. But what is the efficacy of this new gong method? And what kind of point can be reached after deduction? Is more people's expectation. In the meantime, Yellow family land. One by one, the Huang clan ancestors who had already almost completely cultivated into human form revealed their forms. Their faces were all gloomy, and some of them were even red in the face, their mouths letting out beast-like growls. Who is it? Who killed my clan's heavenly pride? What great guts, to dare to lay hands on my Huang clan's heavenly pride on the outskirts of the 100,000 mountains. No matter who you are, I will definitely make you pay back in blood. Ming 19 just went to chase that remaining evil. How did he die? No, there is a ghost here. It must be that black snake that messed up. Yes, it must be that black snake that poisoned little 19. My Huang family's heavenly pride can't die in vain. Find her, kill her. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 008. Demon Transformation Realm, Nascent Soul Technique. Pursuing troops arrive. You already have a certain cultivation foundation, and your chi and blood are in full bloom, so it only took you a year to cultivate the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. You continue to cultivate. 6 years, and finally the first ray of spiritual light is birthed in the true spirit. and the spiritualization technique is accomplished. In the 10th year, you vaguely showed signs of condensing your spiritual body, so you tried to condense your spiritual body with your true spirit, but unfortunately, your chi and blood were insufficient, and you ended up failing. In the 11th year, you regrouped, polished your flesh through the other two techniques, grew your chi and blood, and progressed rapidly. In the 15th year, you once again sensed the opportunity to condense your spiritual body, and with your body's chi and blood like a furnace, you began to try to condense your spiritual body again, but due to the shackles of your physique, you could only plan for it slowly. In the 17th year, you have successfully condensed the yellow immortal demon spirit, and your yellow immortal spirit transformation technique has come to fruition, entering the second stage of the demon transformation realm in one day. Demonization realm? What realm is this? On the other side, Jiang Lu looked at the words that surfaced one after another in front of him, as if the door to a new world had been opened. Wasn't the blood-moving realm followed by the spirit transformation realm? And what the hell was this demon transformation realm? It was almost as strange as the suffix after the realm in his own panel earlier, but Jiang Lu didn't care too much about it, because right at this moment, he felt as if he had broken some sort of bottleneck, and there was a moment of clarity in his spiritual platform, as if there was something crying out for him to come out. Such a turn of events was quite a surprise to Jiang Lu. The yellow immortal spirit transformation technique is the technique that leads from the blood-moving realm to the spirit transformation realm. Cultivating this technique no longer involves accumulating chi and blood and polishing the physical body, but rather, it goes from the physical body to the soul, which then acts on the physical body. But the difference is that the Huang family cultivates, condensing humanoid spirit bodies, while I am condensing demonic spirits. Jiang Lu figured out the difference, but didn't really care. After all, he himself cultivated demonic techniques with a human body, and it was normal to be a bit different. Just being able to practice is good. Rather, it was the process of this deduction, in which the state of practicing the gongfu seemed to be correlated with one's current state. Just this time, for example, because he had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had already attained a great deal in both the blood-moving realm, he was able to cultivate extremely quickly. It was almost no less than the previous barbarian bull body forging technique. However, Jiang Lu wasn't satisfied with this. He felt that there was still room for improvement in this technique. In the 18th year, you used the demon spirit to influence your flesh, completing the remodeling of your flesh and entering the third stage of the demonization realm. In the 19th year, you have successfully transformed into a demon with a weasel body, limbs like an ox's hooves and scales like a snake. Your yellow immortal spirit transformation technique has reached the state of perfection, but you feel that the limits of this technique seem to be more than that, and that there is still room for improvement. In the 20th year, when you were practicing the yellow immortal spiritual technique, you vaguely sensed a hint of spiritual light, but you were still short of a chance and failed to grasp it. Current demon lifespan, 45 years. Jiang Lu was surprised and sorry as he felt the gongfu sensation surging in his mind. The surprise was that this yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was really not bad, and there was indeed room for improvement as he had expected. The pity is that although this gong method is good, but if you want to practice it, you have to consider your current physical condition. Even after the feedback from the deduction, his comprehension of this technique had now reached completion. However, his current chi and blood were insufficient, and even if he mastered it more skillfully, his cultivation would be as it was in the middle of the deduction. Then, Jiang Lu looked at the considerable amount of demonic lifespan he still had left and continued to smash it inside. Aha! Since there was still room for improvement in the gongfu, he definitely chose to want a better one. In the 21st year, you put all your energy into practicing and comprehending the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique. In the 29th year, you've still got nothing, but day after day you've been practicing, making your demon spirit more and more condensed. In the 32nd year, after years of accumulation, your demonic spirit has almost condensed into substance, but you begin to feel uncomfortable, and your body begins to gradually lose control of itself. In the 35th year, you practiced as usual in your demon body, and suddenly, the demon spirit left your body, and you suddenly felt that you felt unprecedentedly free. The feeling of euphoria comes from the separation of spirit and flesh, the supreme freedom that makes you almost sink. You carefully perceive the state you are in, which realizes that your demonic spirit, under the condensation of more than 30 years, has become so powerful that your flesh cannot accommodate it. You seem to have touched some kind of taboo by mistake. Jiang Lu's face gradually changed and became grave. In the deduction, one's own demonic spirit was actually so strong that the physical body could not accommodate it, causing the spirit to separate from the flesh. This was caused by the strength of the physical body not being able to keep up with the strength of the spiritual body. Don't look for the spirit and the flesh to complement each other, but that comes with a condition. The difference must not be particularly huge. Otherwise complementing each other will become binding. It seems that this method should not be delved into too deeply. Even if you want to drill, you have to make sure that the cultivation of your physical body keeps up. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the deduction of the demonic spirit being ostracized by the physical body will be repeated in reality. Jiang Lu pursed his lips and continued to smash demonic lifespan into it. The atmosphere was here, and he wanted to see what he could eventually deduce. In the 40th year, you completely abandon your physical body and realize the way of spirit transformation. In the 45th year, you have gotten used to the feeling of not having a physical body, and you feel that there seems to be some kind of special chi between heaven and earth that attracts you. That kind of chi is invisible and formless, but in the middle of heaven and earth and all things, similar to aura. In the 53rd year, you had a flash of insight, as if you realized something, and began to try to use your demonic spirit body as a vessel to absorb that special kind of chi. In the 60th year, you successfully absorbed the special chi, and your demonic spirit body showed signs of metamorphosis again under its nourishment, and a smile appeared on your face, knowing that you might have made the right choice. In the 62nd year, you feel that you are absorbing more and more special chi, and you feel that these chi are spontaneously flowing in your body according to a route similar to that of the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique, and you begin to carefully observe the route of its flow as you think about it. In the 64th year, you finally figured out their flow routes and memorized them. You've realized the yellow immortal's nascent soul technique. Current demon life expectancy, 1 year. A large amount of information once again surged out in Jiang Lu's little head. The gloomy color on his face was directly swept away, replaced by uncontrollable excitement. Though smashing 64 years of life down almost emptied all the demon life accumulated during that time, but the rewards are definitely worth it. The yellow immortal nascent soul technique that was derived from the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was not very complicated though. Even in all seriousness, the route of transportation is not too different from the former, but the intensity is vastly different. If one were to say that the yellow immortal spirit transformation technique was a technique that pointed directly at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm's grand completion, that yellow immortal nascent soul technique was a technique that aimed straight for the great demon level. By practicing the yellow immortal nascent soul method, you can absorb the special substance called demonic chi that permeates heaven and earth. After comprehending this technique, Jiang Lu also knew that this special substance was precisely the key for the demon race to condense the demon pills and achieve greatness. And this gong method in the condensation of the spiritual body at the same time also has a quenching physical body. The efficacy of growth. The emergence of the spiritual body is too strong over the physical body, resulting in the separation of the spirit and flesh situation is also the possibility of a much lower. At the same time, this method also has the ability to refine other spirit bodies to accelerate the condensation of the spirit body. This is the max version of yellow immortal spirit technique that has been enhanced in all aspects and optimized for its drawbacks. The only beautiful thing was that Jiang Lu's remaining demonic lifespan was now only 1 year, which shouldn't be enough to perfect the vomiting method. It seems that perfecting the spirit snake spitting method will have to wait until next time. LOL. Still not enough raw accumulation of demon longevity. The moment. The black nymphette who was embracing Jiang Lu seemed to sense Jiang Lu's excitement as well, and glanced down. Then he saw a small face with a small mouth biting the demon's heart, smiling so hard that his eyes narrowed into 2 lines and drooling involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. Her heart was a little confused. This is eating excited? Is demon heart essence blood really that good? If so, then why didn't those little things in the clan used to love it? Such a question reverberated through the black lady's mind. That was until the black lady saw several demonic creatures that exuded a terrifying aura stepping into the air and running towards her direction. She instantly left all those have-nots behind and looked up with a grave face, muttering under her breath, "Those old undead. Is this coming faster than expected? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you." Chapter 009. Sins of the Human Race. Crazy Killing. The third stage of the spirit transformation realm was the realm with the largest gap in the second realm of demonic cultivation. Although the weakest was also a demon that could normally crush stage 2 demons, the strongest existence among them was one that could make even demonic great demons quite fearful. So many weasel demons, I don't know how much demonic longevity can be gained by killing them all. Jiang Lu stared at the demons that were running towards him, his eyes revealing excitement. After this deduction, not only did he obtain the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, he also understood the various stages of the spirit transformation realm quite well. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these were all spirit transformation realm stage 3 demons, and all of them had already reached the point where they had remodeled their flesh and their forms were like spirits. It was more than several times stronger than Huang 19, who was also at this stage. But there was the precedent of the black lady almost killing Huang 19 in seconds. Plus, Jiang Lu had now obtained a nascent soul technique and was able to sense the elusive demonic aura. He also happened to sense a demonic aura on the Black Lady, so he knew that his mother was almost invincible in the spirit transformation realm. To know, even if they were also at the third stage of consummation, already possessing demonic chi and not having it were two completely different concepts. Therefore, Jiang Lu was not scared at all, and even when he saw this group of demons, his first reaction was still that another elite monster had come. Boom! Boom! As several large craters were smashed out on the ground, the figures of three huge and demonic weasel demons landed directly in front of, to the left of, and to the right of the back of the one man and one demon. The momentum became a trio of talents that surrounded them. Jiang Lu watched their arrival, his blood spurting more and more, his eyes even glowing with longing. Right at this moment, the Black Lady's aura changed violently. Her two jade hands grabbed the sweatshirt that wrapped Jiang Lu and threw it upwards, and the entire demon instantly transformed into a hideous giant snake, catching Jiang Lu with its body while quickly circling. It surrounded Jiang Lu in the center, the upper half of its body standing tall, sending out a warning hiss towards the three demons, and at that moment, the three demons noticed the demonic heart that Jiang Lu was biting, and their faces, which were already raging, couldn't contain their killing intent. The biggest weasel demon directly in front of Jiang Lu's hideous and ugly furry face showed viciousness, showing his teeth. It's really you guys. How dare you? As he spoke, the other two weasel demons also approached. My Huang family's heavenly pride actually really died in your hands. And, moreover, you human sins actually dared to devour the essence blood of my Huang family's bloodline. It's really unforgivable. Stinking. This great king will give you a chance to hand over your clan's inherited heavy treasures, and I will give you all a good time today. The Black Lady's face was grave, and she did not speak. Instead, Jiang Lu caught the point and realized something. The monster of the yellow house, and accused me of devouring the essence blood of their heavenly pride. Could they be the old demons behind that yellow 19? Thinking of this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but grin his cherry mouth. Yeah, let's just say how come the elite monsters are back so soon. It turned out to be the old one who beat the young one, and the old one who beat the old one to come to the even older one. And this routine he is familiar with. He was already a little impatient, and at this time, the largest weasel demon heard the other two weasel demon words, like suddenly remembered what, tone slightly eased, facing the Black Lady said, you mutilated my tribe's pride, but also the demon heart to take to feed the people, has violated the taboo? According to the reasoning of the today I should be for the 100,000 mountains in addition to you, but, if you are willing to pay something, I will be the one to spare you this time. The moment these words came out, the Black Lady's face abruptly and furiously changed. Although she had also been at odds with the Huang family over the years, she had always assumed that it was simply to suppress her as an outsider. After all, there are countless disputes over territory every day in the 100,000 mountains, and it's common to suppress neighbors and outsiders who might pose a threat to the rule of one's territory. Even if Huang 19 had said that before, the Black Lady just thought that it was that guy who had overheard something. But now it seems, rather like the Huang family knew her identity from the beginning. So what does the other side mean by this century of suppression? And did the demons of that Ryu family know who she was? Or even, did they play any role in that massacre 100 years ago? The more she thought about it, the more appalled the Black Lady was in her heart, and the more the killing chance in her light golden vertical pupil flourished. It seems you guys know quite a lot, so what if I don't give it? The eyes of the weasel demons were completely cold, and the largest one indifferently said, then we will have no choice but to take you back and give you to our sons and daughters to enjoy until you are willing to talk. At those words, Jiang Lu felt his fists harden. He felt that he was still too merciful for just wanting their demon heart essence blood. These should be chewed up and eaten by the mother, so that they can also taste the taste of being enjoyed by the demon. And the Black Lady's movements were faster than Jiang Lu's thoughts. I also wonder if they don't want to pollute their children's ears with filth. The Black Lady's tail was as fast as the wind, directly penetrating the right rear weasel demon's chest, as if the next moment it would pull out the demon's heart from it. She looked condescendingly at the huge weasel demon in front of her, as if she was waiting for the other party's reaction. Seeing this scene, Jiang Lu's heart was bahumbugged. Not bad for a mother. What a bully. The speed at which she swallowed the demon heart essence blood all sped up by a few points. Right at this moment, the eyes of that huge weasel demon revealed a strong shock, followed by a surge of monstrous anger. How dare you commit another murder in front of me? Do you really think that my Huang family can't take you? Before the words fell, the Black Lady had already pulled out a crystal-clear demon heart, and the right rear weasel demon's body fell down softly and powerlessly. Afterwards, her tail flicked once again, viciously stabbing into the opponent's chest before the weasel demon at the left rear could react. Pust! The weasel demon fell back a few steps, blood spurting wildly from its mouth. The largest weasel demon also reacted at this moment. Its eyes were red and it directly fell into a violent rage. Old 2. Old 6. It let out a mournful whine. And then the entire demon transformed into a black shadow and swept towards the black lady's direction, with blood chi pulsating all over his body. The brownish-yellow giant claw with unparalleled momentum directly grabbed towards the black nymph at 7 inches of vital points. First, it was the pride of their clan. Then it was its brother again. And the feud was wide open. Even if it wasn't for what that demon king wanted, it would still have to kill this vengeful bitch to avenge its clan. Instead, the black lady was unrelenting, and with a flick of her tail, she wrapped the demonic heart of the weasel demon in the left rear and smacked her tail over in the process. In the flash of lightning when that giant claw was about to land on his body, it was just in time to meet it. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. It was the huge claw that could easily open mountains and break rocks that smashed down on the long dark tail, and then it was bounced off. The huge weasel demon's pupils quaked as incredulity surged in his eyes. Its full force strike and anger was blocked by such a casual wave of its tail? How is such a thing possible? For the past 100 years, hadn't this snake demon been suppressed by their Huang family, not daring to make a move even after cultivating into a transformation spirit? How did it suddenly become so powerful? However, at this moment, the Black Maiden had already made a move again, and that dark snake tail was already lashing towards it once again. As a matter of fact, it should have immediately retreated. But the fact that two brothers who had been close to each other lost their lives one after another obviously greatly impacted its sanity. Facing that horrible snake tail, the huge weasel demon directly went up and fought with it. The terrifying aftermath of the battle swept around, crushing all the rubble on the ground alive. At the same time, it also crushed the last living chance of the two fallen weasel demons. Good. Well played. That's the way to play it. Hard. John Liu, who saw the wonderful battle scene, could not help but cheer in his heart. This battle scene is not more cool than those special effects blockbusters he watched in his previous life. Love to read free novels app is the fastest update. No ads. The old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Compared to this, those so-called very great productions in the previous life are simply non-combustible. Okay? And it was at this moment that words floated before Jiang Lu's eyes. Assisted in the killing of the young demon Huang Lao Heir. Total lifespan 500 years. 90 years remaining. Looting complete. Assisted in the killing of the young demon Huang Lao Lu. With a total lifespan of 500 years. 80 years remaining. Looting complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 18 years. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 010. Grab another head and go into the belly. Oops, those two demons are already dead? This is a big loss. John Liu was immediately in pain and wanted to give himself two big mouths. He was so focused on watching his mother educate the demons that he forgot to grab heads. This dabbing assist could certainly also gain demon longevity, but compared to the demon longevity gained from mopping up and causing a kill, it was a tenfold difference. Now he could only dig out the demon hearts of these two demons and eat them to see if he could burst out the feats. It wouldn't be a loss if the feats could be exploded. However, it was at this moment that Jiang Lu noticed that the giant weasel demon began to retreat under his own mother's attack. Although the chi and blood surging from its body was still climbing, even though it was still many miles away, it still allowed Jiang Lu to feel the vastness and horror of it. But not only was the movement of his claws gradually stiffening, even the speed of his leaps was slowing down. It was clearly starting to run out of steam, and the dark tail was still powerful, which was not only wrapped in surging chi and blood, but also attached to a faint layer of demonic black mist. That was the use of demonic chi, and demons with demonic chi attached it to their bodies and were able to burst out with even more power. John Liu watched with great interest. He loved to see this kind of counter-killing drama, and if the head could be given to him, it would be even more enjoyable. Abruptly, John Liu's eyes widened violently as he watched the huge black snake that had surrounded him in the center disappear into place, and when it reappeared again, it had already wrapped the weasel demon into a dumpling of death. The thick tail had even probed into the weasel demon's heart position. In Jiang Lu's line of sight, that weasel demon was also staring in disbelief, completely unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. Its robust and powerful limbs were never able to move no matter how much it struggled. It looked down, only to see the skin and flesh at the chest of his demon body blossom, scarlet blood dripping down. The crystal-clear demon heart inside was also wrapped around a black tail, as if it would be ripped out in the next moment. Seeing such a dramatic scene, Jiang Lu couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. I didn't expect Mother to come out so old and ruthless. He actually seized the opportunity to directly stab the demon in the heart, not giving the demon a chance to live in the slightest. It's very barbaric, very demonic, and very 100,000 mountains. At the same time, A trace of fear unconsciously rose in Jianlu's heart. Although it was said that mother's cultivation was above the other party, but being at the same third stage, she had almost killed all three demons so easily, and the ruthlessness of her mind was by no means ordinary. Luckily in their own mother's cubs, otherwise the end of the wall is not good. Hiss! At this moment, the killing chance in the black nymphet's pale golden vertical pupil had already intensified to the extreme. The muscles of her body wriggled as if the next moment she would rap the demonic heart of the weasel demon out and completely cut off its life. But just at that moment, a silhouette flashed in front of the black lady's eyes, and she subconsciously had to spray a mouthful of venom over. When she saw the appearance of the visitor clearly, her face changed slightly, and a puzzled color appeared in her vertical pupils. The weasel demon, who had already known that he was dead, had even more seismic pupils. It wondered if it was hallucinating before it died. What did it see? A human cub that looked like it was only at the blood-moving realm actually grew scales and bull hooves in a flash? How is that possible? How could a human cub grow scales and bull hooves? This cub was afraid that it wasn't a spirit transformation realm demon pretending to be a demon, right? In the middle of his thoughts, the weasel demon felt as if he understood something, and the eyes that looked at the one man and one demon were suddenly filled with anger, especially towards the black lady. Good you stinking! It turns out that you were hitting on us from early on, and actually found a demon of the third stage of the spirit transformation realm consummation to play the role of a human cub. Can be really well-intentioned. Before the words fell, the weasel demon felt a sharp pain coming from his heart, and his mouth began to spit out blood in large gulps. It lowered its head once again, only to see that the spirit transformation demon pretending to be a human cub had already followed the opening torn open by the snake's tail, burrowed into its chest, and took a bite on top of the demon's heart. We all fell for it. Fell for your tricks. I'm not willing. I haven't had the chance to avenge my clan. You don't speak of demonic virtue. If I hadn't fallen for your schemes, I would have been able to. I hate it. Amidst the weasel demon's gradually feeble growls, Jianlu felt that as the demon heart essence blood entered his stomach, his own body began to dry up. This time, these essence blood seemed to be different from those previously swallowed. As soon as it entered the abdomen, it was like a warm current melting in the body and dispersing into the limbs and bones. Even if he didn't run his gongfu to refine it, it was still flushing and quenching his flesh over and over again with the flow of his blood, causing his chi and blood to grow by leaps and bounds. This guy's essence blood is obviously of higher quality than the ones before. It's true that even if it's the same realm, the deeper the demon's essence blood goes, the better the quality of the demon's essence blood will be. Jianlu felt the changes within his body and his heart was happy. At the same time, he operated the spirit snake vomiting method ** fledgling and powerful bull magic to accelerate the absorption and refinement of the demon heart essence blood. Soon, as more than half of the essence blood was lost and the demonic heart dried up, the giant weasel demon let out a sharp, harsh cry. The pupils then lost all color and would never struggle again. Witnessing the whole process in its entirety, Black Nyangzi gave Jianlu a complicated look, and then she grabbed the demon heart's tail and jerked it out, cutting off the weasel's head. Only then did it release its body and return to its half-human, half-snake stance. Seeing this, Jianlu was startled, and he couldn't help but begin to feel apprehensive inside. However, it was also at this point that killed the young demon Huang Tong Tong. Total lifespan 500 years, 10 years left. Looting complete. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 28 years. The words scrolled, and Jianlu was thrilled, his hanging heart finally dropping. Honestly, the moment he saw his mother fill in, he thought it was going to be a no-go. I didn't realize it was actually still my own. This head he still grabbed. Under the happiness, Jianlu's speed of sucking on the demon heart's essence blood even accelerated by a few points. And just in the next moment, he felt his body vacate and his entire body was lifted up from behind. Jianlu subconsciously clutched the demon heart in his mouth, and the black lady's face went cold. If you are so gluttonous and can't control yourself, how can you achieve great things in the future? Looks like it's time to put cub education on the agenda. Thinking like this, the black lady had already taken Jianlu in her arms and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he suddenly seemed to remember something and blindfolded Jianlu with his hand, then turned around violently, his head transforming into a huge snake head. Opening his bloody mouth, he swallowed all 3 weasel demon corpses on the ground into his stomach in a few bites. But what the black lady didn't realize was that Jianlu had witnessed the entire process through the gap in her fingers. He couldn't help but smack his mouth secretly. Mother, this service can be really thoughtful. Not only tube kill, but also into the belly for peace. Did not waste a little, but Jianlu didn't think much about it, because he once again felt a deep sleep coming on, and he fell asleep. The black lady felt the little thing in her arms quieted down, and the coldness in her eyes as she looked down at Jianlu had disappeared, and once again returned to loving kindness. Love to Read free novels app is the fastest update. No ads, the old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Just as she was about to continue her journey, suddenly a footstep sounded in the nearby forest, and the black lady's nerves immediately tightened again. Who? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, thank you. Chapter 011. Old Friend, Traitor, Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede. What kind of demon would arrive at this time? It's hard not to be the Huang family. Black Nyangzi's heart is vigilant and incomparable, and a pair of pupils once again turn into the vertical pupils of snakes. The muscles in his body were even tighter, ready to run at any time. If she was still a solitary demon, then naturally it didn't matter what happened. But now she's raising pups, or human pups. 100 years ago, on that night of blood and fire, it was a great human cultivator who saved her. It allowed her, who was the last survivor of her race, to avoid the fate of being directly searched by the Demon King. Since then, a shadow of a man has been planted in her heart. Though the child seemed a bit different from the human cubs he remembered, even acting more and more like a demon than a demon. But the black lady didn't mind at all. It's not normal. Normal human cubs don't live long in the 100,000 mountains. Even in the two-region zone that was their destination, it was difficult to survive. Moreover, she was burdened with a blood feud, and even if she had decided to hibernate for the time being, it was only a matter of time before she embarked on a thorny path filled with blood and rain. Maybe they will also keep encountering chases from the 100,000 mountains. This child demon sum is better than mediocrity. This could also be an aid to her in the future. Even if we take a step back, in case something bad happens to her in the future, this child can still live on his own. At this moment, the black lady's mind turned 100 times, and countless thoughts flashed by. Soon, the nearby forest then came out of a figure, only to see it holding a flower, wearing a blue robe, covered with golden light shining brightly, shining on the yellow soil road, also shining on the green silk sash. After noticing the black lady's gaze, it also blinked the 1,000 eyes on its body that were emitting golden light and revealed a smile. Yes, that's right, this figure was also a demon. Moreover, judging from its form, it was still a demon at the third stage of spirit transformation, and it didn't look malicious. But once the black lady saw the other party's appearance, her face began to change, from nervousness to confusion to anger to extreme indifference. Obviously, the black lady recognized the demon. It's just that the relationship isn't as cordial. However, she clearly didn't want to get too involved with this demon at this time either, and sidestepped and prepared to go around. Yeah, little Blackie, you are really ruthless. Wasn't it just that you accidentally revealed the news of your clan's inherited heavy treasure 100 years ago? As for hiding from me for so long, we used to be great bosom buddies. Don't you miss that at all? Black shadows flashed. The black lady swung her tail impatiently, while the demon looked at the cuts on his body, which were already slightly blackened, and his face flashed with a trace of imperceptible excitement. What a familiar pain. It's just as it was in the memory. The corner of its mouth quirked as it spoke towards the black lady once again. Well, even if you don't care about the feelings we once had, you still have to think about the current situation, right? You killed the Huang clan's heavenly pride and elders. They won't let you go. Come with me, I can keep you safe. The black lady coldly swept it a glance and said dryly, get lost. She knew she was in a bad place right now, but not so bad as to plant herself on the same demon twice. The events of 100 years ago would make the black lady hate her guts just thinking about it. Of course, there was also her own reason. It was because she did not know what was important to leak the news of her race possessing the inherited treasure to the other party. But if the other party had not turned around and disclosed the news to a certain demon king, then how would their race have suffered that kind of misfortune? And it would be fine if that was all there was to it. The fact that there were already quite a few demons who secretly already knew the news at that time, and even if there was no such thing, the news would have been passed on to the demon king by the other demons. But the hateful part was that this guy was actually secretly hiding a strand of her breath. On the night of the extermination, the wisp was used to track down the secret hiding place of the black lady in the clan. And now you have the nerve to come and talk to her about feelings and sisterhood? And what about letting her follow along and keeping her safe? The black lady could barely restrain her tail from listening. If she didn't know that the other party's bloodline was unusual and that it would be difficult to take down the other party in a short period of time, Black Nymphette had to say a few heartfelt words to it. Just thinking, suddenly heard that body of golden light bright demon again once again opened his mouth. 100 years ago is my sorry you, but now is not the time to play temper. Do you know that nowadays the entire Huang family of demons are pouring out of the nest? And the demon kings are also thinking about you. You don't know it yet, right? Now that the Huang clan's demons have blocked the route out of the 100,000 mountains, and the demon kings in the depths of the 100,000 mountains can't wait any longer, you're in a very bad situation. At these words, the black lady fell silent. If that was the case, then the situation she was in now wasn't generally a bad one. Don't look at the fact that she had been killing demons like slaughtering dogs in the past few days, but if she were to really go up against the entire Huang clan, it would still be difficult for her to stand alone. Moreover, the Huang clan had heard that there was a great demon that had already succeeded in condensing Dan as a backbone. If that great demon also appeared, she would be in big trouble. Not to mention the demon king deep in the 100,000 mountains. And so, that's not for you to worry about. I'll work out my own situation. The black lady looked up, decisively refusing. She really thinks she's stupid. Though neither the Huang family's underpinnings nor the demon king were by any means something that the current her could deal with. But this traitor was obviously also coming from a bad place, and she'd be out of a job if she really believed it. The demon shrugged, then stopped in front of the black lady. What it meant was self-evident. The black lady's vertical pupils were filled with murderous intent. I've already refused, so why don't you just go away and stop me from going? She was unwilling to make an enemy of this traitor now because she didn't want to delay in case she was discovered by the Huang clan as well as other demons, and was in no way afraid of the traitor. It's fine to lie to me, but don't even lie to yourself. I advise you to think again. The golden light on that demon's body erupted once again, and its tone became gloomy. Go with me. At least there is a way to live. As long as you are willing to tell the whereabouts of the inherited heavy treasure and sign a master-servant contract with me, and from now on feel at ease to be my Wu Chi-Chi's consort. My Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan can at least keep you alive. But if you still can't see the good in you, you don't even need the demon kings to make a move. The Huang clan will be able to consume you to death. Upon hearing this, the black lady laughed coldly. In that case, I still have to thank you? Thanks is not necessary. Just based on the feelings of you and I being handkerchief friends in the past, I have to save your life. That Wu Chi-Chi's demon glanced at Jianlu, and then, as if he thought of something, he added, by the way, if you want to get the shelter of my clan, this human cub will also be handed over. It just so happens that I'm still missing a great medicine for my recent cultivation. Before the words were finished, the black lady's tail was already stabbing out violently. She had no desire to dwell on the subject with this traitor any longer. Since the other party didn't want to get out of the way, it was the same to kill the other party. Love to Read Free Novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Big deal. But the weird thing was that Wu Chi-Chi didn't duck or dodge, letting that highly poisonous tail stab into her body. Obviously, he was grimacing in pain, but a trace of fervor, if any, rose in his eyes. It was as if was finally getting the touch of the one who loved and could not be touched. And just at that moment, a few figures in the distance came towards the site at great speed. At the same time the sound of angry shouts resounded through the sky. Bitch! Found you! A mere Xian snake remnant! How dare you kill my clan's heavenly pride and maim my clan's elders? Today is your time to die. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 012. Heavenly Centipede Bloodlust. Ox Demon Treasure Body. The black lady's face changed when she heard the explosive shout. No good. The yellow rat is coming after us. The killing intent in her eyes as she looked at Wu Chi-Chi intensified. It was the traitor's fault for delaying her time to run. But the black lady did not choose to continue to spend time with Wu Chi-Chi after all. Even though she now hated to break this demon into pieces and eat him alive. But if she delayed any longer, she really wouldn't be able to leave. Secondly, this Wu Chi-Chi looks strange. Facing her attack actually do not dodge. The state seems to be a little wrong look. Estimated to be holding something bad again. It's better to be on the safe side. In the next instant, the black lady directly transformed into a large black snake. Her tail wrapped around Jianlu, and disappeared in place like lightning. This time, Wu Chi-Chi didn't block it again. She pretended not to react, but her mind was torn. If she let Koriko go this time, then she might lose the chance to get Koriko forever. If she was a bit more ruthless, and those yellow-skinned rats attacked back and forth, as long as she forced out the location of the inherited treasure, little Blackie would be hers. As for whether the Huang family will have opinions, behind her Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan, there is also a Demon King, and the relationship with the Demon King can be closer than the Huang family, so it is not possible for them to have opinions. At this moment, the owner of those angry shouts, several weasel demons at the third stage of spirit transformation stepped into the air and walked up to Wu Chi-Chi's body. They all witnessed the scene where Wu Chi-Chi let the black lady leave, and all of them couldn't help but be enraged. Some of those who had a lot of anger couldn't bear it and directly spoke out in mockery. Wu Chi-Chi, are you sick? That black snake was standing right in front of you, and you actually just watched her run away? I have long heard that 100 years ago you are because you are infatuated with the beauty of the black snake. But love, In order to have her alone will be the Blackwater Basilisk Snake Clan has the inheritance of the heavy treasure of the news. At that time I still do not believe it. Now it seems to be. It's about as real as it gets. Lao Gio. Shut up. Originally, the other few weasel demons had not reacted to the words in front, but when they heard the latter, several of the demons' faces changed, and the oldest was even directly rebuking with his voice. There's no harm. There's nothing wrong with what it said. Wu Chi-Chi's face was quite calm, but cold killing intent surged out from the bottom of her eyes. 100 years ago she made a mistake that all the demons in the world make to get what they love, but she didn't get what she wanted and wasn't happy about it. Only now did she realize that what she wanted was not only the body of Xiao Hizi, but also Xiao Hizi's heart, was everything of Xiao Hizi. Therefore even in the face of the highly poisonous poison tail, Wu Chi-Chi did not hesitate to choose to meet it. It was the hatred of the little black man, and she was willing to go along with it. And at this time, the previous head of the voice of the weasel demon once again opened its mouth. Fourth brother, what are you afraid of? What I said is the truth. To say that the black snake is also unlucky, actually have her such a friend. Saying that, the weasel demon even bullied his way forward, outputting against Wu Chi-Chi's face. Wu Chi-Chi face as if not angry at all, even surfaced a smirk, but in the depths of its eyes, the icy killing intent is more and more prevalent. The weasel demon that was called fourth brother seemed to realize something and opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but just at this moment, Wu Chi-Chi suddenly leaned her body forward and stroked up the head of the weasel demon in front of her with her eye-covered palm. She raised her head fiercely, her eyes blooming with bloodthirsty red aura. It's fine for you guys to talk about me, but you shouldn't have brought her into this, and other than me, any demon that harms her has to die. Before the words fell, a terrifyingly powerful golden light blossomed from all the eyes on Wu Chi-Chi's palms, instantly penetrating the weasel demon's head. Bang! Not even a chance to react. That weasel demon then had no breath. And the other few weasel demons all changed their faces drastically. Damn! This crazy of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan has gone crazy again. And compared to 100 years ago, this crazy woman's strength has changed drastically. At the same time they were cursing the deadhead of the same clan. Don't you know you can't mess with this crazy in the 100,000 mountains, but you still have to run into her hands. If you die yourself, you might even get them involved. But all the demons were bitter in their hearts though. The face is not slow at all. They all spoke out. Good. The great king has killed well. This sinful creature dares to offend the great king. He already has a way to take his death. Not bad. Even if the great king doesn't kill it, we're still going to clean up the mess. But the great king mustn't take it out on us. We don't actually know it well. And doesn't the great king want to get that black snake? We can cooperate with the great king. What? You said the demon king chastised? What demon king or not? As long as you are happy, great king, it's good. The other side. Love to read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads. Stale old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. The Black Maiden rushed with her demon body at an extremely fast speed. But it's also hard to get a restful night's sleep with such bumps. It didn't take long for Jiang Lu to be woken up. When he saw that he was being rushed along wrapped in his mother's serpentine tail, he realized that something must have happened to him. After all, his mother usually didn't show this kind of posture in front of him, and even if he saw it sometimes, she would immediately return to her human head and snake body after realizing that he had woken up. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu instantly sobered up. According to the plot of those big heroine article episodes in the previous life, no surprise, there is going to be a surprise next. Chanting silently in his mind, immediately Jiang Lu summoned his panel. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation method * prototype, powerful bull magic, yellow immortal nascent soul method. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 100 years. Current demon life expectancy, 28 years. Demon's lifespan can be used for deduction of techniques, and cannot be converted with one's own lifespan. Physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, late blood moving realm, late half demon realm. The physique has already metamorphosed into a bull demon treasure body? That yellow-skinned rat's essence blood is really something. Jiang Lu was delighted in his heart. Upon waking up he felt that his qi and blood were abnormally full, and his strength was incomparable to before. This opened the panel and it was a big improvement. Although the cultivation has not changed yet, but it has to do with the changes in his physique. Nowadays, Jiang Lu's physique had undergone a metamorphosis, completed the initial metamorphosis into a treasure body. According to the records inside the powerful bull magic, there were 4 grades of physique: mortal physique, treasure physique, king's physique, and god's physique. The powerful bull magic body that could be cultivated to the end was the king body. It was said that the great completion king body could rival a demon king, but that level was still too far away from the current Jianglu. For today's Jianglu, the metamorphosis of his physique into a treasure body was already a great improvement. One must know that even if it was only a treasure body, the possessor would be too powerful than a mortal body, because even if you put aside the special abilities, the limits that a treasure body possessor's body could reach in each realm were far beyond that of a mortal body. This was also the reason why this time, Jianglu's chi and blood had improved tremendously, but his realm hadn't changed. As for the king's body and whatnot, Jianglu wasn't in a hurry. There was a cultivation method for all of them, and as long as he persisted in his cultivation, he would have it sooner or later as well. Jianglu skillfully activated infinite deduction and slammed the demonic longevity into the spirit snake spitting method * prototype. In the first year, you looked at the spiritual serpent exhalation method * prototype that you had memorized backwards, and with great ambition you began to deduce the path that lay ahead. The next year, you've accomplished nothing. In the third year, you've still got nothing to show for it. In the sixth year, you feel that you can't go on like this, and you decide that since you can't understand the road ahead, you should retrace your steps. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 013, Mouth and Nose Swallowing Demons. Xian Fu Nascent Soul. In the 8th year, you reenacted the spirit snake exhalation method * prototype for the third time, and you finally found a breakthrough. In the 11th year, you began to close your mind to sense the chi between heaven and earth, capturing the trajectory of spiritual chi and demonic chi. In the 28th year, you caught a hint of inspiration in your day-to-day realization. You seem to have comprehended something, but in the end you were not able to complete further deduction. As the words surfaced, many realizations came to mind. Jianglu felt that his spitting method was only one layer of mist away from poking through a higher realm, but it was a faint layer of mist that stopped Jianglu dead in his tracks, preventing him from peeking at what kind of scenery was on the other side there. Simply because the demon's lifespan has been depleted by this point, Jianglu was furious. The ing atmosphere is here, so tell me where to go next. The card this is not on is really hard to get. Extrapolator, you graduated from some point break class, right? Even a little more would be nice. But the helpless thing is that a demon's lifespan is depleted, and it must continue to consume its lifespan in order to then proceed with continued deduction. And this is something that Jianglu can't change either. Ugh. Still have to work hard to earn demonic longevity. Jianglu secretly sighed, then poured his own longevity into the infinite extrapolator. Although he was aware that the amount of longevity needed to completely perfect the spirit snake vomiting method * prototype would certainly be quite a lot. After all, just capturing a hint of inspiration had consumed 28 years of longevity. If you want more, you have to pay more. But Jianglu didn't care. What he wanted now was to become stronger. And to become stronger he needed to cultivate powerful techniques. And this Tuina method was already the lowest ranked and should consume the least amount of energy to raise it, while raising it the most. Among the feats that Jianglu possessed right now, the value for money is great. As for the fact that continuing the deduction would consume his own longevity, Jianglu cared even less. According to his previous breakthrough through the blood-moving realm, the lifespan of living beings at each great realm was fixed. Even if there was some depletion in the previous realms, as long as one was able to complete the breaking of the realm before their lifespan was depleted, there would be no harm. So Jianglu just had to make sure to leave himself enough time to break through to the spirit transformation realm. Plus, as things stood now, at a glance he and his mother were about to face a major crisis. If one didn't quickly raise their strength up, then what was the use of even having more lifespan? No matter how many lifetimes you have, you'll still die if you're killed. In the 38th year, you have become too familiar with the breath between heaven and earth, and you know that the key to perfecting the Tumna method lies in spiritual chi and demonic chi, but you have never been able to make the demonic chi follow the same route of the Tumna method in your body as spiritual chi does, to polish your physique and sinews. In the 42nd year, you've tried so many times to make the demonic energy obey you, but you still can't get the hang of it. In the 50th year, you succeeded in letting the demonic chi run in your body according to the line route of the vomiting method, and your physique and sinews were tempered by the demonic chi. But new problems also appeared. You find that although you are able to make the demonic chi follow the route in your body, it seems that it is unable to coexist with the spiritual chi, and every time you run the circumference, it causes the spiritual chi in your body to be consumed, and you immediately try to reabsorb the spiritual chi, but you are surprised to find that you are unable to absorb the spiritual chi yourself after spitting out the demonic chi. Gradually, your body began to change. Over the course of 2 years, not only did you grow scales on your body surface, even your eyes gradually turned into the vertical pupils of snakes. You tried hard to return to normal, but you became more and more like a demon. In the 56th year, you almost lost your human features. Your body was covered with scales, your legs turned into a tail, and the whole person looked like a snake man. You looked at your own appearance in the reflection of the water pool for a long time and had no words. You could not accept such an ugly self. In the 60th year, you have transformed into a huge black snake, but you are still persistently trying to absorb both demonic energy and spiritual energy at the same time. You suddenly remember the yellow immortal nascent soul method, and a hint of thought emerges on your face. In the 75th year, the feeling of aura entering your body again came from your body, and the taut strings in your heart finally relaxed, and you knew that you might have found the right route. The 80th year, you regained a few human appearance. You are more and more sure of your own ideas. Since you can no longer spit out the aura, then do the opposite, so that the aura of their own into the body. The use of the demon race to swallow the essence of the sun and the moon and the world's instincts of the aura of the Xuanfu. The development of the Xuanfu, so that the spirit of the aura does not go through the nose and mouth directly into the flesh and blood of the middle of the. Love to read the free novels. The app is the fastest updating. No ads, and the stale old bookworm customer service helps you find the books you want to read. For the entire 30 years, you have been repeating the process of exhaling demonic chi through your mouth and nose to quench your muscles and bones, while developing your instincts and absorbing spiritual chi into your body with your Xuanfu, and the mutations in your body are beginning to fade away. In the 118th year, you finally developed your Xuanfu completely and completed the further deduction of the spirit snake vomiting method * prototype, pioneering the vomiting cultivation method of swallowing demons through the mouth and nose, and absorbing spirits through the Xuanfu. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years, with the last paragraph surfacing. An endless stream of information exploded violently in Jian Lu's mind. The incomparably large amount of information caused the breath on Jian Lu's body to be disorganized for a moment, but immediately afterward ecstasy flooded the mind. Although through the text of the deducer, he already knew that this perfected vomiting method would definitely not be bad, but it was also when it was truly possessed that Jian Lu realized how domineering this spitting method was. The mouth and nose swallow the demons, and the Xuanfu contain the spirits. Normal demonic cultivation was to use the exhalation method to absorb the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth to polish the foundation, then go through moving blood and transforming the spirit until the third stage of transforming the spirit was perfected before they began to touch the demonic chi. Even at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm, mastering demonic chi and not having it were both completely different concepts. But this method is at the beginning of the vomiting of demonic gas, then the demonic gas quenching physical sinews and bones of the body. At the same time, it could also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth through the Xuanfu, which was the pores of the entire body, and synchronize the quenching of the physical body. The foundation thus forged is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. To put it unceremoniously, mastering this technique was equivalent to having the foundation of a great demon. Moreover, fighting at a higher level is like drinking water, and practicing with half the effort. Although it cost me 90 years of my life, it really isn't a loss at all. At this moment, Jian Lu's heart was really excited. Just spending a few decades of life expectancy in exchange for such a spitting method. It's totally blood money. Okay, as for only having 10 years left to live. Previously, Jiang Lu didn't care, but now he cared even less. Even if he put aside the other techniques, just relying on this spitting method alone, Jian Lu was certain that he would be able to cultivate to blood-moving realm perfection in a short period of time. Not to mention that Jian Lu also has powerful bull magic. As for the realm after that, Jian Lu also had the yellow immortal nascent soul technique that matched the spirit transformation realm and pointed directly at the great demons. As long as he had enough demon heart essence blood, he was completely confident that he could complete his blood-moving realm cultivation and break through to the spirit transformation realm in a very short period of time. And it was also the kind that had cultivated the blood-moving realm to the point of no ancient demons before. And at the same time, in front of Jian Lu's eyes, another column in his panel changed accordingly. Current techniques: Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Ox Technique, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique. Seeing that the original Spirit Snake Spitting Method * fledgling had turned into the Spirit Snake Spitting Method, Jian Lu choked on his words a little. I don't know whether this name was made by the self in the deduction or by the deducer. It is really no level, making the name of such a domineering feat not domineering at all. However, Jian Lu didn't think much about it, because with the realization of this method, his body had spontaneously started to exhale. The demonic chi poured in from the mouth and nose, flowing into the through-body meridians and limbs like a ghost or god tasting color and eating incense. At the same time, the pores of his body opened spontaneously, as if a small mouth wantonly sucked in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and transformed into the flesh and blood of his body. Jiang Lu only felt his whole body bulking as he gradually became engrossed. Then the powerful bull magic also spontaneously began to operate, and Jiang Lu's bones all through his body smashed and snapped, and his physique and chi and blood once again began to rise at a rapid pace. The sensation was 1,000 times more intense than rubbing the skin. He was addicted to the feeling and couldn't help himself. However, it was also at this moment that the black lady, who was tired of rushing along, finally sensed Jiang Lu's abnormality and couldn't help but look back over. This look is to see a ghost in general staring straight at Jiang Lu, and then cannot move their eyes. Is that demonic energy? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 014. Mighty Spirits. Great demons blocking the road. The demonic aura filled the air, and the spiritual aura was like a tidal wave. The only sound in the dense green forest was the sound of a few winds hitting the leaves, and after a short silence, the black lady came back to her senses, but she still doubted her eyes. My son is actually exhaling demonic energy? How is such a thing possible? How can a human race exhale demonic chi? The shock within the black lady was beyond compare. She already possessed demonic aura as well, but it was because of that she understood more about what it meant. First of all, the matter of the human race being able to absorb the demon race's demonic chi was unreasonable. The second thing to know was that even as a demon, one needed to cultivate to the third stage of the spirit transformation realm in order to be qualified to touch demon chi and absorb it. But now, the human cub she adopted had actually started absorbing demonic chi at the blood-moving realm, and it wasn't simply absorbing, but exhaling demonic chi like one would exhale spiritual chi, and using demonic chi to quench the roots of the physical body. The most crucial thing was that while exhaling demonic chi, the xuanfu of this child's entire body opened up, receiving spiritual chi into his body and also tempering his physical body. This is simply setting a precedent for a lineage. Okay? How powerful the roots forged in this way would be when they grew up in the future. She didn't even dare to imagine. Black Nymphette only felt that her perception of the human race had been refreshed once again. Originally, embarking on the road of cultivation without a teacher, as well as the occasional scales growing on the body and cow hooves. These are already strange enough, and now they have actually pulled off such a feat? Are all human cubs like this? Or is it only your own pups that are special? The black lady couldn't figure it out, but she understood that if the human race was really all like this, it was truly a miracle that the 100,000 great mountains hadn't been exterminated by now. Spin. Rapture then welled up in her heart. Either way, the pups being stronger than expected is a good thing with no downside. It was still imperative to quickly escape from the 100,000 mountains with the cubs. After all, although the Huang clan had blocked off the periphery of the 100,000 mountains nowadays, she might not be without a chance with her strength. But if she waited until the Huang family's great demons or the demon kings of the inner circle stepped in, then even if she was given wings, she wouldn't be able to fly out. With that thought in mind, the black lady stuffed a new demon heart into Jiang Lu's mouth before continuing to start rushing. Aha! Even though the situation is urgent, the pups should not be suffering. Now that the cubs themselves have comprehended the reverse heavenly exhalation method, the demon heart essence blood must keep up. Otherwise, if the essence blood intake from the outside world was insufficient at this time, the pups would be delayed. The time just went by minute. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 days, and during these 2 days Black Lady hadn't stopped except for stuffing Jiang Lu with demon hearts. While Jiang Lu was just sleeping and refining the demon heart essence blood every day, he found that when he was refining the demon heart essence blood, his cultivation of the spitting method was also twice as effective. He couldn't help but marvel at how the demon heart essence blood was truly omnipotent, and could be paired with any cultivation technique. At the same time, perhaps because of the growth in chi and blood and the enhancement of his physique, Jiang Lu's size also grew with the naked eye. The last 2 days had been almost like growing a year a day, and now they looked to be 4 years old or so. This made Jiang Lu rather uncomfortable, because the sweatshirt that would have wrapped around your body can only be worn as shorts. Your body is cool, even more so because this sub of mine also jumped up too fast. Right, fortunately it wasn't born in the human race's territory, otherwise it would definitely be burned to death as a demon. Waking up again and feeling the changes in his body, Jiang Lu couldn't help but secretly sighed, and then quietly began to measure up to the Black Nyonya. In fact, even if he was born in the land of the demon race, he was still afraid. Such a growth rate, even if it was placed inside a demon, it was about as close to normal as it could get. I don't know if mother will be able to take it, but soon, Jiang Lu's hanging heart was released, for it was not long before the Black Lady looked back at him, and then continued on her way. Jiang Lu also didn't know what mother meant, but felt that since she didn't overreact, it should mean that she was able to accept it. So he began to continue practicing with peace of mind. But it didn't take long for the river to stop flowing. The demon heart essence and blood had been kept in his mouth almost every moment during this period of time, and it had already nourished his body to a grippy state. Now that there was no demon heart essence blood to swallow, He only felt that his cultivation speed was as slow as a turtle crawling, even if, compared to other demons, his cultivation speed has actually been called heaven-defying. Auntie, can you give me another demon heart? I'm hungry. After thinking about it, Zhang Lu opened his mouth to the black lady. The black Nyangzi who was rushing on the road had a slight stagnation in her movements, and then she turned her head to look at Zhang Lu, and her eyes flashed a touch of tenderness and said, "There is no more. The ones just now were dug out from the weasel demon before. Wait a little longer. Wait until we reach a safe place, and Anyang will kill a few demons to give you something to eat." Good. Zhang Lu nodded his head in a hurry. He also just wanted to see if his mother still had any stock in her hands, and he wasn't forced to do so if she didn't. Though she also looked forward to her mother hunting demons to get demon hearts for herself to eat. But Zhang Lu also knew that the situation was probably really critical right now. He's not really a child, nor is he one of those fairies who can't see the situation and won't care about anything to satisfy their desires. So he shut up quite decisively. But just at that moment, a dozen figures violently appeared in Zhang Lu's line of sight. They are shriveled and humanoid, and their bodies are covered with dry yellowish-brown fur, as if they were the carcasses of an upright weasel. Their faces still wore a weird smile if anything, while they carried a palanquin on their shoulders, bouncing over in the direction of Zhang Lu and the black lady. Seeing such a scene, Zhang Lu's entire body was cold behind him. His chi and blood stirred, and scales unconsciously surfaced on his body surface. What the hell is this nifty? It's also too scary. The black lady also stopped moving forward at this moment, hiding Zhang Lu behind her, straightening her body and looking at the group of weird weasels with an incomparably grave expression. Compared to Zhang Lu's ignorance, the black lady seemed to have vaguely guessed the opposite side's origin. A few moments later, the weasels carried the palanquin to the black lady's side and stopped a short distance away. A dry hand reached out from the curtain on that sedan chair. Immediately after that, a tall and thin old man with a height of 9 feet walked out of the sedan chair, and then, actually stood in midair just like that. Then it just walked over in the direction of one person and one demon. Zhang Lu's pupils jolted. The black nymphette even seemed to feel an invisible pressure the moment she saw this figure, and her huge body couldn't help but start trembling. Stepping in the air, the mighty spirit of the crowd. This is the sign of the demon Dan realm. The great demon. The old man in front of him was a demonic Dan realm great demon. At this moment, it was as if the black lady suddenly understood something. She glanced back at Zhang Lu, and a flash of determination flashed through her vertical pupils. Love to read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads. Aged old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. At the same time, Zhang Lu felt his mother's tail wrapping around him abruptly tighten. He was about to say something when his mother's voice rang in his head. "When I say run later you run, and no matter what you see or hear, don't look back." Zhang Lu sniffed and subconsciously looked up. Only that tall and thin figure was coming step by step, slowly. Every time it took a step out, the mountainous, zephyr-like pressure became 1 point denser. In just a few short steps, it had already made it so that within a 100-mile radius, there was almost no standing demon race, and even that one ancient tree in the sky was bent over. However, his mother, the black lady, was standing tall and straight up, using her flesh and blood to completely shield his figure, blocking all the pressure for him and facing that terrifying figure head-on. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 015, Cow Hoof Broken Skull. Extreme Container. A demonic elixir is formed in the belly, and since then all the spirits are bowing down. This might was similar to the Taoist Jindan realities that Zhang Lu remembered from his previous life as well. If it wasn't for the black lady who had blocked all the pressure in time, this horrible and unparalleled pressure alone would have been able to cause Zhang Lu to die. After all, although Zhang Lu was now considered a pervert in the blood-moving realm, he was still simply not good enough to face a demonic Dan great demon. However, Zhang Lu didn't panic because of this. Instead, he calmed down more and more. "I didn't expect that you would actually offend the majesty of a great demon for the sake of a mere human cub." Standing still in mid-air, the tall and thin old man looked at the black lady who resolutely stood in front of Zhang Lu, gently raising his eyelids as a playful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. "Since you've done such a thing, then I guess you must be ready to withstand my wrath as well." Although it was wearing a smile, its tone was eerie and icy, as if it was an evil spirit crawling out from the underworld, causing Zhang Lu to shudder. And when it said this, it suddenly paused, and a pair of eyes snapped towards Zhang Lu behind the black lady. "This is the cub that you want to protect even at the expense of making enemies with the Huang family. With me? Indeed it's not bad, and it doesn't look like a pure human race. It's not in vain that you killed 3 of my sons, 2 of my grandsons, and a collateral Shen grandson for him." It spoke again, and its eyes became deep and tyrannical and bloodthirsty. Love to Read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. But even though I have a lot of descendants, being killed by a demon for such a ridiculous reason really upsets the demon. Seeing that you are also a part of the demon race, I will give you a chance to kill him and say the whereabouts of your clan's inherited heavy treasure, and I will grant you a pain. When it finished speaking, its gloomy eyes fell back onto the black lady's body, as if it was expecting a reply from her. Jiang Lu clenched his fists, angry at himself for not fighting. If I can be a billion points stronger, this damn big demon is just a ration. Where can I be so reckless? I'm still too weak. And at this moment, the black lady's dark tail was already like a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at the tall and thin old man's chest against the terrifying pressure. The tall, thin old man's eyes glowed fiercely, his dry human face sprouted fluffy hairs and a pointed nose, and his mouth, split to the base of his ears, revealed ghastly fangs as he let out an angry snarl. Insolent snake demon, you offended my majesty first, and now you dare to covet my demon heart? You're so damned. Damn it. Before the words fell, its dry palm had already slapped down towards the black lady. A monstrous demonic aura surged. In the next moment, a sound of bones breaking rose at first, and the black lady's huge snake body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. Bright red, fishy blood fell like drifting rain. Immediately afterward, the black lady fell heavily to the ground, and her tail already had a large area collapsed, but she immediately straightened up again, revealing her black fangs toward the old man. I absolutely can't just fall here, even if my opponent is a great demon. Jiang Lu's eyes were glazed over. He knew that his mother was certainly no match for the great demon, but also never expected. Actually cannot even carry a move, but also lost so miserable. But Jiang Lu simply didn't have time to think more, because right at this moment, the dozen or so dried up like corpses weasel demons that had previously been carrying the palanquin had already surrounded them from all sides. Almost all of his escape routes were blocked. The black maiden immediately wanted to come over to relieve herself, but was stopped by the tall and thin old man. I thought about it. You have repeatedly offended my majesty. It is really cheap to kill you directly. Why don't you do it? I will first let you watch that little brat being tortured to death, just like you killed my son, grandson, and grandson, and let me send a white-haired demon to a black-haired demon. Finally, then I will kill you. Little ones, give me on. This skinny and tender little brat is in your hands. No matter what means you use, give me a hard time torturing him. Whichever one of you does a good job, old ancestor will heavily reward you. Jiang Lu's heart tightened at once. It seems that today he is also in a bad way, but at the same time, it was a secret blessing. Fortunately, this great demon didn't understand that villains die from talking too much, and was now playing the cat and mouse routine. That gives him a chance. He naturally has no way to deal with the demon Dan Big Demon, but it is not certain who is the prey against these minions. Almost at the same moment, a dozen weasel demons' eyes glowed green as they simultaneously attacked and killed towards Jiang Lu. Rumble! Jiang Lu violently operated the powerful bull magic. His body's chi and blood boiled, and demonic chi surged in the meridians around his body. At that instant, the scales that surfaced on his body even became shiny with a black iron-like luster, and his two palms turned into the shape of bull hooves as they landed with a bang on the head of a weasel demon. Although these sedan chair-carrying demons were all good in the blood-moving realm, they didn't have a special physique, and their fighting strength was only ordinary. So how could they carry a hoof of this pervert Jiang Lu? Only just grazed. Its huge head exploded like fireworks, scattering red and white all over the ground. Seeing this scene, the other weasel demons were stunned. The weird smiles on their faces instantly solidified, and their gazes toward Jiang Lu became horrified. Is this kid really a human? How is it possible to display such a demon-like stance? And that tiny hoof power is also too big. Right. Facing the moving blood realm demon, actually just lightly touching it to blow up. This is simply more like a demon than they are okay. It couldn't be a spirit transformation realm demon in disguise, could it? They all involuntarily looked in the direction of the tall and thin old man, as if they were hoping to get an explanation from the tall and thin old man, as well as instructions for the next step of action. At this moment, the tall and thin old man with a sinister face and a look of waiting to see a good show also froze, obviously not expecting that things would actually unfold like this. Interesting, this cub is really not a pure-blood human race. Seems to be a half-demon, but it is an excellent container. Immediately after, the sinister color on the face of the tall and thin old man suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a strong greed. The black lady's heart thumped. A worse situation appeared. The cub was also completely targeted. This is not good. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 10 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan, 20 years. And just at that moment, Jiang Lu looked at the headless demon corpse, and his eyes flashed with a ferocious color. In the next instant, Jiang Lu's body moved violently, calmly weaving between the crowd of demons, waving his hand through the headless corpse's chest, pulling out a demon heart from it and stuffing it into his mouth. The familiar warmth flowed throughout his body, and the ferocious light in Jiang Lu's eyes was so great that he actually took the initiative to attack and kill towards those weasel demons. Although those demons hadn't received instructions from the tall and thin old man, the lack of instructions meant that they would then have to carry out their previous orders. Moreover, at this moment, Jiang Lu was coming aggressively, so they naturally couldn't just sit back and wait for death, and at that moment, they also pounced towards Jiang Lu once again. Then, Jiang Lu once again blasted the heads of the two weasel demons. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 8 years remaining. Looting complete. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 12 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan, 40 years. Seeing the soaring demon lifespan, coupled with 2 more demon hearts going into his stomach, Jiang Lu was a little red-eyed, feeling his heart thumping, as if some kind of bone-deep instinct was activated at this moment. His mouth quirked up in a smirk. Maybe he was right and could just kill his way out, and at the same time, he could eat the essence of these demons and transform it into his own strength. However, when his body swept out again, the Black Lady's chorus of curses rang in his ears. Idiot! If you don't leave now, when will you wait? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 016. Taking over the body. Alteration. Condensing the spiritual body. The Black Lady's voice was like a blow to the head. It made Jiang Lu's eyes clear up a lot. He realized at once that he had made a serious mistake. Bad. What needs to be done now is not to kill these demons, just make a path out of it. Just now, it was clear that he could have taken advantage of the fact that the demons were all frozen and just left, but he didn't. On the contrary, the cultivation is addicted to killing and swallowing the demon heart essence blood. This is simply a picture of a snake. Now was not the time to accumulate demon lifespan and enhance strength. Killing demons for their hearts was what was wasting precious escape time. Realizing this, Jiang Lu hurriedly leapt in his body, trying to scurry out from between the figures of the demons, but at this time it was already too late. The weasel demons that had been frozen in fear had already fully reacted, and the successive deaths of their fellow clan members had also made them red-eyed. A head of yellow-skinned rats pounced towards Jiang Lu like ghosts, their sharp claws and fangs glowing with a chilling aura. Such a move also caused Jiang Lu's face to change slightly. Scales once again surfaced on his body, and his hands once again turned into bull hooves, both hooves opening up the road as he swept out towards the distance. He didn't take the initiative to attack the demons, but all the demons that stopped in front of him had their heads blown apart by his hooves. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 3 years remaining. Looting complete. Kill the weasel. Total life expectancy 100 years. 5 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon life expectancy, 60 years. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Lu had killed several more weasel demons, reaping another 20 years of demonic longevity, while his figure had also reached 100 miles away. The rest of the surviving blood-moving realm weasel demons didn't dare to mess with the skull-shattering maniacal demon anymore, and they all stopped where they were and watched him go far away. Seeing this scene, the Black Lady finally breathed a sigh of relief, although she was certainly not able to escape, but at least the child escaped. But just at that moment, a weird smile appeared on the tall and thin old man's face, and the way he looked at Jiang Lu was as if he was looking at some extremely large treasure. Swish! Abruptly, the tall, thin old man disappeared into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already 100 miles away. Jiang Lu raised his head somewhat dumbfounded, looking incredulously at the old man who had suddenly appeared in front of him, shrinking into the ground. 100 miles in one step. The demonic Dan powerhouse was as terrifying as it was. At this moment, Jiang Lu's heart was filled with despair. The heart was also full of regret. If the party had not been greedy for the demon heart and delayed, would it have escaped? And the Black Lady was even more remorseful. Why hadn't she reminded the cub earlier? It was too late to say anything now. Half-demon boy. You're good. The tall and thin old man carefully sized up Jiang Lu, the greed in his eyes growing more and more prevalent, and a hint of a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Obviously only at the blood-moving realm. Yet he's able to directly swallow a demonic heart and refine his essence blood in battle. And he's also grasped the demonic chi. Unusual. Truly extraordinary. This is my chance. If I can use it for me, maybe. Jiang Lu's face collapsed. He felt that this great demon didn't seem to simply want his life anymore, but rather coveted something on him. Help! In addition to this body, he only has a sweatshirt worn as shorts. Okay, what is worth thinking about? Wait, body? Could This guy be craving my body? It wants to take me over? Jiang Lu instantly thought of a certain possibility. Creepy as hell. And hearing the old man's words, the black lady also reddened her eyes and once again pounced fiercely towards him. Bang! Bang bang! The tall and thin old man didn't even look at him and directly slapped 3 palms through the air, sending the black lady flying out once again, breaking bones all over her body, but with just the right amount of force to keep the black lady awake while incapacitating her. If you cultivate another 20 years, perhaps even I will not be your opponent. But now well, you are not worthy to get in my way. The tall and thin old man let out a cold smile before a dark red aura violently flashed out from his brow. Upon closer inspection, the dark red aura was actually a palm-sized weasel, which at times turned into a human figure, and the silhouette's appearance was clearly the same as that of the tall and thin old man. After seeing such a scene, the black nymphet's eyes were bared, and Jiang Lu's tightly clenched palms were also tightened a few more points. His heart was quite a bit unwilling. I can't believe it's really a takeover. In contrast, he still wanted to be killed outright, even if it's just to be eaten. But at this moment, Jiang Lu couldn't change anything. One can only sigh inwardly. Crossing over to the end is ultimately an empty. Alas, I may be the first crosser to be taken over. I guess, it's really a disgrace to the face of crossers. Before he finished speaking, the dark red aura had already disappeared into Jiang Lu's brow, and just at the moment when it invaded Jiang Lu's sea of consciousness and was about to erode the soul inside Jiang Lu's body, the spirit snake exhaling method and powerful ox magic spontaneously operated. Demonic chi surged madly from the mouth and nose, and aura also entered the body from the surrounding xuanfu. Wrapped in surging chi and blood instantly enveloped the entirety of that aura. Such a turn of events shook even Jiang Lu. Could there be a reversal? But Jiang Lu didn't have too much time to think about it, because just the next instant, the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, which had a full level of proficiency but could not be cultivated for the time being due to the lack of realm, was also operating spontaneously within his body. A loud shout came from that aura. Ah, how is that possible? You brat is actually able to refine a spirit body? Quickly let grandpa me out, or else later I will not only take over your body, but also refine your soul into a devouring ghost, so that you will never be able to transcend. Don't! Father, dear father, spare your life. Stop sucking. It was only a blink of an eye before and after, and the other party's attitude had turned a few big corners. Seeing this strange situation, Jiang Lu instantly remembered the special features of the yellow immortal nascent soul technique. This method can absorb the special substance called demonic chi, and it also has the effect of tempering the physical body while condensing the spiritual body, and most importantly, also has the ability to refine other spiritual bodies to accelerate the condensation of the spiritual body. Right, it is the refining of other spiritual bodies. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu's heart burst with joy. Even if it is the spirit body of a great demon of the demon Dan realm, that's a spiritual body, too. The yellow immortal nascent soul method is the nemesis of spirit bodies. It must have been the other party's move of trying to take over the body that mistakenly triggered the refining spirit body function of this method. After all, although he hadn't formally practiced it before, thanks to the deducer, Jiang Lu's body and soul had long been too familiar with this technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Lu directly took the initiative to run the yellow immortal nascent soul method to accelerate the refining of the spiritual light. If this demon wanted to violently strike him down, then he would indeed be dead, but it has chosen to take over the body. Then don't blame him for laughing at it. Perhaps it can also take this opportunity to condense the demon spirit in advance. Hey, the demon wants to take over him, so it makes sense for him to refine the demon in turn and eat the other side. And just at this moment, in the distance, a golden light bright figure came at great speed. And after seeing the scene clearly, especially after seeing the black nymphet's miserable condition, its entire demon let out a monstrous roar. Who was it? Who heard Blackie like that? You are damned. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 017. Bone destroying and soul devouring. Chopping the grass to get roots out. The remaining parched weasel demons could not help but all change their faces drastically. 1,000 Eyes Heavenly Centipede Clan Demon at the third stage of spirit transformation. Wu Chi-Chi, how did she get here? However, before the crowd of demons could react, Wu Chi-Chi's blood chi had rippled out like waves of water, and the hundreds and thousands of eyes on her body were covered with demonic chi, blossoming with demonic red auras. Wherever that red aura shone, whatever substance was corroded in an instant, turning into a puddle of fishy liquid. Even for the crowd of demons that had already crossed over into the blood-moving realm, they were only able to rely on their rich chi and blood to resist for some time. Come on, who the hell did this? Get the hell out. Otherwise, all the demons involved in hunting down little Blackie today will have to die. At this moment, Wu Chi-Chi's voice sounded once again, and even more wisps of fury began to emerge from her body. The blood-moving realm demons in front of him showed a look of despair, no longer having any illusions about living. The crowd of spirit transformation demons that followed closely behind him also had their pupils shrinking slightly, and shock surfaced between their expressions. They seemed to have come at a bad time, but at this moment, since they had already come, they could only go forward with their heads held high, or else at the level of this insanity, it was likely that they wouldn't be able to survive either. Great King, calm your anger. Whoever did this matter must have done it for the good of the 100,000 great mountains. Yes, and this is also the authorization of the demon kings. It is said that the Blackwater Basilisk clan's inherited heavy treasure possesses the miraculous effect of causing the demon qualifications to metamorphose, the bloodline to return to its ancestor, and the awakening of the precious body, if we can cause it to be offered out. Great King, your Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan will also be able to benefit from it. Well, the demons opened their mouths, but before they could finish their words, demonic red auras swept in. Immediately, wisps of white smoke rose above their strong bodies as if they had been poured with sulfuric acid. Those blood-moving realm demons of the party even directly disappeared without a trace like vaporization. The king knew. The demons were terrified, but they were simply too late to react. The flesh and blood of their bodies were corroded in an instant, leaving only a rack of white bones. Even with the cultivation of the spirit transformation realm, they were all dying at this moment, their lives hanging by a thread. The last sound that rang in his ears was Wu Chi-Chi's unhurried, yet cold laughter like a severe ghost demanding for his life. 100,000 mountains? Demon King? He, that would be great. Today, since you guys dared to hurt her skin and flesh for the Demon King, in the future I will slaughter all the Demon Kings. Since you dare to damage her bones for the 100,000 mountains, I will kill all the 100,000 mountains in the future. As the words fell, the demonic red aura had already swept in again, and in an instant, the remaining white bones and spirit bodies of the crowd of spirit-transforming demons were all enveloped, bone-destroying and soul-devouring. In just a moment, everything in it was reduced to a puddle of fetid pus. In the dying moments, all the demons' minds could not help but flash over a thought. So, this is what death feels like, and it doesn't hurt as much as one might think. It just feels like the consciousness is slowly being drawn away. But why is that? What have they done wrong and why? Would they die at the hands of a madman just like that? And Wu Chi-Chi, who had buried all the demons, didn't look at the pus all over the ground. Her gaze fell on the Black Lady, sometimes heartbroken, sometimes guilty, sometimes welling up with madness. She had already owed Koriko once and a half. She couldn't do it again. As long as little Blackie would be fine, she didn't care what the other demons would do. Black Lady had not expected to see this scene. Her complexion was a bit dazed, and a hint of complexity flashed in her eyes as she looked at Wu Chi-Chi. Little Black, are you in pain? I have good spirit medicine here that can help you recover from your injuries quickly. At this time, Wu Chi-Chi stroked up the Black Lady's scaly snake body and said with a shudder, "No need." The Black Lady's tone returned to indifference. This heavenly centipede can be soft and gentle, but also the most ruthless and merciless. Such things she had understood 100 years ago. Tragedies that happen to you are always etched in your mind. Okay, I'll start then. Just bear with me. Wu Chi-Chi went straight to work, applying the crystal and liquid evenly all over the snake's body. It wouldn't do for the Black Lady to refuse, but she didn't care too much on the matter. Her attention soon returned to Jian Lu once more, her eyes filled with worry. Back then I was deceived by this unquestioning care of hers. Now she can't fool me. But the cubs, looking at the Jiang Lu who stood in front of the Huang clan's great demon. And with the Huang clan's great demon everything was caught in a state as if it was in a state of stasis. But his breath was soaring. The Black Lady's heart was thumping. She had already seen the matter of taking over the body an unknown number of times in her hundreds of years of demon life. So there is also a lot to know. Although normally, only demons whose cultivation had reached the second stage of the spirit transformation realm and who had condensed a spirit body with their true spirit would have the possibility of performing the secret method of seizing the body. Moreover, even if a demonic Dan Great Demon wanted to take over a blood-moving realm demon, there was still a possibility of failure if sufficient preparations were not made beforehand. But the cubs are in the end a human rather than a demon, and are too young to have gone through the baptism of long years, and their willpower is able to resist the invasion of a great demonic spirit body? That soaring breath also looks like the scene of a successful spiritual body taking over the body and feeding back to the physical body. He's encountered a demonic pill great demon taking over his body? I have long heard that the Huang family's great demon cultivation on the problem, in order to prolong the life, has been secluded not to come out. Recently it is even more in the search for the reclaimed vessel. I did not expect it to be true. At this time, Wu Chi-Chi noticed the black nymphet's line of sight, and looked along, saying rather emotionally, It was also unexpected that a great demon was actually reduced to taking over a human cub. It seems that it's really going to die. And this cub is unlucky as well. But it has hurt you to this point. Think it can live by taking over the body? Hurt you. I want its life. Her voice suddenly became cold and her eyes suddenly became murderous. The Black Maiden coldly took over and said, "There's no need for you to do it. If the cub really succeeds in being taken over, I'll kill him with my own hands." And in the meantime, inside the body of Jiang Lu, the dark red aura had been refined from the size of a palm to only half the size of a palm. The screams coming out of it also became breathless. "Father, you are my own father. Please let me live. I have lived for more than 700 years, and I have many treasures that I can offer to Father." "No, Master, just treat me as a fart and set me free. I can sign a master-servant contract with you, as long as you are willing to spare my life, and from now on I will be a slave and a maidservant, and I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Jiang Lu's face didn't have the slightest expression. Then, the yellow immortal nascent soul technique was run even harder to speed up the rate of refinement. He was not going to leave himself with that kind of afterthought when the grass was cut and the spring breeze blew. And just now, this guy has beaten his mother into a serious injury, and he also wants to take over his own body. Such a slave girl. He used his heart diaphragm. Of course, more importantly, how can you spit out the fat that's been in your mouth? A moment later, within Jiang Lu's sea of consciousness, the appearance of his true spirit slowly changed, and an illusory figure that looked like a weasel slowly emerged. But an general weasel is different. This figure's limbs such as cattle hooves, and covered with scales just like a snake. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 018. You call this a human cub? The true spirit takes form and is called the spiritual body. Jiang Lu looked inward into his sea of consciousness, observing the virtual shadow that his true spirit had evolved, and was quite satisfied in his heart. Although it was still only a fledgling form, it had indeed preliminarily condensed a spiritual body, and its appearance was generally the same as the description of the spirit body he had condensed as described by the infinite extrapolator when it was deducing the yellow immortal nascent soul method. All that was needed next was to complete the blood-moving realm's cultivation, and entering the spirit transformation realm would be a matter of course. This time it's a blessing in disguise. It seems that in the future, when eating demons again, not only do we have to dig out the other party's demon heart to eat, but if we have the chance, even the spiritual body must not be spared. Great tonic. However, Jiang Lu's heart didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. For one thing, the cultivation of the spiritual body had begun early by mistake this time, although because of the special nature of the yellow immortal nascent soul technique, while refining a great demon's spirit body to condense one's own spirit body, one's physical body was also strengthened. However, because the blood-moving realm had not yet been perfected, there were still hidden dangers in condensing the spirit body in advance, and it was necessary to complete the cultivation in the blood-moving realm as soon as possible now. The second is that this is at least a big demon's spiritual body, and the demon that has lived for hundreds of years will not have a little bit of the bottom of the box means? Whoever said this Jiang Lu didn't believe it. Kill the great demon Huang's ancestor. Total life expectancy 1,000 years. 5 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan, 65 years. It didn't take long. Jiang Lu completely wore out that dark red aura. He also finally breathed a sigh of relief as the words surfaced in front of him. Admittedly, the other party did not have any hidden cards as he had expected, and it was a bit of a slap in the face. But Jiang Lu didn't care much about this, and even felt that if it was such a slap in the face, there could be more of it, compared to which he actually cared more about his gains. At this time, that demonic spirit body had already solidified a few more points, and his sinews, bones, and flesh were further refined, almost reaching the extreme of the late stage of the blood-moving realm. In terms of power, it had even surpassed the blood-moving realm, and it was no less impressive against a demon of the spirit transformation realm. More importantly, with the complete refining of this great demon's true spirit, he actually obtained some of the other party's memory fragments. He saw the birth of a baby weasel 742 years ago, seeing the teenage demonic heavenly pride who entered moving blood at the age of 10 and spirit transformation at the age of 100 was spirited. He also saw the 200-year-old spirit transformation completion, the 300-year-old Dan formation, and the absolute great demon whose bravado filled the sky, as well as 400 years old big demon also consummate. Magnificent ambition towards the 10,000 law realm to launch the impact. The result of encountering the heart demon. Go fall into the devil. The cultivation fell down. Longevity is also a big loss of excellence late. Jiang Lu sighed slightly. This great demon's demon life was really sad. It's true that hateful people have their own way of being hateful, and demons are no exception. But what Jiang Lu cared more about was still another part of the memory fragment. In that part of the memory fragment, there was a lot of basic information about this barbaric world, especially the 100,000 mountains. For example, the demon race is weak. The human race Xian Shiru 3 schools of preaching the world. For example, although the human race was strong, there was still the existence of the draconic deities that used the human race as a great medicine from time to time above their heads, and the demon race also used the human race as a blood meal, so the human race's situation could not really be said to be good. Another example is the demon god palace and the self-appointed saints, the 9 great demons and the 5 peripheral families. In addition to that, there are images of the Huang family as great demon talking to a 10,000 law realm demon king several times. Demon Fox Demon King? As one of the 9 demon kings in the demon god palace, why did you seek out a demon with a hopeless future like me? Since there are good errands with you, Lord Demon King, is the Blackwater Basilisk clan's inherited heavy treasure really as miraculous as you say? Naturally, if you can be baptized by this treasure, you might be able to reshape your foundation. Lord Demon King, hasn't that Blackwater Xian snake clan been destroyed? Why hasn't that black serpent arrived at my outer boundary yet? It'll be here soon. Lord Demon King, don't worry, I will definitely use every means to make her talk. Lord Demon King, my lifespan is almost depleted. I'm going to die, but she still won't let go. What should I do? I don't want to die. After reading it, Jiang Lu was completely silent. Demon King? Or the Ghost Fox Demon King? One of the 9 demon kings? It turned out that the driving force behind the annihilation of Mother's race was an existence so terrifying. No wonder even Mother, who was at the 3rd stage of the spirit transformation realm, was described as a district in the first place. Jiang Lu felt like his sweaty hairs were standing up all over his body. Even if he had known that after he and his mother had fought the old one, an even older one would surely come. But at this moment, Jiang Lu still felt his heart go cold. Other people cross the border to kill enemies and upgrade. How come in his case, it becomes a peak match? This time to be able to turn the tide against the wind is really lucky. The next time, may not necessarily have such luck. Cannot be the Demon King also come to take over him? Unable to help it, a picture of a demonic cannibalism appeared in Jiang Lu's mind, in which the person being eaten was clearly himself. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, but at the same time, he was somewhat looking forward to it, not knowing how much demon life he would be able to gain if he was able to eat that Demon King, and how much he would be able to improve his cultivation after refining it. If you are lucky, you might even be able to explode the other party's gong method. The technique, cultivated by the Demon King must be very powerful, right? Jiang Lu gritted his teeth, and then his small white hand swiftly passed through the chest of the tall and thin old man who had already lost his sanity, and pulled out a crystal-clear demon heart from it, then surveyed the surroundings. It was discovered that the demons that were still in large numbers around them had all disappeared. All that was left was the fishy red liquid that was all over the place. There was also the Black Maiden, and Wu Chi-Chi, who was dressed in a blue robe with a bright golden light, and was medicating the Black Maiden. Jiang Lu didn't know Wu Chi-Chi, and seeing the 2 demons getting along so harmoniously, he thought they were friends. Rip, 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 rip. At that moment, Jiang Lu ran to the Black Lady with his short legs and rubbed himself against her body before biting through the demon's heart and swallowing the demon's heart essence blood in one big gulp. Then he assumed a posture of 5 hearts facing the sky and began to cultivate like an old monk in meditation. The Black Lady was stiff. Her emotions at the moment were indescribable. She looked at Wu Chi-Chi in confusion, her eyes as if asking, is he the Huang clan's oldest ancestor? Or is he my son? Wu Chi-Chi was also silent, looking at Jiang Lu who was refining the demon heart essence blood while gulping down demonic qi to absorb the spiritual qi, and forcibly holding back her nausea. This looks like a failed attempt at taking over. Otherwise, if the core inside was a demonic Dan realm great demon, it would not be able to do this pampering gesture approximately. But the action of pulling out the heart and serving blood is so pure that, you call this a human cub? And the possibility of failure of a great demon taking over a human cub whose mind is still completely immature is too low. As low as, they can't afford to gamble. Besides, this little brat was originally in the way, and the little black son valued him too much. Even if he had not been taken over successfully, it would be good to take advantage of this opportunity to accept. It saved her from having to find another opportunity to do it and risk being hated even more by the little black man. With this thought, Wu Chi-Chi also made up her mind. I think the chances of this kid being taken over are high. Maybe it's that old Huang clan ancestor whose strength has greatly decreased after taking over the body and is afraid that we will make a move against it. So it's deliberately acting out to confuse us. It's better to kill it. With that said, the eyes on her body began to flash red. It was as if the next one was going to corrupt Jiang Lu on the spot. In this instant, the Black Lady's knife-like gaze gouged out, Each glance seemed to stab Wu Chi-Chi's heart, and she instantly softened. In the meantime, Yellow Family Land, inside a deep grotto, the many weasel demons were already in disarray. It's no good. Second Elder, the Sixth Elder's tablet is shattered, and the First Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder, the Elder's signs are broken? How can they be broken? This is a demonic treasure that takes Essence blood and sacrifices it to be able to sense the state of the Elders. The cards are in the demons. The cards are destroyed and the demons are dead. And so on. And the old ancestors' tablets are also broken. The old ancestors' tablet is also shattered. The old ancestor is dead. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 019. Another great demon. Ancestor of the Lu clan. The demon wind attacked. Blowing the clamoring crowd of demons and devils couldn't help but feel a jolt as a figure flew past and landed on the clanland. Scarlet eyes staring at the crowd of demons and devils. But to make a fuss over a few dead clansmen. Your Huang family is no better. Inside the demonic mist, a figure with a plump body, just like a charming beauty, slowly walked from it. She was barefoot with a pair of jade feet. Her face wore a smile if nothing else. Her forehead and arms had hideous scales, and her ink-black vertical pupils vaguely revealed a touch of coldness. Lu Qingqing, you, why did you come? Can't it be that you want to take advantage of our opportunity? Among the many weasel demons, a demon that looked quite a bit older gruffly opened his mouth. Bang! Before the words left his mouth, a pink and adorable foot slammed into his eyes. The demon's face changed wildly, but it was too late to make any reaction, or even say his last words, before his head was kicked out. The burst of pulp was like a meteor shower of silver and red intertwined, pattering and scattering all over the place. The delicate white feet stepped on the ground, but they were not stained with blood, as if they were insulated by some substance. How dare you slander me? Is my Lu family not that kind of demon race that likes to take advantage of people? This time I'll shallowly give you a lesson. Pay attention in your next life. Lu Qingqing still had a faint smile on her face. Demons born into large clans are usually very cultured, and except for when they hunt, they rarely make direct moves, just like people. But no matter what kind of demon race, there are always special demons that exist. Lu Qingqing is obviously a special. She was not like the other demons, killing only in pursuit of higher pleasures. Under the gaze of the crowd of Huang family demons, Lu Qingqing slowly walked to the front of the broken tablet of the Huang family's old ancestor, guffawed and said, ********. 100 years ago, I would have proposed that our two families join forces and directly take down that black snake, peel off the skin and extract the tendons, and refine the soul and transform the soul. But you preferred to not listen to it, and now you're dead. Now then, I'm going to do what you didn't agree to. The great king's bounty, the Lu family, will accept it with a smile." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the crowd of Huang clan demons that had been scared pale had turned purple with anger, and each one of them looked at Lu Qingqing angrily, as if they wanted to stare their eyes out. "Oh, still dare to stare at me? It seems that hasn't taught you how to harbor due reverence for the strong." Just then, Lu Qingqing also turned her head to look at the crowd of demons, the smile on her face deepening, as if she was an innocent cub that had found fun. Bang! 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 In the hazy mist, a burst of sound of heavy objects falling to the ground sounded, and the bloody gas gradually filled out and became more and more dense, until at some point, a giant python leaps out of it. Another place where the smell of blood was extremely thick. Wu Chi-Chi suddenly said, "I just loved you too much back then, so I wanted to possess you alone, and I didn't expect to bring you so much harm. Previously I said that I would let you come with me and become my slave, but also in order to protect you. The only way I can protect you, even if I beg you, give me a chance to make it up to you, okay?" The black lady looked at Wu Chi-Chi and didn't speak, nor did she want to. "It's a hatred that's been engraved in my heart for 100 years, not a name of love." So-called compensation easily released, and it made her hate the demon even more. Even if it was for profit, she was able to accept a little, because of love let her fall to this bereaved dog field. This is not too ridiculous. Wu Chi-Chi sighed and said, "Well, in that case, let me at least walk you guys out." She glanced at Jian Lu once again, biting her lips tightly, looking sad and sultry. "In fact, when I said that I would take this kid as a great medicine before, it was also because I was jealous of him, because I don't even have the chance to be with you anymore, whereas yet he can get your undivided attention, and can stay by your side at all times." The black lady still didn't speak, but this time it wasn't that she didn't want to say anything, she was already too disgusted to say anything. Love like this is so twisted and disgusting, it almost made her stomach roll and she couldn't really handle it. At the same time, at this very moment, Wu Chi-Chi pulled out something from the Huang clan's old ancestor's body and stuffed it into her mouth. It was something hard and round, The vast majority of demons would instinctively swallow when their mouths were stuffed with something like this. But the Black Lady's reaction was different. She reacted like a shocked bird, even immediately trying to throw up. The expression on Wu Qiqi's face changed slightly, and she said in a resigned manner, "Are you even unwilling to swallow the demonic pills that I feed you anymore? This is the demonic dan of a great demon. It's greatly beneficial to your injuries and cultivation." The Black Lady said, "I don't need it." Wu Qiqi pouted, "Remember before our friendship but shared a cup of wine. As if pro sister general, really things are demon non." The Black Lady sighed helplessly in her mind. By now she was so disgusted that she almost threw up, but now that she was seriously injured, it really wasn't a good opportunity to turn the tables on this epileptic woman. Otherwise, if they angered the other party and made them go crazy, perhaps they mother and son would really not be able to walk out of this 100,000 mountains. At this time, Wu Qiqi spoke again, "But that's okay, because I don't care, as long as it's you. Even if I'm beaten by you and scolded by you and ignored by you with indifference, I'm still willing." She didn't finish her sentence as it was blocked by a dark tail. She was ecstatic. Koriko touched her of his own accord. Koriko seems to have figured it out. Unfortunately, just when Wu Qiqi was happy, a dark cloud suddenly enveloped the clear sky. The earth began to tremble slightly, and an extremely sinister aura filled the air, as if some terrifying existence was rapidly approaching. She turned around in shock, and saw a giant python that was several times larger than the Black Lady coming with its head held high. That's the old ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Qingqing. Wu Qiqi's face immediately changed drastically, and his face became incomparably grave. Lu Qingqing was a demonic heavenly pride that was contemporary with the Huang clan's oldest ancestor. Although it wasn't as stunning as the Huang clan's ancestor back then, it was still a great demon that had condensed Dan at less than 400 years old. It is said to have touched the threshold of a higher level. According to reason, this Lu family ancestor should be in seclusion to impact a higher realm. So how could he suddenly appear here? Could it be that it's also coming for little Blackie? Wu Qiqi could only think of this one possibility. "Little Blackie, you are injured. You are by no means a match for this Lu family's old ancestor. When I say run, you take that little cub and run. No matter what you see or hear, don't look back." Almost at the same time, Wu Qiqi's voice transmission sounded in the Black Nymphet's mind. The Black Lady was slightly silent, and suddenly her tail swept Jiang Lu into it. "Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you." Chapter 020. Breaking the Back. Secret Method. Carefree City. I only saw the demonic wind whistling as it covered the sky and rolled on the ground. Dim daylight. Wu Qiqi flew out with a bright golden light, resolutely blocking in front of a demon and a man. The crazy girl from the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan. Seeing the golden light from afar, Lu Qingqing was first stunned, followed by a hint of a smile, if any, surfacing on the huge hideous snake's face. "Little girl, you have come to inquire about the Blackwater Xian snake on the orders of the Heavenly Demon King, right? Hand it over to me, and I will give you a reply that is sufficient to deliver." Wu Qiqi didn't say anything, just faded the blue luo robe, revealing all the pairs of eyes that were covered on his body as well, with a golden light shining more and more, while saying, "The old ancestor's order is one thing, but more importantly, Xiao Hei Zi, it's mine." As the words fell, the shining golden light had already constructed an invisible barrier in front of his body. Not a good idea. Lu Qingqing's eyes narrowed, and her huge tail directly slapped away. In just the instant of contact, the barrier made of golden light directly exploded. At the same time, the Black Lady led Jiang Lu into a black lightning bolt and directly disappeared in the same place. And in an instant, she was already not even a shadow to be seen. Lu Qingqing slowly erected her body, the smile on her face deepening. "Do you know what you are doing? Provoking my majesty is just a matter of provocation. But also let go of the black snake. You that the demon kings want. This is not wanting to live?" Before the words are finished, Lu Qingqing's figure is already shooting out, directly to Wu Qiqi face door. Wu Qiqi's face did not change. She was just wondering how much time she could buy. Almost at the same moment, the Black Maiden had already gone out 100 miles away. The Blackwater Xian Snake Clan was already good at escaping, coupled with the fact that it was a matter of life and death at this moment. Her speed had reached an extremely terrifying point. Jiang Lu, who was cultivating, also awoke with a start. "What's going on here?" Jiang Lu was a bit confused. "Cultivate a bit, and you're actually running for your life again? Could it be that another strong enemy is coming while I'm practicing? And how come Mother's gold-flashed friend with eyes full of eyes that can be called the gospel of intensive phobia has disappeared? Isn't it for us to break the back?" Swish! However, at that very moment, Jiang Lu heard a strong wind whistling behind him. He turned his head violently, and saw a giant python that emitted a horrifying aura hurrying towards him. Wherever it passed, whether it was rocks and trees or demonic beings, they were all violently crushed. Jiang Lu instantly died. What the hell is that? It's bigger than my mother. How did you get such a big python? And this thing on the body of the monstrous demonic gas from the inside and outside exudes. The pressure is also no less than the old ancestor of the Huang family. Huron is also a demon Dan realm of the great demon Ah. More importantly, he had found images related to this great demon in the memory images obtained from that Huang clan's ancestor. This is still ahead of a great demon that has almost reached the extreme of the demonic Dan realm. This time we are dead. Jiang Luo's heart even sank violently. This is not only a great demon Ah, but also an existence that counts as an absolute powerhouse among the many great demons in the 100,000 mountains. If one compared it to the Huang clan's old man, there was simply a world of difference between the two sides. At this moment, he didn't even have time to think about what benefits he could get from eating this great demon. So the epileptic woman was taken care of this way? At this moment, the black lady also noticed Lu Qingqing who was rushing up behind her, and her face also sank violently. The heart is actually quite a bit of bad taste, feeling inexplicably loose, but also as if losing something. But now was not the time to hurt the spring and the moon. The black lady made a split-second decision and immediately cast a secret racial technique to speed up again. The first of the three heavenly serpent Xian changes, the spirit snake change. The black nymphette burned her essence blood, her body's chi and blood insanely surged, and in an instant, her speed unexpectedly increased several times again, leaving the great demon Lu Qingqing, who was closely catching up, behind. Bang! She accelerated just in time, her figure disappearing from the spot, and a thick tail slapped hard on top of the ground there. Straight smashed the ground, shook the mountains. Spider web cracks centered on it, stretching for more than 10 miles in a circle. This is also too terrifying. That tail just now, if it smashed solidly, even if it's a spirit transformation realm demon, it's either dead or seriously injured. Ah. Jiang Lu's face changed once again. This kind of power was just too powerful. Even if the demonic Dan Great Demon was known as the ultimate in ordinary demons, and a single drop of blood possessed the power to collapse a mountain range, this casually smashing the earth apart with a single tail was still too terrifying. And at that moment, behind him, Lu Qingqing, who had transformed into a giant python, was also laughing coldly. Worthy of being the Blackwater Xian snake clan that once produced a 10,000 laws realm demon and possessed a heavy treasure of inheritance. It actually hides this kind of secret method. I would have underestimated you. At the same time, Lu Qingqing was also interested in the Black Lady. Originally, I thought it was just a remnant of the demon race that had all been overthrown and couldn't make any waves. I didn't expect to dodge the tail she was aiming for. One must know that this seemingly random tail of hers had slapped to death many demons at the third stage of the spirit transformation realm, and even great demons were rarely able to dodge it. Interesting, really interesting. You're even more interesting than that little girl from the Heavenly Centipede clan. I'm even more looking forward to what it's going to feel like to crack your skull. Lu Qingqing's eyes were filled with a fierce light, and she actually sped up as well. In just a few short breaths, it almost caught up with the Black Lady again. This scared the hell out of Jiang Lu. Auntie, the ugly ones behind us are catching up again. As these words were spoken, a trace of an indescribable meaning flashed in the Black Lady's eyes, and then she sped up once more. The current her could vaguely see the outline of the carefree city that was in the two no-man's land at the junction of the 100,000 great mountains and the human race. Although it was a true regarding zone agreed upon by the two races, there were also strong people from both races sitting in Carefree City. Whether the two clans are in conflict with each other or internally, as long as they are within the boundaries of Carefree City, no further disputes will be allowed, and violators can be executed by both clans. So as long as they were able to enter Carefree City, their crisis this time would be considered over. However, it was also unknown whether it was because she also saw that silhouette, or was stimulated by something else. Lu Qingqing also sped up again at this moment. The python's body was like light and swept out. Almost instantly, she caught up with the Black Lady, and a terrifying demonic aura erupted out of her tail. Only a loud roar could be heard, and it was actually drawn straight towards the Black Lady. The immense power actually caused a distortion around it, as if even space could not withstand it. It's over. Jiang Lu's eyes went black. At this moment, the Black Lady also gathered all of her strength in her tail, aiming Jiang Lu in the direction of Carefree City, about to send Jiang Lu out. However, also at this time, only to see a bright sword light from the Carefree City lit up. A green shirt figure stepped in the air and came. Demon, how dare you take liberties in Carefree City? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 021. Human Sword Immortal. 10,000 Laws Demon. The sound comes before the person arrives. Just see the sword across the stars and buckets of dragon light appeared, drunkenly caressing the Blackbeard demon bone cold. Steeply by that sword light slammed on top of the python body. Lu Qingqing's face suddenly changed, only to feel a burst of heart-rending pain coming from the indestructible scales exploded, and the huge demon body was actually torn apart alive. The wounds were deep enough to be seen in the bones, and scorching demon blood sprayed out, staining the yellow earth red. Green shirt gourd, Taiyi dragon elephant sword chi, carefree city deputy city lord, wine sword immortal Emoli. Lu Qingqing recognized the person and was shocked and angry. The hissing sound shook the sky like thunder through the ears. How? Is that you? Why are you here? The disputes of the two clans don't enter Carefree City, but Carefree City can interfere in the internal affairs of the two clans without any reason. Do you want to start a war with my demon clan? But that green shirt figure did not answer him. Only a bright sword light once again lit up, with unparalleled momentum, from the nine sky above the fall, just like the Milky Way falling into the nine heavens. And it was then that the Black Lady finally came back to her senses. It was only then that she realized that just a moment ago, she had already entered the sphere of influence of Carefree City with her cubs. Her eyes revealed ecstasy. The sphere of influence to which a city belonged was never just the reach of its buildings, but also included a much wider zone nearby. Although at this moment they were only entering the city, and even still could only see the outline of the city from afar, they had indeed entered the reach of Worry-Free City's power. Now that's a hurdle to get through. The Black Lady didn't have to breathe a hard sigh of relief. Jiang Lu, on the other hand, was staring motionlessly at the green-shirt figure that was coming with a sword riding the wind, just short of having love in both eyes. Who would have thought that this certain death would once again take a turn for the worse? Sword leaning against the blue sky, casually and heavily hitting a demonic demon. Is this the human powerhouse of this world? It's still really handsome. This green-shirt figure simply fulfilled all of Jiang Lu's fantasies of a sword immortal in his previous life. His favorability towards the human race of this world skyrocketed. Nothing else, just handsome. Rumble. And that's when it happened. The sword on that was like falling from the nine heavens also ruthlessly slammed into Lu Qingqing's body. Emoli, are you really going to go to war with the demon race? I'm one of the 9 demon kings, a subordinate of the Green Snake King. If you kill me, the Green Snake King will definitely not let you go. Lu Qingqing's body once again had an additional wound that was deep enough to be seen on the bone, and even her entire demonic body had been chopped into 2, and her face immediately became appalled. There was no longer the cocky look he had just had. Emoli's wine and sword were famous all over the world, and he was known as one of the 8 most powerful sword immortals in the world. His cultivation had also reached the 10,000 laws realm, and he even had the battle record of killing his way into the 100,000 mountains alone and beheading the Demon King with a single sword. Now just 2 random swords had caused her body to reach its limit. She couldn't catch the 3rd sword. The Green Snake Great King? Oh, think that by moving it out, you can scare me? The green-shirt man who was honored as the wine sword immortal coldly said, there is a gap between the 10,000 laws realm and the 10,000 laws realm. Even if that green snake himself arrives here, he still needs to respect me 3 times. You, on the other hand, are not yet worthy of letting it make an enemy of me for your sake. And besides, you tried to create a killing spree within the area belonging to Carefree City, and this matter was originally your transgression of the rules in the first place, so it will definitely not stand up for you. Wine Sword Immortal was also an old monster who had lived for hundreds of autumns. Where could he not see that at this moment? Lu Qingqing was trying to use the name of the 9 great demon kings to suppress him. The killing machine in his eyes is big. He Emoli's favored 3 things in his life: drinking, wearing a green shirt, and chopping demons. The name of the 9 demon kings may be able to bluff others, but definitely can't bluff him. If the other party dares to come, I think its bloodflower must be gorgeous. With that thought in mind, the Wine Sword Immortal sacrificed a sword in a strange form. The body of the sword seemed to be made of gold. The whole body was golden, and on it were set 3 black pearls that were rare on earth, making it indescribably eye-catching. Lu Qingqing's face violently changed once again when she saw this golden sword. She only felt an unparalleled pressure enveloping towards her, causing the demonic energy in her body to almost stagnate. And at this time, after being reminded, she also noticed that it turned out that she and that black snake had already entered the boundaries of Carefree City. It was something she just couldn't accept. Could it be that she, Lu Qingqing, was going to be decapitated under the sword by a human sword immortal just because she was chasing a demon? But just at this moment, a touch of demonic light rises up from the sky in Carefree City. 4 or 5 female demonic devils with flowery clothes carry a 4-cornered flying Eve sedan chair made of Eanwood in which they step out. Lu Qingqing immediately had a happy face. It looked like it was the other deputy city lord in Carefree City, the demon race's 10,000 Dharma realm demon, Granny White Bone, who had arrived. Now she was saved. I think Granny Whitebone wouldn't stand by and watch a demon pride like herself be cut down by the human race under the sword. As expected, in the next instant, a hunchbacked, white-haired old woman was drilled out of that sedan chair, with a kind smile on her face, but a pair of eyes as deep as the night, and as if harboring infinite killing opportunities. Jiang Lu looked at the suddenly appearing old woman in surprise, and if it wasn't for the bad timing, he must have been unable to hold back a sharp burst of laughter by now. This is a demon that is still above the great demons and has stepped into the 10,000 laws realm. Jiang Lu's heart was sinking. He who had seen the Ghost Fox Demon King in the first part of the Huang clan's old ancestors' memory screen could tell at a glance that this old woman was a demon not weaker than the Ghost Fox Demon King, and possibly even stronger. Whitebone Granny. Is Whitebone Granny. She actually made a move as well. So it's hard to say exactly what my mother and son's situation is now. The Black Lady's heart was also cold, and she suddenly felt that she hadn't made the right decision in bringing her cubs to Carefree City. Granny Whitebone knew that the two demons below one were looking at her majesty, at her expression, at her next attitude, but she didn't care. She wasn't a demon who liked to care what other beings thought by nature. When I was young, I even used the lives of hundreds of thousands of human beings in a city to paint a picture in pursuit of a pleasure. Now even though she was getting older and more amiable, it was in her bones that she didn't care about the living next to her, unless it is a community of interest in which her interests are related, and a being of the same realm. Her gaze fell solely on Winesword Immortal's body. Fellow Daoist Emoli, it's just a little bit of boundary crossing. There's no need to make a big deal out of it. Winesword Immortal casually bowed. Immeasurable that Heavenly Father. Strife does not enter Carefree City. This is the rule since ancient times. This snake demon has violated taboos. I am merely disciplining it. So this is the case. Then I see that she already knows that she is wrong. So let it end here. The smile on the Whitebone Granny's face deepened, but her eyes were fixed on the river flow in the Black Maiden's tail. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 022. Would you like to be my wife's teacher? Jiang Lu only felt a chill on his back. An involuntary shiver ran through his body. Even beads of sweat began to bead out on his forehead, and he couldn't see the slightest bit of blood on his face. This was the might of the 10,000 laws realm. Even just a single look made Jiang Lu, whose combat power was comparable to that of a spirit transformation powerhouse, feel like a floating duckling in the middle of a storm, the risk of shattering and perishing at any moment. Jiang Lu really didn't know why the 10,000 Dharma realm demon that was above the great demons and was called the Whitebone Granny by his mother would suddenly set her sights on him. But this thing is the truth. The Black Lady also closed her eyes. Though it is said that Carefree City is a place where strife does not enter. But there are circumstances. Without the outburst of the 10,000 laws realm demon, it was naturally impossible for the human cultivators to tolerate the demons from the 100,000 mountains to go unchecked in Carefree City. But now, that Granny Whitebone is clearly rushing towards them. Will the human powerhouse start a conflict with Granny Whitebone for them? Think they'll turn a blind eye? So what is the outcome of their future? The Black Lady does not even dare to think about it. Nor can she bear to think about it. She only hates her own low strength. Lu Qingqing, however, stared at Black Nyonya and Jiang Lu and laughed to death. Her smile so deep that it looked like a smiling ghost crawling out of the 9 specters. But just at this moment, the drunken voice of Winesword Immortal Emoli rang out. Is that so? If I remember correctly, 3 months ago when the human cultivators were causing trouble in Carefree City, you, Taoist, were merciless in your actions. The essence and blood of all the troublemakers have been drained, and even their souls and spirit bodies have been refined into ghostly servants and the white bone streamers by the Taoist friends, to be driven for eternity. So how is it that when it comes to the demon race, they know that it's just fine if they're wrong? Then if this is the case, wouldn't it be the case that any cat or dog can come to cause trouble in Carefree City in the future? And is the Taoist friend handling things so unfairly? Is it that you want my human race saint's law to come in person? Or do you want to try whether the sword in Mo's hand is sharp or not? Lu Qingqing's smile instantly froze. Between this side of heaven and earth, it suddenly became silent at all, and the palms of the 2 demons in one of them were breaking out in cold sweat. You actually fought with Granny Bone? How could there be such a righteous human race in this world? The Black Lady was overjoyed, though she knew she couldn't believe it now, that it was true. She hadn't really believed the rumors that the Winesword Immortal dealt very fairly even when confronted with demons before. After all, a human is a human and a demon is a demon. So how can a human really deal fairly with a demon? Not to mention the legendary Winesword Immortal who has 3 main hobbies: drinking, wearing a green shirt, and beheading demons. But now it seems that the rumors were indeed true. The Winesword Immortal had even gone so far as to make an enemy of Granny Whitebone in order to uphold the rules of Carefree City. Worthy of being one of the 8 great sword immortals of the human race. What a saintly decree! Are you threatening me? Are you bullying me that the demon race has no saints? Granny Whitebone's gaze swept violently towards Winesword Immortal. The aura on his body was like a sinister dragon ascending to the sky, and an incomparably dense demonic aura burst out in an instant, rolling and clamoring, covering the sky and the sun. Among them, there was even a ghostly white streamer that looked like a heavy mountain range looming. Jiang Lu just took one look and felt that his true spirit's soon-to-be successfully evolved spiritual body was going to be attracted away. Fortunately, the yellow immortal nascent soul technique worked spontaneously to counteract this weird attraction. But even so, Jiang Lu was in a cold sweat. Only demons and people who had experienced it knew how terrifying the power of this white streamer was. And it was at this moment that the sword light suddenly lit up, and the brilliant sword light flashed. Only heard a rumbling sound. The Whitebone Granny's body's aura was actually broken. Fellow Daoist, you. Granny Whitebone's face suddenly changed. Her figure moved violently, wanting to draw back, but it was already too late. In a battle at the 10,000 Laws realm, the winner could be decided in a split second. Not to mention that at such a close distance, she had lost her head start. Rumble. Only a roar could be heard. Winesword Immortal's sword light was as powerful as thunder, for it could not be taken for granted, and actually went straight through one of Whitebone Granny's bladders. Scarlet and power-laden blood dripped down, hitting the ground and smashing out one big crater after another. Immediately after that, another sword light rose up, and Granny Whitebone's face twisted under the sword light as her eyes began to look at Lu Qingqing with resentment. Lu Qingqing's face changed wildly, and the corners of her eyes throbbed. The already tense and uneasy mood was even more infinitely amplified at this moment. Just like ants on a hot pan, the Black Lady and Jiang Lu also held their breath, their gazes glancing back and forth between the several powerhouses. The unfolding of the moment was not at all what they had expected, with twists and turns that were unexpected, yet not out of the ordinary. Yet what exactly unfolds next will determine their fate. It's all because of you. If it wasn't to repay the karma of that old ancestor of your Lu family in the past, my wife wouldn't have confronted this madman. Granny Whitebone suddenly opened her mouth, and without hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed at Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing's face changed once again, but she was simply too late to do anything or say anything, and the huge python's body was broken into dozens of segments, with scarlet demon blood flowing into a river on the ground. The huge head that was staring deathly at the Whitebone Granny in the air, but whose gaze was gradually losing its vigor, even more so, fell not far from the Black Lady. Jiang Lu's eyes went straight as he watched. It was also as if his heart had broken into a million pieces. Demon blood. A lot of demon blood, wow. And they are all great demon blood. It can really be wasted. In this instant, he even wanted to dive headfirst into the river of blood. However, Jiang Lu was still barely controlling himself. He wanted to swallow the blood of these great demons to raise his cultivation level, but he also knew when to do what kind of things. And right now, this demon blood wasn't the biggest asset. It is about to die. If I can complete the final kill. Gazing at the head, Jiang Lu couldn't help but thump his heart. How could he not help that he only had the blood-moving realm cultivation, and even with all his cards, he was only able to compete with the spirit transformation realm. And a demonic pill great demon was still a great demon even if it was in a dying state with only a head left. If he recoiled a little in his death throes, his small body couldn't take it. After thinking about it, Jiang Lu turned his head away. He'd been through enough hijinks today and didn't want to experience another heartbeat. However, it was also at this moment that Jiang Lu saw two more figures suddenly appear in front of him. The Winesword Immortal and the Whitebone Granny, who were originally in the void with swords drawn, actually both disappeared in place in unison. Appeared in front of him. Jiang Lu was instantly tightened by the shock. What's with all the bigwigs suddenly patronizing me? Just then, a dry hand suddenly touched on Jiang Lu's head. A grim voice rang in his ears. You're a half-demon? Not bad. Not bad. At this age you can cultivate to the late stage of the blood-moving realm. You also have a precious body. And your true spirit is about to take shape. The qualification is good. The future condensation of Dan can be expected, as long as it does not fall in the middle. Even the impact of my wife's realm today is not difficult. Would you like to worship my wife as a teacher? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 023. The 9 Sects of Shinmen. Great Dragon Elephant Power. What? A teacher? Jiang Lu froze for a moment, then revealed a look of ecstasy. 10,000 Laws Realm Demon. Although it was a bit weak compared to that human Winesword Immortal Senior. However, an existence of the 10,000 Laws realm that could trigger heaven and earth visions with every move of his hand and foot, and could be called a Demon King, how could it be simple? The weaker Wanfa Demon King can crush the big demon with one hand, and the so-called weakness is only relative. If one was able to get involved with such an existence, one would undoubtedly have a thick golden thigh, and one's safety would be guaranteed in the future. If he were to worship the master, then I'm sure that even the demon kings in the depths of the 100,000 Great Mountains would have to weigh their options if they wanted to make a move on themselves and their mother. Moreover, a 10,000 Dharma realm demon must have a lot of accumulated demon hearts and resources in his hands. Casually leaking out a little bit must be able to give him a great boost. The only problem was that this carefree city didn't seem to be dominated by the demon race, and by falling into Granny Whitebone's lap, one would likely offend the human race's wine sword immortal. And there was also an even more mysterious and unpredictable city lord who didn't know his depths, and there was no telling how the other party would treat him. As for the matter of worshipping the wine sword immortal, it is not that Jiang Lu did not look forward to it. After all, this handsome is really handsome, and strong is also really strong. But with the opening of Granny Whitebone's mouth just now, he died. After all, even the demons of the 10,000 Laws realm recognized him as a half-demon. So it was expected that in this sword immortal's eyes he also had nothing to do with the pure human race. Although there were multiple reasons for this, perhaps because of cultivating the demon clan's gongfu, or perhaps because of swallowing and refining the demon clan's demon heart essence blood, the fact was that he had gradually demonized. Now it is recognized as a half-demon, and later there is a possibility that it will converge more closely to a demon, until it becomes completely a demon in the eyes of other beings. Moreover, from Wine Sword Immortal's attitude towards Granny Whitebone, it was clear that the other party had absolutely no good feelings towards demons, and could even be said to be as cynical about demons as enemies. No matter how one thought about it, it was impossible for such a human sword immortal to take in a half-demon or even a demon, right? It's not like this is a female novel from a certain river. And at the same time, the Black Maiden saw that Jiang Lu was slow to speak, and hurriedly rushed at Granny Whitebone. Willing? Of course willing. Cubs are still young and uninformed. I hope you'll be more forgiving. Granny, love to read free novels app is the fastest update. No ads, aged old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Saying that, she poked Jiang Lu's body with the tip of her tail. Still not calling master? And mentally, he sighed. The pups are still too small after all. I don't know what a 10,000 laws powerhouse means. What's more, he didn't know that if such a chance was missed, it would be something that could never be undone. Lu Qingqing was also smiling, but the smile was bitter, and she didn't know if she was laughing at the scene in front of her, or mocking her own past. Jiang Lu understands the meaning of his own mother, and his heart also thought about it, and immediately bowed his head. I and my mother drifted for half a lifetime, and I only hate that we have not met a bright master. And now I am grateful to the master for not abandoning me, and I would like to serve as a master. Master on the top, please accept the apprentice's 3 obeisances. Jiang Lu nodded his head in obeisance. Good boy. Granny Whitebone nodded in satisfaction. When Wine Sword Immortal Moli saw this, he also seriously sized up Jiang Lu. It seemed that this little guy had really gotten into this demon's eyes. Otherwise, talking like this in front of a 10,000 laws realm powerhouse could be considered an offense. And if he were to change to the next human race or demon, I'm afraid that even the bone dregs wouldn't be left at this moment. Then, this Wine Sword Immortal was the one who discovered the clues. At the late stage of moving blood, the spiritual body will become a body with a precious body. The little guy can be called a heavenly pride no matter which race he is in. Even if it was placed in his sect, the Tai Sword sect, which was ranked in the top 3 of the 9 sects of the Shinmen sect, it would still be cultivated as a sword immortal seed. For a moment, he even moved to snatch the little guy and pass on the mantle. Just a shame. It's a half-demon, a product of the forbidden love between the human and demon races. Though the potential was greater than the unusual human and demon races, however, it was not well received in either the human or demon races. For a long time in the past, half-demons were not tolerated by the 2 clans, and were even hunted by both clans at the same time. Even in today's generation, survival is tough. Even though they were not as common as that hunted generation, they were ostracized in both clans. Take his clan, the Tai Sword sect. As an example, the Tai Sword sect might recruit a poorly qualified disciple out of sympathy, but would never accept a half-demon with excellent qualifications. Of course, because the half-demon had human blood in its body, in the end it was still half-human. So Wine Sword Immortal wouldn't hate the half-demon as much as he hated the demon. There was even a treasonous idea. There are just quite a few concerns as well. Unless the little guy's qualifications can be a little higher. If that was the case, then it might be able to plug the mouths of those old guys in the sect and the multitude of mouths. However, this little guy seemed to be a bit different from the other half-demons, but exactly where it was different, Wine Sword Immortal couldn't say. But before he could retract his thoughts, Granny Whitebone's voice had already sounded in his ears, coldly saying, "Why are you looking at my disciple like that? Is it hard to not want to snatch it from me? Not to mention that your human race is notorious for not allowing dissimilarity. Let us say that in this carefree city, the ceremony of worship has become, even you cannot forcefully occupy my wife's disciple, otherwise the city master will have punishment descending. When Granny Whitebone said this, John Lu also had a feeling like a thorn in his back. Winesword Immortal Emoli was really staring at himself. Just what was an existence like him doing staring at himself? Is it really as Granny Whitebone said, that she has moved to snatch me back? Still think that I have good qualifications, but I mistakenly enter the demon path, and in the future, I will definitely be a big trouble for the human race. John Lu is more and more alarmed the more he thinks about it, especially this last thought that surfaced. Because John Lu had confidence in his own strength today, he should now be invincible at the same level when looking at the 100,000 mountains, and even if the same realm of the human race's celestial pride was brought together for comparison, there was no match for me. So it was only reasonable that the human race's 10,000 laws realm sword immortal would choose to take action against himself in order to clear the human race of a great danger in the future. Nonsense! I am only will not do such a thing? Just see this child also human bloodline. Have a good chance to give him. However, it was also at this moment that the wine sword immortal took out a jade slip from his sleeve, and after a few moments of hesitation, handed it over to John Lu. It was as if what was handed over was not a jade slip, but something that could influence the world's momentum and weigh as much as a mountain. John Lu, who had familiarized himself with all the major novels in his previous life, even felt that such a feeling was particularly obvious, and his expression grew more and more grave. By this time, the Winesword Immortal had already stuffed the jade slip into John Lu's arms and spoke once more. This is the Great Dragon Elephant Force. Although no one has been able to cultivate it successfully for hundreds of years, you are of demonic bloodline, so you might be able to practice it. Hearing this name, the black nymphette immediately widened her eyes, and her heart cried out in a mountainous cry, Demon God above. It's actually one of the Tai Sword Sex Town School's mastery, Great Dragon Elephant Force. White Bone Granny is also a pupil earthquake. Looking at Winesword Immortal's eyes are unbelievable. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 024. Using a great demon as a sacrifice. Willow Family Land. You actually shed all of the Tai Sword Sex Town School masterpieces. My disciple is truly blessed. The amiable smile on Granny Whitebone's face resumed, but the eyes that looked at Winesword Immortal grew deeper and deeper. But don't all the 9 sect of Shan men have the rule that they must not spread their sex outside? You're not afraid of those old nobodies looking for trouble if you pass out your town school's mastery like this? The Winesword Immortal did not get angry when he heard this, but just took off the red leather gourd hanging on his waist, poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth fiercely, and drunkenly said, No one has succeeded in cultivating the mastery for hundreds of years that can still be called a mastery? Hearing this, John Lu already had a deep knowledge of this great dragon elephant power. It seems that this gong method is a remarkable good thing, just for some reason, has the defect that the next person cannot cultivate, so much so that no one has refined it for centuries. But that's not a problem for him at all. I have the infinite extrapolator. Even if the cultivation of a technique is even more difficult, I can still cultivate it through extrapolation, which can be, I'm not related to the sword immortal, and I'm still mixed up with the demon race, which is opposed to the human race, so why did he send me such a gong method? John Lu was once again on guard. The stuff was good, but he didn't believe in a free lunch. In this world it is never true that if you give something, you will get something. He could no longer take his eyes off of Winesword Immortal, but also in the next moment, the Winesword Immortal Emoli had already disappeared in place, leaving not a trace behind, as if he had never appeared here. Waif, just take it. Although this thing is chicken ribs to the human race, it is of great benefit to you. Granny Whitebone didn't care. Instead she felt that Winesword Immortal was very sensible and self-aware. At the same time, he was also quite appreciative of John Lu's cautious attitude, and to be constantly vigilant and reverent in one's heart was a long-lasting way to survive in this world. But now is not necessary to so. Whitebone Granny smiled, said, Do not worry, he will not harm you. If you want to harm you, there is no need to be so troublesome. Directly a sword chopped you is. As soon as these words came out, John Lu knew that he had to receive this object and couldn't shirk it. So he stuffed it into his pants pocket and hid it. Then he gave a good show of gratitude to Granny Whitebone. The child is teachable. Granny Whitebone was also joyful in her heart, and then she didn't say anything more, only nodding slightly. Then he turned his head to stare straight at Lu Qingqing's python head that had almost completely lost all signs of life. Granny, why are you looking at this great demon like this? It's already dead. After a long time, the black lady's voice came from her ears, careful and full of apprehension. Not dead through. My wife has a rule under her door. Anyone who enters my door, at the time of entry all need to offer a life at the level of a great demon as a sacrifice. This demon is just right. The amiable smile on the white bone granny's face got deeper and deeper, so that the black lady couldn't help but look at it and shudder. Instead, Jiang Lu's eyes abruptly lit up. You need to sacrifice a demon's life? That ugly monster is still suitable? Then does the master mean that I have to make up for it and offer his life to her? This is a good feeling. I was thinking how good it would be if I could complete the final kill. A young great demon. I think the demon lifespan that can be gained must be a lot, right? Jiang Lu was drooling at the thought. While seeing this scene, Granny Whitebone laughed out loud. Cautious by nature, not lacking in reverence, and with a bloodthirsty nature in your bones, waifu, you are truly destined to be my wife's disciple. Granny Whitebone was really getting more and more satisfied with Jiang Lu at the moment. Then what does master think is appropriate for an apprentice to make this offering for master? The black lady had wanted to open her mouth to say something out of place, but Jiang Lu spoke before her, and Jiang Lu originally wanted to talk about safety, but thought that Granny Whitebone seemed to think quite highly of herself. So since she had proposed this program, she must have already taken all precautions. Naturally, it is a direct kill, but where your Tao is too shallow, or my wife must help you. Granny Whitebone smiled. Only a cold light flashed in her eyes. The huge python's head actually directly levitated, floating to their front in the surprised gazes of Jiang Lu and the black lady, and the scales at its forehead fell off one after another. At this moment, Granny Whitebone's voice sounded once again. Normally speaking, there are two major demon life gates of the condensed Dan. One is the demonic Dan, and the other is the demonic heart. Damage its demonic elixir, destroy its cultivation, break its demonic heart, and kill its life, but the snake demon is an exception. After the snake genus demon condenses Dan, the life gate will have only one. Over there is the demon Dan hidden in the demon body's skull. My wife has broken the protection of the top of its skull. You can. Before the words left his mouth, Jiang Lu reached out and poked his hand into the huge python's head, grabbing a round thing. At the same time, the blood chi of his body condensed above his arm, then instantly exploded out. With a dull thud coming from the python's head, Jiang Lu ripped the object out, and at the same time, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Kill the seventh ancestor of the Lu family. Lu Qingqing, total lifespan 1,000 years, 300 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan, 365 years. Jiang Lu was greatly disappointed. This time, he had really harvested a lot. Just by mending the knife, he had harvested a full 300 years of demonic life. And he suddenly thought that this demon Dan is the essence of the condensed Dan great demon. If he swallowed it, it might also have some use. This can be a wave of fat. Jiang Lu's eyes when he looked at the white bone granny suddenly changed. Where is this a master teacher? It's simply a demonic longevity god of wealth. Granny Whitebone was still a bit stunned, and when she found his gaze, she thought that she was marveling at her own tactics, and was very flattered by this. At that moment, he said beautifully, "Good, waifu, your filial piety." My wife felt it. This will follow me into the city. When your chi and blood is filled up some more, my wife will pass on the mastery to you. What? Granny Whitebone's mastery? At once, the black lady's eyes widened once again. Simply couldn't believe what I was hearing. Granny Whitebone had actually just taken on an apprentice and was about to pass on her mastery to her child? Logically speaking, even between a master and disciple, the transmission of a mastery should go through several years, decades, or even centuries of examination, right? Within Carefree City, as long as you don't make a fool of yourself and provoke Emoli in the city lord, I'll keep you alive. In a flash, the black lady was in hot tears, but her eyes looking at Jiang Lu were more and more complicated. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the Willow family's land, several graceful figures appeared almost out of nowhere within the cave where countless tablets were enshrined. They are all covered in iron. Big brother, seventh sister's tablet is broken. Who killed the seventh sister? It must be the escaped black snake. I had heard that the seventh sister had gone after that fellow. It's also possible that it's a certain shunned old ancestor of the Huang clan. I heard that right after that old ancestor of theirs fell, the seventh sister ran to the Huang clan and slaughtered almost all of the demons in their clan lands. With that said, there was a moment of silence within the Willow family grounds, and just at this moment, in the deepest part of the cavern, a water snake waist figure slowly walked out. Her figure was incomparably seductive, but revealed an infinite killing opportunity. Humph, no matter who it is that killed my Lu family's great demon, this matter can't be forgotten. Check. Find out which family did it and slaughter them. And that black snake can't be spared anymore? Lao Air, you go and do it. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 025. Half-Saint Divine Ape. Requirement for a demonic chi feet in body. The light inside the carefree city was different from the rest of the world. In the words of Granny Whitebone, it is not like the human race to emphasize rules, nor is it like the demon race to be more powerful. Jianglu was carried by the black lady and followed Granny Whitebone's sedan chair into Carefree City. It was only then that I realized that the entire Carefree City was like a pot of chowder. Whether it was human or demon, whether it was beings who hadn't embarked on the path of cultivation, or powerful people who had already transformed their spirits and even condensed Dan, they could be found everywhere here. Jianglu's eyes were worth it as he watched. So many demons. That was a great tonic. If they were able to eat them all, the boost would definitely be incredibly large. But what makes Jianglu more concerned? Or here whether it is demons and demons, or demons and people, or with something else, get along very harmonious. Harmonious too. It's as if you're carefree and don't have to worry about survival or the future at all. There was no atmosphere of tension and excitement inside the 100,000 mountains, where one could perish at any moment. It made even Jianglu feel a little unreal. Master, why does this place feel completely different from the outside? Jianglu observed for a while, but didn't see a reason for it, so he simply asked out directly. Granny Whitebone unveiled the curtain of the sedan chair, revealing half of her face, and said with a smile, Eva, you also noticed that something is not right? You don't know. There is a reason why the human race, which can almost only be reduced to blood food outside, can coexist peacefully with the demon race here. Because our city lord is a divine ape who once listened to the way under a great cultivator of the human race. And the city lord he is a half-saint, a demon at the third stage of the 10,000 laws realm, the third stage of the manifestation realm. The memories obtained from the Huang family's old ancestors surged into Jianglu's mind. Raising one's hand and throwing one's feet could trigger heaven and earth visions, and the 10,000 laws realm, which was collectively referred to as the Demon King by many demons, was in fact the endpoint of far more than a demon king. It is divided into 6 stages. The first stage is the cohesion of the seat of all laws. The demon power in the demon body began to metamorphosis to mana, the peak called half-step demon king. At the second stage, the seat of all laws was transformed from virtual completion to substance, and at this stage, the demon truly stepped into the realm belonging to the demon king. A strong demon king, a single thought could annihilate the existence of a non-demon king. Just as when Granny Whitebone killed Lu Qingqing, she only used a single look. The third stage, however, was even more above the demon king powerhouses, clarifying their own path in the midst of all the laws, and covering the entire realm with a single movement of their thoughts. Once it becomes a great success, it can be called a half-saint. The fourth stage is the sublimation of the life level again, stepping into the realm of law, which can be called the demon saint. The fifth stage of the law domain is more refined, and the body completes the metamorphosis from a spiritual body to a holy body, which can be called a great saint. As for the sixth stage, it is the extreme of the domain of the holy Tao laws. Regarding this realm, the Huang clan's old ancestor's demon life career did not have too much description. It is only known that the demon that reaches the sixth stage of the 10,000 laws realm is called the demon Zun, or the 10,000 ancient demon Zun. That means it's because the city lord has a soft spot for the human race, and all the other demons are afraid of the city lord's strength. That's why Carefree City can be this peaceful? Soon, Jianglu grasped the point. He was deeply shocked by the city lord's strength. It turns out that there are saints above the demon king. Moreover, half-saints can only be called at the third stage of great fulfillment. This also meant that in fact, that divine ape city lord was not far from the demon saint realm. I didn't expect the real owner of Carefree City to turn out to be the demon race. Fortunately, such an existence chose to be neutral and didn't stand on the opposite side of the human race, or else the situation of the human race would definitely be even more worrisome. Jianglu couldn't help but be glad that he had hugged his thigh. It seemed that just outside the city, when Wine Sword Immortal didn't kill Granny Whitebone, there were a few scruples against the city lord. At the same time, Jianglu couldn't help but think, then which stage were Master and Wine Sword Immortal at? If one wanted the flesh and blood of the city lord, would Master, her old man, be able to get it? My son, don't be afraid. Although the Carefree City Lord has a favorable view of the human race, he doesn't have an aversion to the demon race, and besides, you are a half-demon. The black nymphette saw Jianglu's eyes change again and again, and thought that he was fearful of the City Lord because of learning about the City Lord's strength, so she hastened to speak out to pacify him. Don't worry, Auntie, I'm not afraid to be afraid. Jianglu casually coped, and he didn't say what he really thought for fear of scaring his mother and master. It's better to talk about the flesh and blood of the lord of the city and whatnot later when you have the chance. Of course, if there was a chance to get essence blood it would definitely be better. And at this moment, Granny Whitebones nodded her head in a rather satisfied manner when she heard Jianglu's words. Following this, he took out a demonic dan of unknown origin from his bosom and handed it to Jianglu. It is this reasoning, where you remember. Want to let the human race listen to your reasoning? Righteousness and power can do it. But want to let the demons listen to your reasoning? Only absolute power can do this. Come on, waifu, refine this, power grows fast. After saying that, he didn't care if Jianglu wanted it or not, and directly stuffed it into Jianglu's arms. The black maiden looked at it and smiled, thinking that her own cubs were really outstanding, being able to get such a high regard from the white bone granny. Thank you, master. Jianglu didn't talk about politeness and smoothly stuffed it into his pants. The elderess gift can't be resigned, and the masteress father gave the demon pill. For nothing, don't want it for nothing. No thanks, my baby is cute as hell. Ha 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 ha. Jianglu, this milky voice, the body is also very honest appearance, can put the white bone granny happy, in a good mood. Granny Whitebone actually passed on another technique to the black lady. It said that practicing seriously can increase the chance of condensing demon pills, but the black lady was so happy that she thanked him 1,000 times. By the time Granny Whitebone settled Jianglu's mother and son down, it was already a bright moon. Although Carefree City was lit up everywhere, singing and dancing everywhere, illuminating the entire city as if it were daytime. But neither the black lady, nor Jianglu were in the mood to enjoy the scenery. Well, it is rare for a black lady to sleep peacefully. She hadn't slept this peacefully in I don't know how long. So peaceful that the corners of his mouth curved involuntarily, and he didn't know whether he was dreaming of a former friend or relative, or an old love. Instead, Jianglu pulled out the demon pills and kissed and hugged them. For some reason, he actually felt that this demonic dan above actually vaguely came from a faint fragrance, like peach blossoms, like pear blossoms, and as if both just also mixed with some kind of indefinable meaning. I don't know what kind of demon pills it is, but Jianglu didn't dwell on this issue either. Anyway, when he swallowed it into his stomach, if he was lucky enough to be able to explode the techniques that this demon practiced in his lifetime, the answer would be revealed. He has more important things to do right now than that. Like, consume the demonic longevity you've accumulated now. Another great demon's demonic lifespan. And I wonder what kind of harvest I can get this time. One of the 9 sects of the Xian sect of the human race. The Tai Sword Sect's town school mastery. Such a feat is really something to look forward to. Jianglu pressed the jade sketch against his face. Current techniques, Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Ox Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Great Dragon Elephant Power, Uninitiated. As the attributes updated, Jianglu's expression changed slightly. He had gotten information about this technique, also finally understood why this gong method for hundreds of years no one cultivate. Original. Cultivating this technique requires the practitioner to be in possession of a demonic aura. How is it possible for a human to have a demonic aura? No wonder no one cultivated it, but it was practically tailor-made for river flow. Almost without hesitation, Jianglu poured his demon lifespan towards the newly acquired technique. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 026. The only successor. Lu family seeks revenge. In the first year, you carefully studied the Great Dragon Elephant Power and realized that although this method is also a method of refining the body, it is fundamentally different from the powerful bull magic. It no longer polishes the sinews and bones, chi and blood, and develops the treasures of the flesh, but refines the body with the idea of viewpoints, and condenses the dragon and elephant phantoms in the flesh with a mouthful of demonic chi. In the second year, you began to try to practice this method, because you have a precious body, full of blood and chi, and your physical body far exceeds that of ordinary human and demonic beings. Practicing this method does not have the slightest difficulty for you in terms of the strength of your physical body. In the 5th year, you formed the embryonic form of the dragon elephant dharma within your body, and the great dragon elephant power was introduced. In the 15th year, you've broken through to a minor achievement, and can produce a dragon image. In the 23rd year, your great dragon elephant power has become a great success, and the sound of a dragon elephant can be heard when you move your hands and feet. In the 35th year, you cultivate this method to the state of perfection, and your dharma is astonishing. Current demon lifespan, 330 years. Lines of text emerge. Sensations continue to pour into the mind. Jianglu was still a bit uncomfortable. That's a little too smooth, isn't it? A technique that no one has succeeded in practicing for hundreds of years, and this is it? The lifespan consumed is not as much as I deduced the new gong fu. Okay. As he was thinking, Jianglu felt that the images of the 9-clawed golden dragon and the white elephant in his previous life unconsciously surfaced in his mind. The demonic chi in his body automatically flowed and began to condense the dragon elephant dharma phase in his physical body. Every moment, he felt his power explode. This was the spontaneous operation of the consummate level of great dragon elephant power, to condense the dragon elephant dharma phase within the body. Once it was successfully condensed, Jiang Lu carried the power of a dragon elephant between his hands and feet, without any hesitation. At that time, that is, putting aside the realm, he would be able to knock out a spirit transformation realm powerhouse with a single punch by relying on his physical body, and fight hard against a great demon. But Jiang Lu wasn't satisfied with this. He felt that there was definitely room for further improvement in this technique. So once again, the demonic lifespan was poured into it. In the 36th year, you feel that the perfection realm is not the end of the great dragon elephant power, and that there is still room for improvement. In the 3 years since then, you've been trying to make the great dragon elephant power even better. In the 48th year, you still have nothing to show for it, and you feel the pain of not being able to realize is not being able to realize. You're a little self-absorbed, even questioning whether your judgment is really correct. Jiang Lu's face became a bit gloomy. He found out, raising the proficiency of feats is actually mostly not very life-consuming, but if you want to push the Gong method even further, to the time when it is about enlightenment, then it is catching up. The skepticism of himself in this projection is so close to pointing his nose at God. But the atmosphere was here, and he definitely had to continue. In the 52nd year, with your persistent attempts, you finally caught a glimmer of the aura to further evolve the great dragon elephant power. In the 73rd year, you happened to see the blossoming of the prajna flower, and your heart felt what you felt. Blessed to the heart. Ultimately have not been able to complete this deduction. The main reason lies in the accumulation of wisdom is still not enough, and every time you try it's a chess move is not a good move. Jiang Lu's eyes sparked as he watched. The God Extrapolator. You connoted me. Does that mean that I'm not well informed? What's wrong with my poor enlightenment? I have demonic longevity. Jiang Lu also came to be in a temper. 100 years of direct smashing. So what if you have poor understanding? Any stone can become immortal if it lives long enough. In the 84th year, in order to complete the deduction of the great dragon image power, you collected the texts of the Xianshi Ru and read them one by one. In the 90th year, you're still reading the canon. In the 101st year, you were still reading the canon. In the 130th year, you have finally gained a preliminary understanding of all the canonical texts and have a new idea of the great dragon elephant power as well. In the 160th year, you once again feel that your accumulated wisdom is still insufficient. In the 170th year, you collect canonical readings again. You spent the next 3 years reading the canon. Seeing the situation, Jiang Lu did not hesitate. Directly once again 100 years smashed down. He did not believe it. This world there is kryptonite cannot solve things. In the meantime, within the sword mount of wine sword immortal Emily, at that moment an unexpected visitor arrived. She was hunched over, with a kind smile on her face. It was Granny Whitebones. The fellow Taoist visited late at night, but what is the matter? Emily looked at this slowly walking figure, and there was some doubt in his words. Doesn't fellow Taoist sense it? Granny Whitebone asked. Sensing what? I don't know what you're talking about, Emily said, lifting the gourd and pouring a mouthful of wine into his mouth. He was about to rush the demon. The white-bone Granny Sword hurriedly said, the fluctuation of the great dragon elephant force. Fellow Taoist, carefully sense and feel. Is this the fluctuation of cultivating the great dragon elephant force? Hearing this, Emily, who had originally come to be drunk, instantly sobered up, and even raised his tone a few points. He immediately sensed it. Sure enough, inside Granny Whitebone's mansion, the sound of a dragon and elephant faintly emanated. What? You said great dragon elephant force? That kid really cultivated the great dragon elephant force successfully? Behind Emily, two hurriedly ran out. Teenage-looking Taoists' faces were overjoyed. Seen your uncle. Is this true? Did someone really cultivate this technique? Who is this person? Seen your uncle. Don't let him get away. Hurry up and tie him back to Tai Sword Sect. Yes, seen your uncle. Not to mention how generous the reward for finding a disciple for the clan who can pass on the lost mastery is. Just say that the sole heir of the great dragon elephant force. This portion is big enough. Emily's face couldn't help but change color slightly. The matter was his heartache. Originally, he could have tried to snatch the boy back to the clan as an apprentice, even if you have to compromise some of your reputation. But now he couldn't just watch people get ahead and come back to rob them. And in comparison, the most troublesome ones right now were those old guys from the sect. Though originally, he had fought the idea of passing on this technique. He was also doing this for the sake of the clan's legacy. If this group of people couldn't cultivate, then wouldn't it be better to have a different group of people to cultivate? Originally, he was also counting on Jiang Lu to succeed in his cultivation. It was just that this time now was a billion points earlier than expected. Early enough that he wasn't even ready to face the old bunch yet. Mo Lee sighed. He suddenly realized that he was now in an awkward situation. If that child was able to succeed in cultivation in a few years, a few decades, as he had expected, then by that time, he must have already completed his breakthrough and reached the third stage of the 10,000 laws realm, so he wouldn't have to pay attention to those old things at that time. But now, Xingfeng, Ming Yue, you guys stand down. As for the Taoist friends, Mo Lee held back his two nephews, then rushed at Granny Whitebone and said, to tell you the truth, this power fluctuation is the cultivation of the great dragon elephant force that produces undoubtedly. It's just that it's too early to succeed. If this matter is known by the old things of the sect, I'm afraid that a trouble is inevitable. The words were also helpless, and just then too, an arrogant to the core voice suddenly rang out from outside Carefree City. Come out of Carefree City. My Lu family's demon died within your affiliation. This matter has to give us an explanation, right? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 027, Descendant of the Demon King, Shocking Vision. This kind of commotion soon triggered discussions among the people and demons on the edges of Carefree City. What's going on? There are actually demons that dare to come to Carefree City to cause trouble these days? It doesn't know that there are 10,000 Dharma realm powerhouses sitting here, and it doesn't know that the city lord is a half-demon at the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm? Is it tired of living? Whether it was a human or a demon. The words were filled with doubt. Mo Lee glanced at Granny Whitebone and said, it seems like we'll have to discuss about that child later. The latter's face darkened. Immediately, he offered up a white streamer and disappeared into thin air. At that instant, a strange fog filled out, enveloping the entire Carefree City. All you see is a gust of cloudy wind, and all you hear are strange cries. Those people and demons who had previously talked about it shut up and fell back to sleep with nothing to do. Originally in the song and dance, then played music and then dance, as if nothing had happened. Mo Lee looked in his eyes. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as he copied the redskin gourd and poured a mouthful of wine, then just leaned on the door of the room, not the slightest intention of going after them. In the meantime, outside Carefree City, Granny Whitebone's figure appeared like a ghost, and before she could speak, the owner of that arrogant voice from earlier had already knelt, only to see a huge black python prostrate itself on the ground in a bizarre posture. Its slender body almost folded into 180 degrees, its tone of voice terrified. Descendant of the great king of the green snake, Willow Clan's Willow Boar, meet the Whitebone Demon King. Granny Whitebone looked at this humble black python. Her tone was very unkind. Don't you want an explanation? I'm not afraid to tell you. The demon you mentioned was killed by my wife. Now I'm right here. How do you want me to give you an explanation? That black python opened its mouth at the words, but nothing came out, only its body bent more. It was as if he felt that he was a real eyesore here and wanted to burrow into a crack in the ground and disappear. At a glance, Granny Whitebone knew that the other party was afraid of Her Majesty. This is the sinful nature of demons, striking hard at the weak and being coy in the face of the strong. She immediately made a condition. How about this? Your Lu family compensates my wife for some demonic pills and demonic hearts, and this matter will be resolved. How about that? The moment these words came out, that Lu Boar's grayish pupils suddenly lit up. It looks like he's got himself a living. Thinking about it, Lu Bu Air hurriedly said, to be, that sinful creature offended you, originally deserved to die, but also to bother you old man to clean up for us. We very much deserve to compensate some of our hard-earned money. Then let's have a bucketful of demon pills and give a few sacks of spirit-transforming demon heart. My wife is not greedy. Saying that, Granny Whitebone glanced in the direction of her mansion, and then she opened her mouth again. But if your Lu family is willing to give some more as a token of appreciation, my wife can also smile. Lu Boar's snake face suddenly once again returned to a dead gray. Demon Dana basket. The spirit of the demon heart several sacks. The entire Lu family emptied out cannot take so much Even though the Lu family was a descendant of the Green Snake Great King, one of the 9 great demon kings, and was the strongest demon clan on the outskirts of the 100,000 Great Mountains, with a rather deep foundation. But a spirit transformation realm demon was a stalwart even in the Lu family, and a demon heart was something that had to be taken out only by the death of a spirit transformation demon. And this thing can be swallowed to help grow cultivation. Generally have the clan will be self-digesting, where can accumulate a few sacks so much. As for the demonic pills, there was no need to mention that it was something that could only be produced by a condensed Dan great demon. Each demon pill symbolized the fall of a great demon. However, Lu Boar didn't dare to speak out against it. Questioning a 10,000 laws realm demon king was a matter of great risk. It only regretted at the moment why it had come, and why it had been so abrupt in seeking out Carefree City for an explanation. If it had known that Lu Qingqing died in the hands of this person, It would not have come even if it was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Why don't you speak? Are you unable to speak? If you don't know how to speak, my wife can also walk up to your Lu family and ask the ones who can speak. At this point, when the white bone granny saw that it did not speak for a long time, I opened my mouth and said. Lu Buri's heart was filled with bitterness, and it was at that moment that the stars and moon in the sky were covered in dark clouds. Immediately afterward, thunder rang out from that dark cloud. The thunder was loud, as if signaling the awakening of some being. Granny Whitebone and Lu Buer looked like they sensed something, and the atmosphere of saber rattling disappeared all of a sudden, and they all looked towards the place where the thunder sounded. Only two golden shadows emerged in the sky above Carefree City. One was a golden dragon and the other was a divine elephant. The divine elephant stepped into the sky and the golden dragon swung its tail. The mist emanating from the white bone granny's offering of the white streamer was actually all directly dispersed by it. At the same time, the inside of Carefree City was bustling with activity. A dragon image vision? How could such a vision suddenly appear? Could it be that there are strong people from the dragon and elephant clans coming? Shouting cries of alarm resounded endlessly from all parts of Carefree City. White Bone Granny was even more unconcerned and directly disappeared into thin air. Ryu Bu took this opportunity to make a run for it. The heart, however, is also screaming. Dragon Elephant Vision. This is the Tai Sword Sex Mastery, the Great Dragon Elephant Force. And it's at least a Great Dragon Elephant Force of the Lesser Achievement Realm. Hasn't it been hundreds of years since anyone succeeded in cultivating this thing? How is it that another heir has appeared in the world? It's really about the big picture. Even Lu Biru, who had already lived for hundreds of years, couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. One must know that with the Great Dragon Elephant Force in the minor realm, one's physical body would be able to rival the true body of a spirit transformation demon. If it is cultivated to great completion, the strength of the flesh body is even comparable to that of a great demon. Even if it is a condensed Dan great demon, wanting to break its defense will require some effort. And once it is cultivated to perfection, to the point where the Dharma phase is astonishing, then it has the strength to fight with the great demons really and truly. Love to Read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the books you want to read. And with Lu Boer's understanding of human cultivators, there was no human race that purely cultivated the physical body. Usually only the Heaven's Pride level human race would cultivate the physical body. The fact that its fleshly body was strong meant that its cultivation was stronger. The Tai Sword Sect's successive generations of powerful people who had successfully cultivated the Great Dragon Elephant Force as an example. Their own cultivation level was generally one or two minor realms, or even one major realm, higher than the level this method was aligned with. That is to say, the Great Dragon Elephant Force of the minor achievement realm meant that its cultivation had also reached at least the point where it was comparable to the peak of the Demon Harmonization Spirit realm, or even the condensed Dan realm. And the superposition of these two, its enhancement is by no means as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There was once a human powerhouse who had achieved a small level of Great Dragon Elephant Force and killed a condensed Dan demon with a single punch. There are also human sages who have achieved great success in the Great Dragon Elephant power and have fought against the strongest of the 10,000 laws without being defeated. This mysterious human sword sect powerhouse has already become a climate. If we let it grow, it will surely become a great danger to the heart of my demon race. This matter is too big. We must report it to the king quickly and ask him to decide. This was the only thought in Lu Boer's mind at this moment. And at the same moment, Granny Whitebone had appeared outside Zhang Lu's room. Behind her, Mo Li's figure is also slowly walked out. His complex expression, muttering under his breath. I had thought that it was just an introduction. I did not think that it was already a small success. This kind of thing, how is it possible? In just a few hours, one can cultivate the Great Dragon Elephant Force to a small degree of success. Even my Tai Sword Sect's successive generations of ancestors have never had one. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 028. Offering Elder, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Force. When Emily said this, Granny Whitebone immediately had the feeling that my family had an apprentice who was growing up. This kind of joy where one's own offspring had achieved unimaginable accomplishments, making the onlookers envious, could not be enjoyed by a demon without offspring. Then, Granny Whitebones then stared wide-eyed. Wait a minute, the Great Dragon Elephant power of the minor achievement realm? My wife's disciple has cultivated that gongfu to the minor achievement realm? With regards to this technique, Granny Whitebones was also aware of it. Even a few hundred years ago, she had even had a few moves with that Tai Sword Sect powerhouse who had cultivated the Great Dragon Elephant Force. Naturally, he also knew what it meant for this gong method to be cultivated to the small completion realm. Love to Read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the books you want to read. More than that, I know how difficult it is. Therefore, reacting, Granny Whitebones couldn't even believe this fact. One must know that although her disciple possessed a precious body and a spirit body that was almost ready to be condensed, his cultivation level was only at the moving blood realm. Moreover, he was quite young, and his contact with the Great Dragon Elephant Power technique was only a few hours. Honestly speaking, in the Whitebone Granny's view, in this short period of time, being able to cultivate this technique to the point of initiation was already something incredible. Otherwise, previously, when she had detected the sound of a dragon elephant coming from Jianglu's room, emanating the fluctuations of the memorized Great Dragon Elephant Power, she wouldn't have made a special trip over to look for Emily. In this instant, the one person and one demon here, breathing seems to have stopped. The Wine Sword Immortal Emily was even more heartbroken. At this moment he had the thought of forcefully snatching Jianglu back. With such a qualification, he believed that even if the successive ancestors of the Tai Sword sect were to come back to life, they would still rush to take in a disciple. For the sake of such a talented disciple, even if he had a complete falling out with those old nobodies in the sect, so what? As long as in the future, this child could cultivate the Great Dragon Elephant Force to the realm of perfection, coupled with the fact that by that time, he had also cultivated to the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Those pedantic old nobodies had to recognize their existence even if they were unwilling to do so, and would even actively beg to come and let them recognize their Tai Sword sect identity. Fellow Daoist, let's have a discussion. Or not. Emily was a little embarrassed as he rushed at Granny Whitebone and opened his mouth. However, before he finished his words, he was already interrupted by the Whitebone Granny. Impossible. If you have other things, my wife will sell you a face. But it is about this child. Once a disciple, always a son. But forgive my wife for not being able to agree to this. Granny Whitebone's tone was biting the dust, and her demeanor seemed to have even more of a resolute aura. As her words fell, Emily even suddenly felt a stern and compelling killing aura. If you take away a person's favor, you will be resented. Even a demon that no matter how much it regards life as grass, no matter how indifferent it is, when its valued offspring is missed, it will definitely carry a murderous aura on its body. A trace of helplessness surfaced on Emily's face. Eventually nothing more was said. Some things are missed, they are missed, and he can't force it. Or, I am afraid that the Whitebone Taoist friend will have to tell this city master. But soon, Emily laughed again. It wasn't good for him to snatch Whitebone Taoist's disciple, but that didn't mean that the boy couldn't join the Tai Sword sect. These are really two things that don't affect each other. Emily grabbed the red-skinned gourd and took a sip, then looked at Granny Whitebone once again and said, "Fellow Taoist, then I'll discuss something with you." Granny Whitebone's heart snapped as she listened. Darkness is not good. She understands the human race, and she also understands the Wine Sword Immortal, so she knows that Emily must have something in this opening. If there were no benefits related to interests, would the Wine Sword Immortal, who is as cynical about demons as he is about hatred, take the initiative to talk to her, a demon, and be so nice? Can you believe it? Fellow Taoist, you may say, as long as you are not asking for my disciple, within my wife's ability, and not against my wife's principles of dealing with the world, there is nothing that I should not do. Granny Whitebone thought about it and decided to sell Emily a face. After all, if at this time, she were to not even give this Wine Sword Immortal any face at all, the city lord would definitely not be able to get by. Fellow Taoist, join the Tai Sword sect, and I'll grant you the position of an elder of provision. Emily opened the door, speaking seriously and formally, and as if he wasn't worried about being rejected. A rare trace of dismay and confusion surfaced on Granny Whitebone's face, as if she was doubting her own ears. And in the meantime, within that room, Jianglu looked at the words floating in front of him and almost took a breath. In the 195th year, you have read the books of various schools of thought that are no longer known to you, and you feel that you have accumulated enough wisdom to begin another attempt to deduce the Great Dragon Elephant Power. Based on your previous thoughts, in the 198th year, due to haste, you broke down when you tried a new cultivation path. Your blood chi was reversed, and your meridians were damaged. You begin to doubt your own IQ is not a problem, and feel that what reading to break 1,000 volumes are all bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The book read more. To the practice of the time, the will not or will not. It was as if Jianglu could feel his own despair in the projection, wanting to laugh, but unable to. Why have they all accumulated for almost 200 years, and practiced with a refining fork in the road? Is my enlightenment really that bad? In the 12 years since then, you've been repairing your body's injuries, and in the process of repairing your physical body in Dharma phase, you vaguely feel as if you've grasped some key. In the 211th year, you repaired the injuries to your physical body and regathered your Dharma phase, but unlike before, Your Dharma phase seems to be more closely related to your physical body. You feel the changes in your body, guessing that perhaps the cultivation method of polishing the sinews and bones, chi and blood, and developing the treasures of the physical body, and the cultivation method of refining the body with the idea of visualization, and condensing the phantom and the physical body by virtue of a mouthful of demonic chi such as the great dragon and elephant power are in fact not intrinsically different, but are on the same road. In the 220th year, you thoroughly understood the difference and relationship between the two fleshly body cultivation methods. Your understanding of the way of the fleshly body became deeper and deeper, and you began to try to integrate chi and blood into the phantom. In the 243rd year, you finally combined your chi and blood with your phantasm perfectly. Your dragon image phantasm transformed into a reddish color, emanating a boundless bloodborne aura, and you could not help but be overjoyed when you felt that the power was far greater than your previous phantasm. You named it Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, but you feel that this is not the end. And you begin to try again to break down the phantom into countless particles, into the flesh, into every muscle, every drop of blood. In the 273rd year, you completed the transformation of the phantasm into particles that feed the physical body. In this state, your whole body is wrapped in the invisible power of bloodshed, like a god of killing coming out of hell. You created the Dragon Elephant Demon Power. Current demon lifespan, 92 years. Watching the final deduction, Jiang Lu didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. What had seemed like a decent feat directly turned into something that looked like a villain. And this time, it actually deduced two techniques at the same time? There's more of this? But Jiang Lu couldn't think about it in time. Because right now, he felt that the Dragon Elephant Phantom condensed by the consummate Great Dragon Elephant power in his body had suddenly started to actively absorb the chi and blood in his body. It is also gradually covered with a layer of blood color. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 029, Swallowing the Demon Pill, Pale Demon Wings, Human Heartbreak. Jiang Lu knew that this was the two gong methods deduced were starting to synchronize. With a thought, he opened the attribute panel and stared at one of the columns without blinking. Current techniques, Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Bull Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, Dragon Elephant Voodoo Technique. Sure enough, the original Great Dragon Elephant Power had become Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power and Dragon Elephant Ambush Technique. At the same time, as the chi and blood combined with the Dharma phase, everything visible in front of him inexplicably hung a layer of ruddy color in Jiang Lu's eyes. That kind of feeling, as if the eyes were covered by a faint layer of blood fog. He vaguely felt a tyrannical impulse welling up in his body, wanted to tear everything in front of him apart. Chi and blood infesting the phantom and giving birth to a blood fury is a great enhancement to strength. But this enhancement is not without a price. Jiang Lu felt the changes in his body. The mind was silent. This technique was actually able to affect his sanity, causing him to become bloodthirsty and tyrannical. But after the alertness, Jiang Lu was overjoyed, because at the same time, he had gotten all the information about the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power. What was not mentioned in the deduction? Once the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase was cultivated, the bloodshed power on it could be accumulated and nourished through constant battles and killings. With every battle and every additional kill, one's own bloodbath power would thicken by 1 point. The most important thing was that there was no upper limit to the accumulation of such a thing as bloodshed chi. Battle by battle, the more you fight, the more you fight. This technique is simply like being born for killing. I didn't realize that there was such a windfall within this method. But I must know that Jiang Lu's attitude towards his enemies was originally to leave no survivors. Once it is determined that it is an enemy, then the other person has a way to take their death. And once it's moved, it has to be cut down to size, swallowing flesh and refining the spirit. A one-stop service. Side effects like this are simply more of the same. Think about it. If in the future, when he was fighting against the demons, it was the time when they were evenly matched, and he manifested the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase, clad in boundless bloodbath gas, not only the combat power geometrically increased, and tyrannical bloodthirsty, the more the battle the more courageous. Such a monster that didn't know how to get tired and whose strength was increasing every moment. Even a strong person at the first stage of the 10,000 laws realm would surely have an incomparable headache if he didn't manage to get rid of it in the first second. Right? Hey! Jiang Lu felt excited just thinking about it. Then he pulled out Lu Qingqing's demonic elixir from his pants and stuffed it into his mouth in one bite. I have to say, this thing looks huge, but it's no trouble at all to eat. The texture is so much like an oversized McRib. Crunch! And the moment he swallowed it, Jiang Lu felt as if his entire body was filled with something. The already mastered gong methods operated spontaneously. The chi and blood grew explosively once more. and the speed of the transformation of the Dragon Elephant Dharma phase to the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase increased by a few points. There was even an additional stream of demonic power within his body, which was also being slowly refined by him. Jiang Lu smiled so much that he couldn't even close his mouth. The demon Dan thing was worthy of being the essence of a condensed Dan demon. Swallowing it was really something else. Although it wasn't like the demon heart that could provide a constant supply of essence blood, the quality could be far higher than the demon heart, and it also contains a large amount of demonic power. The best part was that he also happened to already possess demonic energy and was able to refine this demonic energy. Even if there is enough chance, Jiang Lu may also rely on it to transform the spiritual power in his body into demonic power in advance. The more he thought about it, the more excited Jiang Lu felt. This stuff is really good for a snack. I'll be sure to get some more tons sometime in the future. Have a couple of them if you have something to do. But Jiang Lu, who was always paying attention to the changes in the attribute panel, also noticed it. As this demonic elixir entered the stomach, the Feats column did not undergo any changes. This also meant that Lu Qingqing hadn't exploded any feats here. Jiang Lu let out a long sigh, and did not know whether the lack of bursting out new feats was purely this one was not available, or only the demon heart was available, and the demon Dan was not. However, Jiang Lu quickly relieved himself as he directly stuffed the demonic elixir that Granny Whitebone had given him into his mouth as well. Current techniques: Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Bull Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, Dragon Elephant Demon Vorpal Technique, Pale Demon Wings, not yet initiated. At that instant, an additional technique snapped out on the attribute panel, and Jiang Lu's mind was filled with a lot more information. His eyes revealed a hint of joy. It seemed that it wasn't that the demonic pills didn't work, it was just that purely Lu Qingqing that pussy didn't work. But immediately after, Jiang Lu's face then sank. Mud. What crap kung fu? Can't read a word of it. It seems that it is still necessary to consume longevity to deduce. Jiang Lu's heart broke, decisively giving up the idea of relying on his own cultivation. It's just a matter of who's suffering when they can be open. It was also fortunate that he had hung on. Otherwise, if he hadn't, he might have been so angry by now that he would have crashed his head into the ground. Meanwhile, outside of Jiang Lu's room, Granny Whitebone was looking at Winesword Immortal Emily with glowing eyes. The demon seemed demented. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she couldn't believe that the Tai Sword sect's only sword immortal of the day would actually invite a demon to join the Tai Sword sect. Observing his expression, Emily opened his mouth seemingly casually and said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm doing it for that child." Granny Whitebone's heart also broke as she clenched her fists and glared at Emily. It turned out that this man was still thinking about her disciple. In order to abduct her disciple into the sect, he even risked universal condemnation, risking his own annihilation of the world's human race, and absorbed her into the Tai Sword sect. Emily didn't speak again. He just quietly waited for Granny Whitebone's decision. Granny Whitebone, however, didn't answer. She couldn't answer. She just faintly said, "Let the waif decide on this matter. If he is happy with it, my wife will agree." She did not care to join the Tai Sword sect, and it is good to stay away from the outside world in this carefree city. But the demon is old, always thinking of the younger generation. The new disciple is a half-demon. In the future it is inevitable that there will be a time to walk to the land of the human race. If you can get a Tai Sword sect identity, undoubtedly will be much cheaper. The corner of Emily's mouth sketched out a smile, and he almost couldn't help but laugh. Didn't he refuse? That is to agree. How could it be that just at this moment, the Grand Dragon image vision above the sky dome was covered with a faint red mist, and a tyrannical and evil meaning was born? Emily staggered back, as if he had suddenly been punched in the chest by another 10,000 laws powerhouse, and he could no longer even stand, and his heart broke. It was as if there was an abyssal maw in his heart, biting his heart to pieces. How is it possible for the blood fury to infest the Dharma phase? This? How could there be such a strong bloodbath aura on that child? Now this dragon elephant vision, even from the breath can feel the evil and vicious. Has been refined into an evil power. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 030. Future Ancestor, Great Sage's Qualification. Emoli bit his lip so hard that he had tasted his own blood, as if he had spelled out all his strength to maintain himself from completely collapsing. Granny Whitebone also stared straight at the sky dome that was infested with blood fury, and more red to make the demon heart panic of the dragon vision. But the bottom of the eyes is bright. She understands the pain that Emoli is feeling right now, and she has also experienced accidents on her descendants that she sees as her hope. So it was only a Whitebone that became a demon that made her the current Whitebone Granny. But for this waif, cultivating the great dragon elephant force into what it is today is not a bad thing. To categorize the blood fury infestation as an evil work is only a human saying, but for the demons, there is no such saying. Even is just right. After all, after getting out of this carefree city, you still need to be ruthless enough to live long. Even if the Wine Sword Immortal would backtrack from this, and Wire wouldn't be able to get the Tai Sword Sect's disciple status anymore, there would be nothing to be disappointed about. With this Dragon Elephant Dharma phase that is combined with the Blood Fiend Chi, when Ware cultivates the Great Dragon Elephant Force to a high depth, he will definitely be strong and incomparable. At that time, even a strong person of the 10,000 Laws realm wouldn't want to face that wave, and wouldn't have to care that much. But, what are you talking about? Evil power? It's just a means of boosting power. You human races are making too much of a fuss. White Bone Granny face suddenly outlined a few points of disdain, opened her mouth and said, moreover, you're human generations of powerful people, not to mention being infested by the blood siren, that is, the initiative to attract the demonic gas, the devil's gas into the body of the body and has not been licit? Among them, also by your Shin Men 9 sects for more. These words clearly caused Emoli to freeze for a moment, but he didn't say anything either. Demons acting has always been different from the human race. The human race of some things the demon race may not be able to understand, but the same. Demon race some of the things taken for granted. In the human race is a taboo. Of course, that's only for the lowest class of people. If one grew up in a large sect or even a place like the 9 sects, not to mention mastering the blood fury chi, even if one cultivated the demonic chi, one would naturally be a heavenly pride. In the case of the ancestors of the Tai Sword sect who inherited the Great Dragon Elephant power through the generations, which one of them was not immortal on the surface, but had a demonic aura on the inside? But if it is a reckless generation, stained with the gas of blood, or already have a way to take death, and so on. Emoli suddenly thought of something. The eyes lit up again. Reckless people, invaded by the bloodbath is unforgivable. But the question, is that child a reckless person? It's inappropriate to say this about a disciple who is about to convert to the Shin Men Demon King, right? Even his curmudgeonly to the extreme, the head of the senior brother, think will not say such unwise words to. Thoughts of this, Emoli's blood suddenly boiled, and even the cold heart seemed to rekindle. He took a vicious sip of wine into his mouth and rushed to Granny White Bone. Immeasurable that Heavenly Father, it's me who was caught off guard. Thanks to you, Taoist friend, for reminding me of this, or else my Tai Sword sect would have to miss out on a future ancestor. If these words were heard by others, they would have dropped their jaws. This was because in the 9 sects of the Shin sect, those who could be called grandmasters were all-powerful existences at least against half-saint demons. With these words, Emoli was saying that Zhang Lu would be able to achieve half-saint status in the future. Instead, Granny White Bone's eyes were deep and unruffled. My wife's disciple has the qualifications of a great saint since. Right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air behind one person and one demon. He was seen wearing a phoenix-winged purple golden crown on his head, locks of golden armor, and lotus root silk footsteps on cloud shoes, walking slowly towards the two. There is great majesty in every move. Wine Sword Immortal and White Bone Granny instinctively tensed their entire bodies, subconsciously about to twist their heads to give the presence that suddenly appeared behind them a blow. But just the moment they turned around, they all froze. The city. Lord of the city? Why did you come all of a sudden? Could it be that you were also attracted by the visions here? The other side. As Lu Buri hurried back to the clanland, the Lu family land was bustling with activity. What did you say? The 7th sister was actually killed by the Demon King powerhouse in Carefree City. Granny White Bone? Then she indeed deserves to die. There is nothing more to say. Compared to this, what is more important is that the human race has actually appeared again to cultivate into a great dragon elephant power cultivator, and it's still a great dragon elephant power of the minor accomplishment realm. I'm afraid this has already become a climate. The expressions on the faces of several clan elders gradually changed from indifference to some gravity, and finally gradually became gloomy. A grimace. Obviously, both of these things bring them a great sense of crisis, and the latter is apparently even trickier for them. The Tai Sword sect can hide really tight. This is troublesome. Wanting to erase a human cultivator who has cultivated the great dragon elephant force to the small completion realm is not an easy thing. A black python that emanated a terrifying pressure opened its mouth. Immediately, another demonic python whose breath was at the condensed Dan realm took over. In order to erase a human cultivator like this, it would take at least 2 or more extreme great demons to take action at the same time. Or, send out a 10,000 laws realm demon that has already condensed the 10,000 laws seed. And that's only if the other party doesn't have the means to act as a life-preserving card, or else with all those fancy layers of means of the human cultivators. Unless a genuine Demon King powerhouse makes a move, they won't necessarily be able to ensure that they take it. But if we let it go, that is also impossible. hundreds of years ago in the Tai Sword sect, that last great dragon elephant power practitioner, to bring harm to my demon race, can still vividly remember. A few moments later, in the gazes of the crowd of clan elders, the water snake wasted figure that had previously dispatched Lu Bor, came smilingly. The great dragon elephant power, which has broken its inheritance for hundreds of years, has actually appeared another inheritor, and has also come to the carefree city in the two regardless zones. Interesting, interesting. After these words were said, the figure had already appeared at the place of the cave entrance and continued to walk outward, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye, leaving only one sentence. There is no need to tell my sister about this for now, but the matter concerns Carefree City, and also involves the cultivators of the great dragon elephant power. You are not qualified enough to participate. I shall oblige. That fleeing black water basilisk. I'll take it all together as well. All the demons of the Lu family are stunned in place. For some reason, their hearts actually all have a trace of uneasiness. Meanwhile, the center of attention of the crowd of demons from Carefree City and the Lu clan, Jiang Lu, was the one who had already completed most of the work of integrating his chi and blood into his phantom. Obviously, the entry of 2 demonic pills into his stomach in succession had greatly accelerated the speed at which he transformed the Dragon Elephant Dharma phase into the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Dharma phase. But at this point his mind was no longer on the matter. The most dangerous and important stages are now behind us. The next step was step by step, and it was good to rely on the automatic operation of the gong methods in the body. Jiang Lu's attention naturally shifted to the pale demon wings. From the information one has obtained now, it seems that this gong method is able to make demons grow wings. It feels like it helps a lot with hunting demons. I also wonder how it will look like after the push. Jiang Lu poured demonic longevity into it. In the first year, with your perseverance, you got nothing. Second year, big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 031, Song Demon Blood, fledgling into form, Great Sage Master. In the 6th year, with amazing perseverance, you recited the Pale Devil's Wings technique 100,000 times, and finally gained something. Words surfaced one after another in front of his eyes, and Jiang Lu's heart was filled with sourness. His current mode of cultivating feats was like a wild demon in the mountains, relying on longevity to pile up. He also finally understood why the 1,000-year-old demons in his previous life's immortal novels couldn't fight the human race who had cultivated for decades. Even if it was a single machine for thousands of years, could it compare to the thousands and tens of thousands of years of accumulation of human clans at every turn? Other people cultivation time is short, but cannot stand the bottom of the deep casually cultivate the technique. That is, you have to consume hundreds of thousands of years to understand out. Just ask how to compare. Jiang Lu felt the Dharma phase in his body that had almost completed its transformation, felt the blood chi that had almost reached the critical value, and lamented with eyes full of compassion. In this world, ordinary people should always be allowed to exist. Right, I, Jiang Lu, am able to have today's achievements, all because of my own efforts. Deducer, give me to continue deducing. He suddenly slammed demonic lifespan into this technique in a big way. In the 7th year, you understood the key to the cultivation of this technique, which is to activate the demon blood in your body, converge it on your backbone, and give birth to a pair of demon wings. You are once again in a daze. After all, although you are now looking at it as not like the human race, but you are not a pale demon. There is no pale demon blood. The 11th year, you delayed to find a breakthrough in the cultivation of this method. The whole person has become disheveled, but also at this time, you suddenly remembered that the faint aroma of the demon Dan. You feel that the key to your cultivation of this method still lies in that demonic elixir, and you begin to mobilize your chi and blood in an attempt to understand the residual substance of the demonic elixir in your body. In the 17th year, you successfully analyzed the residual substance of the demon pills in your body, and you really gained something, which not only contains a great deal of pure demonic power, but also, a drop of Song Demon Essence blood. In the 23rd year, you became more and more familiar with the residual substance of the demonic elixir in your body, and you began to try to refine that Song Demon Essence blood contained therein, attempting to rely on the power of the bloodline in the essence blood to give birth to the Song Demon wings. For 17 years since then, you've been trying to pull and store the bloodline power refined from the Tsong Demon's essence blood into the orifices on your back spine. So this pale demon Dan has such a use? But this cultivation speed is also a little too slow. Right, it's been 40 years, and it hasn't even been initiated yet. Jiang Lu was a bit uncomfortable. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation where he had consumed 40 years of demonic lifespan, and as a result, he had not even reached initiation. I remember that at the beginning of my own cultivation, I practiced the fetal breath vomiting method in the deduction. and even though my qualifications were poor, I was able to cultivate and enter the door in just 2 years. By all accounts, it wasn't like he was going to push the technique further. As his cultivation level and physique increased, it should be that the time to complete the basic cultivation would become shorter and shorter. I didn't want this pale demon wings to be so special, but it's understandable. After all, the cultivation of this technique did not seem to depend on talent and enlightenment, but rather on bloodline. It's a discipline that's passed on from within and not from without. As an outsider himself, if he wanted to cultivate by finding another way, he would naturally need time to accumulate. Jiang Lu slowly calmed down. It didn't matter. Anyway, he was so poor that he only had demonic lifespan left, and it can be replenished by slaying demons. With this in mind, Jiang Lu once again infused the demonic longevity into it. In the 42nd year, after one careful attempt, you actually succeeded in pulling all the bloodline power from the Tsung demon's essence blood into the orifices on your backbone. In the 45th year, your application of the power of the Cthulhu bloodline became more and more skillful, and together with your understanding of your body, you actually did construct the beginnings of 2 wings on your back spine. In the 49th year, you poured demonic energy and chi and blood into the orifices on your backbone as well, and the embryonic form of the pale demon wings became even more solidified. You have successfully cultivated the pale demon wings to the introductory level. Current demon lifespan, 43 years. Jiang Lu stopped the infusion of longevity. The face fluttered a bit. Now there are only 43 years of demonic life remaining, and it had taken him 49 years to raise his proficiency in this Dharma sect to the introductory level. If you want to improve further, you don't know how much is needed yet anyway. The remaining demon lifespan is definitely not enough. Jiang Lu closed his eyes. Meditate on your present situation. A huge red-colored dragon elephant phantom then appeared before his eyes. The red dragon swings its tail, and its power is terrifying. The divine elephant stepped into the sky, like an abyss and a prison. Bloodshed dragon elephant force. It has become. Such a thought flashed through Jiang Lu's mind, and immediately afterward, the crimson phantom transformed into countless crimson particles and dispersed into his torso. Boom! At that instant, it was as if Jiang Lu's body's chi and blood had been ignited, and the breath exhaled from his nose became incandescent. It was as if there was a ball of fire pulsating in the dantian, emitting an endless bloodthirsty aura. These blood-devouring chi dispersed into the limbs and bones, and then seeped out from the xuanfu around his body, making even Jiang Lu's body surface look as if there was a scarlet blood aura coursing through it. However, he didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. Instead, he felt that his physique was getting stronger and stronger, and his strength increased geometrically. This was another technique deduced from the Great Dragon Elephant power, using the Bloodshed Dragon Elephant phantasm as the basis, causing the phantasm to feed back into the physical body, in order to achieve a short-lived increase in battle power. The Dragon Elephant Voodoo technique. Without any hesitation, with the same punch, Jiang Lu felt that he in this state was able to second the previous version of himself. The increase in actual killing power put Jiang Lu in a good mood, and also just the next moment. Instead, he suddenly froze. There was a force within his body that spontaneously surged into the orifices of his back, and Jiang Lu only felt an itch on his peepa bone. It was as if something was calling out. This caused Jiang Lu's breath to catch. This was the entry-level pale demon wings, spontaneously pulling the residual substance of the pale demon pill in his body. In the process of constructing the fledgling form of the wings, there really is enough swiftness. It's just a pity that there is no more demonic Dan or demonic heart, or the speed can definitely be even faster. Thinking of this, Jiang Lu couldn't help but purse his lips again. Looks like we really need to get some demons to kill. Otherwise, demon lifespan and cultivation resources are not enough. The next day, at the dawn of the morning, Jiang Lu slowly opened his eyes. His one eye glowed. His face wore an expression of delight, and his whole aura was like a piece of brightly colored silk. At this moment, within his body, the fledgling form of the wings of the pale demon had already been constructed. Not only could it be relied upon to catch up in the future when needed, but it also seemed to be able to play a complementary role with the ox demon treasure body. The moment the fledgling form completely coalesced successfully, Jiang Lu's physique was once again upgraded. This wave is really bloody profitable for me. Not only do I have more means to hunt down demons, but I also made the ox demon treasure body all but nearly advanced again. Jiang Lu grinned, smiling from ear to ear. He knew how rare it was to advance in physique, even for a demon with good natural talent, a corresponding technique, and enough cultivation resources. It would take several years to complete this stage of cultivation. Now, in just one short night, he was worth several years of hard training for other demons. Then next, it's time for the hunt. A flash of blood-colored red flickered in Jiang Lu's eyes as he stood up and moved around. He acclimatized to the surge of power, and then he lifted his leg and headed for the house. but also at the moment of pushing open the door of the room. 3 figures came into view, of which the one standing in the center was particularly prominent. Its appearance instantly evoked some already dead memories in Jianlu's mind, and a sentence came out. The Great Sage? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 032. 3 Treasures of Tai, Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Eva child, don't talk nonsense. What great saint master? This is my carefree city lord, a half-saint demon located at the 3rd stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm. Granny Whitebone was so frightened that she hurriedly took an arrow step in front of Jianlu and pulled him. This made Jianlu feel like a bare child who had made a mistake and was being held back by his parents. For a moment, he was at a bit of a loss for words, but immediately after that, Jianlu's pupils were violently shaken. By the carefree city lord. Is this the lord of Carefree City? Jianlu subconsciously looked at the figure again. I saw him wearing a bright golden armor, his head wearing a golden crown reflecting light, his feet stirring lotus root silk step cloud shoes, a pair of strange eyes like a star. What a resemblance! In a trance, the figure in his memory overlapped with it again. On the side, Wine Sword Immortal Emoli saw Jiang Liujiu did not reply, but also stared straight at the city lord. His heart was also apprehensive. No, what is wrong with this child of yours? Although the city lord isn't that kind of narrow-minded demon, it's not polite for you to stare at a half-sane powerhouse like that, is it? Bad. My Tai sword sex future ancestor won't be about to be buried today. This can't be done. Emoli sighed long and hard in his heart and was about to step forward. However, it was also at this moment that the carefree city lord actually suddenly laughed and said cheerfully, Great Sage Master? If you want to say so, you are also right. I was originally a loose monkey head in the mountains, on yin and yang as a backhanded guarantee of the dry heavens and the earth. This great saint, how I cannot do. As the carefree city lord spoke, he looked at the surrounding one person and one demon. On the contrary, it is the two of you. If you don't see the holy way in your hearts, not to mention the great saints, it is also difficult to enter the realm of the half-saints. It is still not as clear as a little doll. There is a saying in the human race, dry and tender perch remains, and becomes withered in the morning and evening, and if a man has no will, how is he different from him? You two are confining yourselves. In fact, if the pattern is more open, the road ahead is far broader than you think. He spoke casually and lightly, and also seemed not to care about the feelings of the listener. Mo Li hung his head, after a long time, before he said softly, the city master is right. My generation of people, if there is no mountain in the heart, even if they step over the earthly waves, and how can they see the mountain? As he spoke, the temperament of his body seemed to have changed, as if he had suddenly broken some shackles, and even vaguely revealed a sense of impunity. Granny Whitebone also hung her head, but she didn't know what to feel in her heart. For a long time in the fan cage, and then returned to nature. Mo Taoist friend S. Tao is considered to be a success, but where is her path? Her past was too much, but if she couldn't even face the things of the past, how could she see the road ahead? Jiang Lu also hung his head. He felt as if he had said something unimaginable, so much so that the atmosphere between the several Wanhua greats now became odd. At this instant, Jiang Lu didn't even know what to do now. After thinking about it, he directly raised his head. Master, I'm hungry. Can you give me a few demons to eat? When a topic gets into a delicate atmosphere, the best thing to do is to change the subject, and it just so happens that his age is the biggest topic of conversation, and it's not unusual for a small child to wake up and ask for food, is it? This statement was made. The 10,000 laws level powerhouses were all a bit stunned, but those who were able to cultivate to such a realm, which one was not an old monster who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, all reacted very quickly, as if waking up from a dream. Granny Whitebone hurriedly pulled out 2 crystal-clear demon hearts from her bosom, and was about to hand them to Jiang Lu. Yeah, look at my wife's memory. I forgot that the baby is still small and is still growing. It's fine. I don't have anything else here. Just the essence on this demon is abundant. However, just at this moment, Emoli shook the red-skin gourd in his hand and interrupted her. Granny Whitebone was about to have a seizure, but saw Emoli uncovered the lid of the gourd, from which he poured out a golden shaking pill and placed it in his palm, on which there was a vague purple cloud surrounded from the shape of a dragon and a tiger. Dragon Tiger Golden Pill? Granny Whitebone immediately exclaimed in shock. Even the carefree city lord looked at Emoli with surprise. This is one of the 3 treasures of the Tai sword sect, a heavy treasure that can help sword cultivators enter the sword immortal, and can make demons and devils pass through the 10,000 laws. And you're so willing to take all of this out? Barbaric 100 treasures record has recorded. Koan lead Qian Mercury Jin Dan ancestor. Dragon lead Tiger Mercury. The most psychic. Within an hour Jin Dan on. towards the golden K purple clouds. It is this dragon tiger golden pill that is being talked about. There was once a great demon sitting on the verge of demise. Got the human sword fairy gift Dan a grain. One day into the realm of 10,000 laws. Prolonged life and longevity. There have also been people who encountered the enemy of the great cultivator. 9 deaths at the time of life. Serve this grain of gold. On the spot on the sword immortal. Anti-killer enemy. From now on free between heaven and earth. Such rumors. Even the Carefree City Lord who had lived in Carefree City for a long time had heard many of them. He was even able to confirm that many of these rumors were true, as some of the protagonists of the rumors were originally contemporaneous with him. Only nowadays, most of them have fallen. Oli smiled, which raised his head, and gently said, any heavier treasure is to be used for people, otherwise it would be worthless. Besides, this Dan was originally when I was not yet certified sword immortal, down the mountain when the experience. The late master gifted things, just I do not want to break through with pills, so the rest of the, and the biggest value of the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan is to help sword cultivators into the realm of the sword immortal, followed by the casting of the first into the door of cultivation of the pride of casting the supreme foundation, to the realm of my like. Serving the meaning is not great, it would be better, to give this child, he deserves it. With that, Emily wrapped this Dragon Tiger Golden pill with his sword chi and sent it to John Lu. The Carefree City Lord laughed. And so did Granny Whitebones. John Lu's heart, however, sank. This Dragon Tiger Gold pill sounds like good stuff. However, he is now more in need of Demon Dan, demon blood and demon life. And it is still unknown how much this Dragon Tiger Golden Dan can play a role. And if one remembered correctly, one had only met this wine sword immortal for the second time? The first time they met, they gave Great Dragon Elephant Power such a big gift. If you want to explain it, it is not impossible to explain. After all, no one has succeeded in practicing for hundreds of years, so it is normal to randomly choose a lucky person to try to see if he can practice. But the second time we meet, we send such a heavy treasure as the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan again. This is a little too out of the ordinary, right? Being so nice to yourself when you have no family and no other connections? In heaven, there is no free lunch. This is simply impossible if you don't want to get anything from me. Thinking of this, John Lu from the consciousness to the flesh are time to resist, but also at this time, he turned to think, Master seems to have no objection to the meaning? It's true that this wine sword immortal must have something up his sleeve, but if it's something really bad for me, I'm sure that my master will react, right? Now, since the master has no reaction, does it also mean that this matter is not bad for me, and even has benefits? Thinking of this, John Lu suddenly became expectant. He gritted his teeth and directly reached out to grab that Dragon Tiger Golden Dan and shoved it into his pants. At this scene, Granny Whitebone, Wine Sword Immortal, and the Carefree City Lord all raised their eyebrows as they watched. And just at that moment, at the border of Carefree City, the place where the broken pieces of Lu Qingqing's corpse were scattered, a water snake waist figure appeared out of thin air. She grabbed a piece of minced meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Then a weird smile actually appeared on her face. This flavor seems to be something else besides the White-Bone Demon King, and that human's wine sword fairy. Things are getting more and more interesting. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 033. Granny takes you to kill demons. The water snake waist and shoulders, the hairpin youth and sideburns, and the fading of the shirt make the figure enchanting. Only she had 2 pigs' heads hanging from her waist, and in her hands she held a mass of meat taller than her body, gnawing on it every now and then, making her face covered in blood, which made her look rather strange. This figure slowly walked into the Carefree City, surveying the passing people and demons, with another kind of very strange expression in his eyes. That expression was like a hunter looking at his prey, or as if he were a mourner observing a corpse. And the human races and demons passing by in the city looked at her with equally strange expressions, as if they were looking at something new and strange. However, there is a trace if any of panic hidden in their eyes, as if they all know what this figure is from, and they also know each other's terror. But the water snake waist figure was oblivious to all of this, and the corners of her mouth suddenly revealed a kind of peculiar smile. Right hand gently caresses the texture of the python meat in the left palm, and suddenly speaks as if to himself. The breath is messy, but the meat is good meat, and it is not in vain for you to cultivate this one. It is just a pity. Even the best meat is ultimately just a piece of meat. It is meat that has to be slaughtered by the demon food. Her voice was gentle, but revealed a piercing chill, and she didn't know if she was really talking about meat or something else. The passers-by, whether they were demons or humanoids, were terrified and all of them avoided it. Right then and there, inside the small courtyard outside of Jiang Lu's room, The two demon duos were both gazing towards the direction of the water snake waist figure. Immediately, Emily's voice resounded within the small courtyard. The aura of a beginner at the 10,000 Laws realm. This is a demon that has just condensed the 10,000 Laws seed entering the city? Why didn't the soldiers guarding the city inform us? Granny Whitebone's cold snort sounded immediately after. From the scent, it should be Green Snake's younger sister. That golden snake that is cultivated for 1,000 years and hasn't appeared for 100 years. My wife thought she was dead. So it's her. It's not surprising. That head of the golden snake in the beginning will be murderous. Disappeared for more than 100 years, thought to be in seclusion breakthrough. Now suppressed for so many years. Emily's face surfaced a trace of understanding color. Jiang Lu listened to a face of confusion. He completely do not know what these big men are talking about. What green snake, gold snake? In the performance of the gourd baby? He raised his head and happened to meet the line of sight of the carefree city lord, who deeply sized him up and then smiled and said, "While you have also sensed something? The realm of moving blood, to be able to perceive the breath of the 10,000 Laws demon. Interesting, really interesting." Saying that, and as if talking to herself, she said, "Golden Snake Maiden, is the Green Snake Great King's sibling? Broke out of her shell 1,000 years ago, and in just 800 years, she has cultivated to the peak of Dan condensation, and can be called an extreme great demon, but it's bloodthirsty, addicted to killing, mixing with the 100,000 mountains. I do not know how many demonic lives on his back, until 120 years ago, suddenly walked into the periphery of the Lu family land, and from then on disappeared without a trace. No more sound. I thought it was hit by some enemy's backstabbing. Fell. I don't want to. Actually in the breakthrough realm, now she condenses the seed of 10,000 Laws. The lifespan can reach 2,000 years old. This 100,000 mountains and to be unpeaceful. Originally, Jiang Lu thought that he was seen by this half-saint powerhouse to see some clues, and was being nervous in his heart, but when he heard the back, he suddenly jumped. As a matter of fact, Jiang Lu did detect the arrival of a demon. After all, nowadays, not only was his power far beyond the realm, even his perception was far beyond the realm of moving blood. The sense of crisis is self-evident. I just didn't expect it. The one who came was actually such a terrifying existence. Its cultivation has reached the 10,000 Laws realm. Not. The key is also bloodthirsty and addicted to killing, or a real demon king powerhouse's own sister. And it sounded like it was related to the Lu family. So if he wasn't wrong, this was his mother's enemy, right? Coming at you and your mother? When he thought of this, Jiang Lu's body trembled as if he had been struck by electricity. But immediately afterward, a flash of viciousness flashed across his eyes. This 1,000-year-old snake demon is certainly terrible. But it is also not a chance for himself. Love to read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. If he could take away his life and take his elixir, he must be able to improve himself greatly. Master, why would such a demon suddenly appear here? Then we'll be fine, right? Jiang Lu's acting skills were also first class. Even though his heart was already thinking about the other party's entirety, the emotions that should be on his face were still not missing at all. There is the fear of a small child facing the unknown, the unexpectedness of experiencing a sudden event, and the aggravation of living a long, uprooted life. When Granny Whitebone looked at such a disciple, a smear of killing intent flashed in her deep eyes, and she coldly said, "That thing Mojo is rushing towards your mother, but since she dared to make trouble in Carefree City and scared you, the old woman sees that she is also tired of living." Saying that, Granny Whitebone reached out and touched Jiang Lu's head again, and the killing intent in the bottom of her eyes grew. "War, don't be afraid. Granny, we'll take you to kill the demon. And it's just time to take her essence to build a foundation for you." When these words came out, Jiang Lu immediately felt goosebumps all over his body. Master is really good in domineering. Is this the same master who was beaten up by Wine Sword Fairy? He's just like two demons, okay? And the most critical thing is that, Master, her old man actually said to take me to kill the demon? Jiang Lu did not move on his face, but in his heart, he had indeed laughed his ass off. It seemed that his ploy had succeeded. Now all he needed to think about was how to logically snatch the head from his master's hands. Emoli frowned and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before the words had a chance to come out, the person and demon in front of him disappeared. He could only turn his gaze to the Carefree City Lord beside him. Don't care? What do I care? Whitebone Taoist friend has no good feelings for demons. Not afraid that she will kill the golden snake? Killing is killing. It's hard to believe that that green snake still dares to come to Carefree City to look for trouble from me. The Carefree City Lord let out a faint smile and immediately disappeared in place as well. Emoli skimmed his lips and slammed the gourd into his mouth. Then he rose up with his sword. In an instant, he arrived at the place where that golden snake lady was, but that's when it happened. A long white streamer suddenly rose before his eyes, releasing boundless mists, with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. "You're the one who scared my family waifu, girl?" Granny Whitebone's voice harboring extreme killing intent rang out from the mist, and immediately after that, Emily heard a weird laughter. "Do you want me to invite you to drink a cup of wine? Ah? It so happens that on the way here cut 2 heads. White flower wine. Can be fragrant." Emily immediately felt the hairs on his body stand up. This snake demon was not normal. Too abnormal. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 034. The stars have failed to cover the sky. The pig's head shook like a bell on its skirt. John Liu also had a chill down his back, a bone-chilling chill surging through his heart, and he couldn't help but shiver with excitement. Mud. This stuff is too creepy. At this moment, John Liu had a new perception of the words bloodthirsty and addicted to killing. This is really perverted. Just in terms of killing sex, I'm afraid that the famous human butcher by Chi in the history of the previous life cannot compare to this guy. But Jiang Liu also couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Happy that he and his mother had already entered within the carefree city, and that he had also evening the thigh of his master. Otherwise, if they meet this pervert outside, they are afraid that the mother and son will not have a way to live. Unlike now, when he can even plot the other party's longevity and Demon Dan. Granny Whitebone's face also changed, but immediately afterward, a smile actually appeared on her face as well, a smile that was vicious and secretive. "Mother, how does Master Teacher also smile so terrifyingly? John Liu was directly startled due to his proximity to Granny Whitebone, and almost fell into Granny Whitebone's arms without standing still. It was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone raised her head, radiant killing intent bursting out from her eyes. "Fine, then you can buy us something to drink. But what my old lady wants to drink right now isn't wine. It's blood. Your blood." The last word blood was exited, and a sudden sound came from the mists. Only the mists instantly shrouded the entire carefree city, and even the dome of the sky within a few hundred miles. All of a sudden, the stars were gone from the sky, and they raised their hands to the sky as if they were wiping paint. Immediately after seeing the laughter of the blue fire fog, hazy sea ghost lights align, as if the night carries 100 ghosts swimming in the air. With all this commotion, it's no different for the Ghost King of Yinshan to travel. A flash of surprise passed through Emily's eyes. I didn't realize that fellow Taoist Whitebone had such tactics. With such a might, even as a Tai sword sex sword immortal, he could not easily block it. Even the slightest mishap can result in a serious injury. But before that, Whitebone Taoist had never used it when he was competing with him. Even yesterday, outside of Carefree City, when he was almost nearly cut down by his sword, he had not used it. From this, it can be seen that this Whitebone Taoist is hiding really deep. Of course, this can likewise confirm a rumor that has long been circulating in the streets of Carefree City. This demon king of the demon race just seems to be looking out for the demon race. In fact, it's been mediated quite a bit. So the change of face that Master Teacher just made was a prelude to preparing for the big opening? John Liu was also deeply shocked. This kind of movement, he felt completely crushed the so-called 100 ghosts and night walks in the movie and TV drama he watched in his previous life. He also instantly had a clearer perception of the 10,000 Dharma realm demons and how strong Granny Whitebones was. But at the same time, John Liu's heart couldn't help but have doubts. Since the Whitebone Granny who had previously been hung up by Wine Sword Immortal truly had such strength, raising her hands to cover the sky, what if Wine Sword Immortal went all out? And the City Lord? How powerful should a City Lord with the title of half-saint be? And just then, a fishy odor emanated from the mist. Cluck cluck cluck. The reddish golden python revealed herself among them, her neck held high, her scales rising up, and she let out an eerie laugh. John Liu's eyes instantly changed, staring tightly at this reddish golden python, saliva dripping indisputably from the corners of his mouth. He raised his head and grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "Master, didn't you say that you brought me here to kill demons for food? I'm so hungry oh. War be good. Granny bring the catch for you to eat." Before the words fell, Granny Whitebone's figure had already disappeared in place. She clutched a white sail tightly in her hand and smacked it hard on top of the reddish golden figure. Is that how a white bone streamer works? The corners of Emily's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The white bone flag is a treasure that summons the underworld flame and drives the insouls, and can be used to defend the enemy by simply shaking it up. Now it's actually being used as a baguette. What a waste. However, Mori didn't say anything because this pole of white bone Brahman was the companion of the white bone Taoist. How this object was to be used was the person's freedom, and he couldn't care less. And at this moment, the golden snake maiden who had manifested a huge snake body had already been beaten to the point that her entire body was convulsing. and the pain that tore through her heart and lungs even caused her to continuously emit wailing sounds. But its face became more and more excited, as if being whipped by Granny Whitebone like this was something extremely wonderful. Jianglu was inexplicably a little scared again. This demon is acting so wrong. Is it possible that there are some hidden cards? Or maybe there's something else planned? However, it was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone's voice sounded once again. You are trying to borrow my wife's hand to help you hammer the seed of the 10,000 laws in your body and consolidate your realm. Thinking a little too well. Jiang Lu instantly understood. It turned out that this golden serpent was trying to borrow the power of his master to consolidate his realm. That's a little too much nerve. Sure is a crazy batch. It's a curse to have such a crazy lot alive. And it's better to have them in your belly. Jiang Lu began to gaze and hold his breath, staring at the battle over there without moving a muscle. He wasn't worried that Granny Whitebones would lose. After all, the gap in realms was there. Moreover, the wine sword immortal who was watching the battle next to him was not dead, and would definitely step in at the critical moment, just worried about grabbing the kill. Under the tension and excitement, Jiang Lu's chi and blood were restless around him, and scales began to emerge on his body. Oh, that kid is actually a half-demon? Your disciple? The golden snake lady didn't respond to Granny Whitebone's previous words, but noticed Jiang Lu. She then noticed a familiar aura mixed in with Jiang Lu's breath. This is Qingqing's breath. Her demonic pills into your stomach? The golden snake Nianjiang's snake face flashed a rich color of excitement. Right, I remembered. Qingqing's body also has your scent inside. Little brother, you are so fragrant. You must be very fresh to eat. Come into my stomach. Let me refine you and see if you have eaten. Cold sweat had broken out on Jiang Lu's forehead. The two pink fists were clenched like iron. She actually tried to eat me too? She's dead. It was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone laughed as her furious voice rang out. You want to know if my wife's disciple ate that snake demon, right? Okay, I'll fulfill you. Then you, go in and see for yourself. Snort! As he spoke, a white jade-like bone claw had already penetrated through the 7 inches of the golden snake maiden's demonic body. The golden snake lady held her neck high, stunned in place. She seemed to be thinking about why it had turned out this way and why that bone really dared to kill herself. She let out an agonizing wail, then violently turned her head to look at Granny Whitebone, letting out a sharp and desperate stormy cry. Why? Why did you dare to really kill? Aren't you afraid of my sister's retaliation? The Whitebone Granny just cold eyes, and incidentally, beckoned toward Jiang Lu. Wire, come here. Today Granny will teach you a rule that is held as a guideline by the 100,000 Great Mountains. When another demon says that you have eaten from her, don't plow open your stomach to show her, but withhold her eyes and eat them, so that she can see it for herself. Now, gouge out the eyes of this snake demon and swallow them. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, followers, recommendations, monthly votes. Thank you. Chapter 035. Demon Snake's Pupil. Nearly 1,000 years of lifespan. Jiang Lu's eyes rubbed brightly, as if they were smoking green. The one who knows me is the master. Was just trying to figure out how I could reasonably grab the head. And now your old man has sent the opportunity to his face. It's really true that when you fall asleep, a demon sends you a pillow. Jiang Lu barely hesitated. His figure was as fast as lightning as he swept above the head of that huge snake body and stood together with Granny Whitebone. At this moment, both of his arms had been completely covered in scales, reflecting sparkling light under the daylight. The bottom of his eyes flashed with excitement and bloodlust, and his body surface was even faintly glowing with a demonic red aura. This kind of gesture was clearly ready to gouge out his eyes. A satisfied smile surfaced on Granny Whitebone's face. The golden snake maiden, however, was covered in scales, and a trace of trembling couldn't help but emerge from her heart. The bloodlust that flowed from those eyes was actually no less than his own. Moreover, the reddish aura that faintly appeared on its body contained a rich bloodbath aura. Such a degree of bloodbath chi. If you want to rely on killing to accumulate words, its feet are bound to have been a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Trampled over the white bones do not know the clouds. How evil is this? I don't know what this little brat is really about. And yet it was just then. A flash of blood bloomed before his eyes. The golden snake maiden's huge snake body immediately began to dance about, bringing up a strong wind that even lifted up the nearby houses, until Granny Whitebones came down with another pull. It was only then that this gigantic golden snake seemed to have gone into hiatus, prostrating itself on the ground and not moving at all. But a smile strangely appeared on her hideous snake face. Death. I'm going to die. So this is what it feels like to have your flesh and blood gouged out. Ha 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 ha. Unimpeded. This is what it feels like to be on the verge of death. And it's also smooth. Crazy. This snake demon is no longer a pervert. It's simply crazy. At this moment, Jiang Lu couldn't help but have his scalp numb again. I don't know how many other epileptic women like this there are in this barbaric world. If they are all like this, then it will be interesting in the future. Granny Whitebone, however, was expressionless as she looked up at Jianglu, her icy voice resounding. Don't pay any attention to her. Swallow her pair of becks and then dig out her demonic pills and take them. Perhaps you will be able to have unexpected gains. It was at this moment that a voice sucking in cold air sounded from the side, and it was none other than Emily. The Golden Snake Lady's unusually bizarre behavior was seen by Emily. He was also amazed by it, and even wondered if the demon had any other unknown means. After all, in the midst of the 100,000 Great Mountains, the last thing that was lacking was all sorts of bizarre and unpredictable means, as a real experience of 1,000 years of age, but also for the Demon King's own sister of the powerful demon. If really have some means, that is also normal. However, what shocked Emily even more was Jianglu and Granny Whitebone. Last night, when he saw the dragon image vision being invaded by the blood fiend, he was the one whose heart was broken, though after being reminded by Granny Whitebones, accepting this fact. However, now that he saw that the bloodbath aura on Jianglu was so rich that just a little bit of it that was inadvertently revealed was comparable to those killing stars who had been crawling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood for decades, Emily still couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. That's not a good thing to kill too much. At the same time, Granny Whitebone's way of teaching Jianglu was incomprehensible to Emily. Obviously the bloodthirsty aura on this child was already this strong. Why did they still let him do such a bloody thing? Don't you think he's killing enough? But before Emily could see any action, he saw that Jianglu had already skillfully swallowed the pair of demon snake pupils. Even though the snake pupil seemed incomparably large compared to Jianglu, it could even be said to be several times Jianglu's stature. But Jianglu had already swallowed demon hearts that were comparable to his own size, or even more massive, back when he was still a baby. At this moment, it is naturally easy to master, biting through its surface, sucking up the liquid in it, while running the gong method to refine it. Just the entrance of the liquid in this demonic pupil caused Jianglu's brows to wrinkle slightly again. Fishy. This stuff is so fishy. Not at all as fragrant and delicious as the demon heart's essence blood in the demon heart. However, Jianglu was forcibly enduring the fishy odor. Good medicine is bitter and good for the disease. This thing is fishy and good for cultivation. In the moment it flowed down his throat into his abdomen. It was transformed into a stream of blazing warmth spread all over his body. Almost instantly, his entire body's chi and blood boiled up and soared at an extremely fast rate every moment. This object is really as the master said. Serving it is greatly beneficial. This is the first thought that popped up in Jianglu's heart, and his eyes also swished and brightened. Just Jiang Yo himself did not notice is that at the same time he refined this snake demon pupil, he is not just the body of blood chi soaring growth. His pupils also emerged in a touch of light gold color, and originally belonged to the human eye pupil, also gradually become tend to snake general vertical pupil. Granny Whitebone took a look, and the original cold expression on her face immediately soothed a lot, and even revealed a smile, smiling so that the wrinkles on her old face squeezed as if it were a chrysanthemum. My wife's disciple is truly extraordinary, and has actually obtained this chance, so it seems that it won't take long to think that he will be able to inherit my wife's mantle. Granny Whitebone seemed to be genuinely happy for the change in Jianglu at this moment, as if Jianglu had really gotten a great chance. Emily's voice did not move, but in his heart he was secretly surprised. He knew what was going on. When demons and half-demons swallow the body parts of demons above the 10,000 laws realm, there is a certain probability that they will make up for their shape, allowing that part of themselves to undergo a mutation, possessing some of the characteristics of that part of the swallowed demon. Right now this child is just like the eyes have mutated, about to be part of the characteristics of the Golden Snake Lady's demon snake pupil. That's quite a boost. To know, the Golden Snake Lady doesn't use the demon snake's pupil often though. However, the clan to which its main body belonged to was famous for its pupil arts. In particular, his sister, the Green Snake Great King, was once able to compel an ancient god comparable to a 10,000 laws realm demon with a single look, and it was at this moment that Emily's eyelids once again jumped. Only in his line of sight, Jianglu quickly sucked that pair of demonic snake pupils clean. Spinning around, he rubbed what he didn't know was skin or membrane, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed and swallowed. Then, with a single lift of his hand, he pierced through the golden snake maiden's head and violently ripped something out of it, from which uncountable threads of blood soared out. However, Jianglu's expression did not see the slightest discomfort, but only indifference and eagerness, as if looking at a delicious dish of rice. Kill the first stage of the 10,000 laws realm. Golden Snake Lady, total lifespan of 2,000 years, remaining 970 years. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan 970 years. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 036, Offering the Demon Pill. Blood bead congealing. Hulu Mountain. Hints swept before his eyes. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation technique. Powerful bull magic. Yellow immortal nascent soul technique. Bloodshed dragon elephant power. Dragon elephant voodoo technique. Pale demon wings, introductory. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years. Current demon lifespan, 970 years. Demon's lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, and cannot be converted with one's own lifespan. Physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis. Cultivation, peak blood moving realm, peak half demon realm. Looking at his attribute panel, a contented expression appeared on Jiang Lu's face. 970 years, close to 1,000 years of longevity. That's a lot to be filled at once. I think it's more than enough even to see the scenery after pale demon wings. But again, River Run couldn't help but think. I wonder what would happen if the accumulated demonic lifespan exceeded 1,000 years. According to the convention in novels, this kind of thing directly linked to the use of the golden finger. Quantitative change usually produces qualitative change. I wonder if this convention applies in my own case. But Jiang Lu didn't think much about it. This is not the time to think about that. And this kind of thing would naturally be known when his accumulated demonic lifespan arrived in the future. Compared to this, Jiang Lu was more concerned about the increase in his cultivation level. Although the more powerful and numerous the techniques cultivated, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. And with the metamorphosis of the physique, the more difficult it would be to cultivate. Moreover, Jiang Lu's physique was also still undergoing a constant metamorphosis, and even the cultivation resources he used, the vast majority of the power was applied on top of the metamorphosis of his physique, which once again greatly increased the difficulty of his cultivation. Without any hesitation, nowadays, Jiang Lu's combat power was certainly considerable, but in the same realm of cultivation, the resources Jiang Lu needed to consume were dozens or even 100 or even 1,000 times that of a demon in the same realm. But right now, Jiang Lu's cultivation level had exceeded the limit of what his flesh could withstand at the late stage of the blood-moving realm long before he had swallowed the demonic pupil of this 10,000 laws realm snake demon, now swallowing the demon pupil down. Even though it is only a pair of demon pupils, but a pair of demon pupils of the 10,000 laws realm demon, the energy contained therein is horrible. Even if what was absorbed today was still only a small portion, it had hardened Jiang Lu's cultivation to the point where he was at the peak of the blood-moving realm. Even more, if Jiang Lu was willing, he could attempt to break through the spirit transformation realm right now. However, Jiang Lu wouldn't do that at all, because he sensed that his cultivation in the blood-moving realm hadn't yet reached the extreme, and he had already decided that he would cultivate each realm to the extreme before breaking through, because only then can one have a more powerful fighting force and be invincible in every realm. Immediately, Jiang Lu's gaze fell on his hand, the blood-stained, yet glistening demonic elixir. This demonic elixir dug out from the body of a 10,000 laws realm demon was again different from the demonic elixir of a great demon. It seems to have something in the flow. Looks very subtle. It looks like you didn't have a small harvest. Wah-ar. Granny Whitebone noticed the change in Jiang Lu's breath and his eyes. The smile on her face deepened while explaining. Isn't it curious why this snake demon's demonic dan is different from the previous snake demons? This is what the realm gap brings. Demons of the 10,000 Dharma realm condense 10,000 Dharma seeds in their demon dawn. And even if they are only at the first stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm, they have already condensed the beginnings of 10,000 Dharma seeds in their demon dawn. And as soon as this 10,000 laws seed prototype is complete, the demonic power within the great demon's body will begin to undergo a metamorphosis towards mana, at which point traces of the flow of mana will appear on top of the demon dan. If one can go even further, turning the seed of 10,000 laws from virtual to real, and all of the demonic power in the entire body metamorphoses into mana, the demonic dan will be completely transformed into the seed of 10,000 laws. Then it will have reached the realm that my wife is in nowadays. When Jiang Lu heard this, he instantly understood. So that was how it was. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. His master was really a demon at the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm. And this 10,000 laws realm was really one stage as one heaven. That golden snake maiden was completely hung up in the hands of her master, not even able to fight back. But then, another thought occurred to him. Since this golden snake maiden's demonic dan was the prototype of the seed of 10,000 dharmas, would it be beneficial to master teacher's cultivation as well? Should I offer myself to the master and brush up on his favor? After all, he is still not to understand why the master will accept himself as a disciple, if he does not know the reasoning of having a past and a future, and only knows how to ask for it. Will it attract the master's disgust? Love to Read Free Novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Lu instantly made a decision. Gathering demon lifespan from the master is a long-term business. Still can't be too petty. He directly handed over the demonic Dan held in his hand towards Granny Whitebone, pretending to be innocent. Master, then if that's the case, this ugly demonic Dan, will you also benefit from refining it all? Then, I'd better return it to my master. He deliberately acted as if he was staring at the demonic pills with nostalgia, as if his eyes were going to pull silk, very reluctant but agreeing to cut his love. Well, although that's certainly true as well. Good. Why are you really have filial piety? Granny's heart is happy, but Granny's cultivation technique is special. Refining this item is not very useful. It's better to give it to you to contain your body. Granny Whitebones was obviously even happier. With a lift of his hand, he retrieved the white bone streamer while also slapping out a ball of ghostly blue flames that landed on the golden snake maiden's blood-stained corpse. In a matter of moments, the huge snake body was burned into a blood bead the size of a baby's fist. Then Granny Whitebone waved her hand again, and the blood bead fell onto Jiang Lu's hand. Here, this is the blood and flesh essence of that snake demon's entire body. Take this one as well, when it can help you cultivate your precious body. Thank you, Master. This time, Jiang Lu didn't have the slightest intention of refusing. He wasn't the kind of person who twisted and made a show of himself, and since his master had said this, he also accepted it with a smile. Mo Li, who is still on the sidelines, will take everything in, and his heart is a little sour. This was the demonic pills and blood essence of a 10,000 laws realm demon, and it was given away just like that? To use such a thing to harbor the body and forge the foundation of the fleshly body. What a great stroke! If it was placed in the Tai sword sect, supplemented with some precious materials, it would be able to refine a furnace of dragon tiger golden pill. And at that moment, Granny Whitebone's words rang out once again, and she seemed to be exhorting Jiang Lu. Remember, do not break through the great realm until the precious body has completed its breakthrough and the chi and blood have reached the limit of what the physical body can withstand. In the meantime, in the middle of the inner circle of those 100,000 mountains, there is a large mountain that looks like a gourd from a distance. Within its deep cave, many demons of the lesser demon and even greater demon realms were busy. The boiling of the water, the slaughtering of the people, seems to be organizing some kind of grand feast. At this moment, a delicate figure lying on its side on top of the throne in the deepest part of the cave, wearing an emerald green jade hairpin on its head and 100 treasures brocade pouch on its waist, violently opened its eyes. Her eyes blossomed with an intimidating light. My stupid sister is dead? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 037. Green Snake King. Sisterly love. Cooking people and slaughtering demons for fun. This would have been a great grace and beauty for the demons. In the middle of the cold, dim cave, a single torch reflected the grim faces of the incoming and outgoing demons in red. Those pairs of demonic pupils all contained endless excitement and fervor. However, as the delicate figure above the throne opened its mouth, the entire gourd mountain shook. All of a sudden, the falling rocks in the cave fell down like rain, and the rumbling and trembling sound was unceasing. The demons in the cave, however, didn't have the slightest hint of panic, and weren't even surprised, as if they had long been accustomed to it, to be in danger but not in chaos. Now that you all haven't panicked in the face of such a change, you guys have grown a bit. The delicate figure smiled and spoke, seemingly satisfied with the performance of the crowd of demons, only to see her pull down the emerald green jade hairpin on top of her head and wave it. The falling stones then all grew back on top of the stone wall, as if nothing had happened. And it was at this moment that a red lining snake quickly leapt in from outside the cave towards the depths, quickly rushing along while still shouting, Report! Report to the king! It's not good, Mistress She, that was clearly a spirit transformation realm demon, only just refining the horizontal bones, only barely reaching the first stage of the spirit transformation realm, running to the throne, already coming up for air. However, the figure on the throne was very calm and did not even get up. That sister of mine is dead? How is it going on? Don't be in a hurry. Speak slowly, great king. The matter is like this. Red Training Snake was concise and quickly told how the black nymphette escaped from the 100,000 mountains, how she killed the Willow family's heavenly pride, and how the golden snake nymphette traveled to Carefree City alone. Finally added, Great king, nowadays, within the Lu family land, the Queeness tablet has been broken, and I am afraid that it is fierce. Your Majesty, you must do right by us and the Queen. As soon as these words came out, a flash of coldness and killing intent immediately flashed across the eyes of that delicate figure, the golden snake maiden's sister, the green snake great king. However, its face was motionless, only playing with the jade hairpin in its hand. Then why didn't you and the others come to report earlier, so that I could help my sister? Suddenly, The green snake great king opened his mouth and stared straight at that red training snake. This snake is only the first stage of the transformation of the spirit, where can carry the gaze of the demon king powerhouse, and was instantly shocked into a cold sweat, and hurriedly said, "It is the queen's disallowance." And the small guesses that the queen wants to capture the escaped black snake, and get the inheritance of the Blackwater Shen snake clan's heavy treasures, and make some accomplishments, and then inform the great king. Although the real reason is how it does not know, but the matter of the clan land that day is not enough to mention. Now it can only say so. This is also before coming to the clan old deliberately urged. Humph, the Blackwater Shen snake clan's inherited heavy treasure. After using it, it can make the demon's qualification metamorphose, the bloodline return to the ancestor, and awaken the treasure body. Sister, this demon is just careful. The green snake great king laughed coldly. No wonder she has been saying that she wants to come see me ever since her breakthrough ended in seclusion. But she never comes to visit the door. If I had been asked to help earlier, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have suffered from this great misfortune. This time I must obtain that Shen snake clan's inherited heavy treasure, and then I can try to break through to the half-saint realm. When I step onto the holy way, I will overthrow that carefree city and avenge my sister's blood hatred. At these words, a cold killing intent surfaced on the green snake great king's face. What the king says is true. The king is mighty. At this moment, the red snake is even more choleric, and even hung his head lower, as if he wanted to bury it under the ground, just because. It didn't see the slightest hint of sisterly love in the bottom of the great king's eyes. All it had was extreme killing intent, and desire. Good on. It was also at that moment that there was one pass-through after another at the entrance to the cave. 10,000 Cave Mountain. The Ghost Fox Demon King has arrived. Martial Soul Mountain. The Demon King of Lightshine has arrived. Blood Sea Mystic Realm. The Black Chi Demon King has arrived. The other side. Inside Carefree City. Due to the destruction of the body by Granny Whitebone, the streets quickly returned to their usual tranquility and peace. Only from time to time there were still demons and humans talking about it. Heard what happened here earlier? Yes. There was an ungrateful one who came to Carefree City to look for trouble. His realm was very high, but Granny Whitebone personally took action, and his corpse was already gone. This is also thinking about it. How many years has it been? This is the first time I've seen a demon that dares to come to Carefree City to look for trouble. I'm afraid that it doesn't mind its long lifespan. Many of the residents of Carefree City were quite interested in this topic, and at the same time, Granny Whitebone brought Jiang Lu back within the mansion. Emily didn't follow, and the Carefree City Lord had already left. Granny Whitebone also didn't linger around Jiang Lu for much longer. She just gave some more instructions before walking into the room where the Black Ladies was staying. When Jiang Lu saw this, he was a bit confused. What is it? You were just in love with me as master and disciple, and now you're abandoning me? Am I still your favorite pup? But immediately, Jiang Lu's face recovered, and even a hint of anticipation flashed under his eyes. The master must be looking for mother something, and I don't know if mother knows that the master has killed a 10,000 laws realm demon. For us, what kind of expression will be on her face? Thinking like this, Jiang Lu returned within his room, sat on his knees, and then pulled out a few beads from his pants. Some are crystal clear, some are bright red like blood, and some are surrounded by clouds. Jiang Lu's face showed excitement, and then he grabbed the blood bead from it and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Feeling the familiar sweetness, feeling the chi and blood in his body begin to roll violently, the light in Jiang Lu's eyes grew brighter. At the same moment, Granny Whitebone, who had walked into the other room, glanced at the sleeping black nymphette and her face changed slightly. You don't even know what's going on outside, and you don't even know what's going on, and you're not worthy of being a mother to someone? You're still a big kid yourself, right? In the next moment, Granny Whitebone's figure appeared like a ghost in the Black Lady's ear and whispered, "Girl, wake up. Someone is going to rob you of your baby." Almost the instant the words fell, the Black Lady opened her eyes. That pair of pale golden vertical pupils instantly reddened. Infinite killing intent burst out from it. Who wants to rob my cubs? Looking for death? Then, she saw Granny Whitebone. The killing intent emanating from her dissipated like a cloud of smoke, and she was in a trance for a while before coming back to her senses. The Black Lady laughed bitterly. "Senior, you are the Demon King. Why do you still have to tease me like this? It's just that I found it interesting to see you sleeping soundly." Granny Whitebone's face was expressionless, and she just faintly said, "Do you know what happened in today's party?" Hens. With her eyes glazed over and completely unresponsive, the Black Lady heard this and asked directly, "I wonder what happened." When Granny Whitebone heard this, her face became more and more ugly to the naked eye. "You actually really don't know anything? You are a mother who is really. Also, then my wife will tell you about it. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 038. Moving blood to perfection. Taste conference. Rumble. Over time, the chi and blood in Jian Lu's body rolled over like a mountain calling out to the sea, making a loud roaring sound. The bones of his entire body were also continuously emitting crackling sounds, and there was also a hidden divine sunlight flowing on them. Demon cultivation. To refine the body to start, draw the aura of heaven and earth, take refining the body of the medicine, until the flesh and blood complete, then condense the spirit body, and then condense Dan. Metamorphosis for the law, will be on the door of the great Tao. And right now, Jiang Lu's fleshly body chi and blood rolled like a mountain and sea, as if he were a dragon walking down a river, and there was divine sunlight flowing through the flesh, blood and bones. In the cultivation of moving blood realm, it has been to the perfect realm, which can be called a great success, worthy of being a thing refined from the essence of the entire body of a 10,000 laws realm demon. It is really quite extraordinary. Jiang Lu was overjoyed in his heart, although currently, he hadn't completely refined the blood bead he had swallowed. Even this blood bead and the 2 demon pills he had previously swallowed were generally just refined forms. Most of the inner essence still remained in Jiang Lu's limbs and bones, waiting for him to come back and develop it later. Name, Jiang Lu. Race, human. Current techniques, spirit snake exhalation technique, powerful bull magic, yellow immortal nascent soul technique, bloodshed dragon elephant power, dragon elephant voodoo technique, pale demon wings, introductory, physique, bull demon body, in metamorphosis, cultivation, blood moving realm perfection, half demon realm perfection. Right at this moment, the attribute panel surfaced again, and Jiang Lu glanced at it, a thoughtful look appearing on his face. He also recalled the advice of his master, Granny White Bone. Although I have completed the cultivation of the blood-moving realm today, the cultivation of my physique is far from reaching its limit, Jiang Lu muttered in his heart. Although last night's one-night cultivation had almost allowed his ox demon treasure body to advance once again, it was only almost advancing to the level of a grand completion treasure body. If one wanted to truly raise the treasure body to a great accomplishment, one would still need to put in some hard work as well. Moreover, the cultivation of the physique was extremely resource-intensive, and its consumption was horrifying. Without any hesitation, the resources to shape a single great completion treasure body would be able to cultivate several or even 10 times as many demons of the third stage of spirit transformation. Jiang Lu's heart also had a premonition that perhaps even if he finished refining all the residual power of the 2 demon pills in his body, he would only be able to reach the level of a great perfection treasure body. But now, with this 10,000 laws realm flesh and blood essence in his stomach, Jiang Lu actually sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he digests all of these demonic gifts in his body, he will be able to achieve a great success in his precious body. Or even, Jiang Lu's eyes looked toward the other 2 elixir-like things in front of him, the demon elixir that he personally dug out from the golden snake maiden's body, as well as the dragon tiger golden elixir gifted by the wine sword immortal Emoli. If he were to refine both of these items as well, perhaps his cultivation and physique would be able to rush to a higher level. That's not a small increase in his combat power. Thinking about it, Jiang Lu's eyes glowed. Combativity. It's fundamental to his standing in this world. A human like himself, who was not so profound as to be able to crush all demons, would have to strengthen his body. With a clench of his teeth, Jiang Lu actually directly stuffed both the demon pill and the dragon tiger gold pill into his mouth and swallowed them with a grunt. Almost the instant it was swallowed, Jiang Lu felt an incomparable surge of energy erupt within him, rushing through his limbs and bones, making his entire body feel as if it was about to explode. No good. The power contained in these 2 items is just too powerful. Even if I have the ox demon treasure body now, it's still difficult for me to withstand it. Almost instantly, Jiang Lu operated the powerful bull magic, frantically absorbing and refining the terrifying energy. Spirit snake exhalation method, yellow immortal nascent soul technique, and bloodshed dragon elephant force. All 3 of these techniques also spontaneously began to run at the same time, sharing the pressure. Even the pale demon wings were actively starting to devour the surging chi and blood in Jiang Lu's body, which were used to fill up the wings that were still only in their embryonic form. Those wings that were originally only frames actually gradually appeared with blood-colored textures, becoming more and more full. And just then too, in front of Jiang Lu's eyes, that column of feats has changed again. Current feats, golden snake 3 flower pupils. At this very moment, deep in the caves of Hulid Mountain, in front of the huge stone table, the green snake great king feasted with several other demon king powerhouses who had come to the banquet. And there was both wine and blood on the table, both demons and human races. The big guys ate a few bites of the human race on the wine and nibbled on a few bites of the demon's next blood. So it was a good time. Right at this moment, the green snake great king above that main seat, but suddenly covered his face and wept lowly. The ghost fox demon king, who was already in a drunken state, instantly became furious. Green Snake, everyone is drinking happily. Why are you crying? You're a strong demon king. You don't mind losing face. As he said that, he even directly pulled over the spirit transformation demon serving beside him, biting off one of the other's arms with a single bite, swallowing it accompanied by a miserable scream. However, the surrounding demons, whether they are the demon kings who are eating the seats or the other serving demons, do not have any reaction, as if they have long been accustomed to this kind of scene, or they themselves are like this. The demon race, originally, would devour each other, taking the human race as their blood food. They also take the demons as their blood food. The most primitive laws were displayed to the fullest extent in the demon race. It's really noisy. How did you temper the demons, Green Snake, that you can't even endure this pain? What a waste. A good taste conference, 100 years square once taste conference, just so give spoiled, really spoiled. If I had known that, this 100 years might as well have been organized in Manhwa Cave Mountain. It didn't take long for the demon that had one of its arms torn off to be grabbed by the Ghost Fox Demon King once again, biting off its head, its body twitching a few times on the ground, and it would never scream again. However, the Ghost Fox Demon King was not yet satisfied, and actually had the tendency to charge the Green Snake Great King. The closest light-soaring Demon King hastily pulled the fight, and the 3 pairs of swan-like white wings behind his back unfolded, directly giving the Ghost Fox Demon King a few slaps in the face. The Ghost Fox Demon King instantly came to his senses, but looked up just in time to see the Green Snake Great King's pair of narrow and deep vertical pupils. The other Demon Kings are not changing their faces, still drinking blood and eating meat, as if they are enjoying a big show that is about to be staged. The Green Snake Great King's mind moved slightly, and the Ghost Fox Demon King immediately felt as if something had touched his heart. For a while, his eyes were filled with the shadow of the Green Snake Great King, and he was mesmerized by the sight. Instead, a flash of satisfaction flashed across the eyes of the Green Snake Great King before he slowly spoke. Fellow Ghost Fox, didn't you ask me why I'm crying? Because my sister, the Golden Snake, is dead. She didn't die from the shackles of longevity. She was killed by a demon, and she died right here in Carefree City, on her way to chase that thing. Once these words came out, the other Demon Kings also straightened up, their faces gradually becoming grave. That thing? Could it be that the Golden Snake had found the whereabouts of the item, only to be accidentally killed in the chase? Why then did the Green Snake not keep the matter to himself, but bring it here to speak of it? I'll have to say what is for the sake of the demon race. This kind of nonsense, he is not believed. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 039. Ghost Fox leaves the table. Sword Sect sends a message. The Ghost Fox Demon King's eyes had turned red, and it was as if there was a thorn in his heart again. He asked in a subtle manner, "What exactly has happened? Seeing you grieve like this, Green Snake's sister, my heart also seems to be breaking." Such words he normally would never have said, but now he suddenly felt that the Green Snake in front of him was so beautiful that he felt there was no harm in saying it. The rest of the Demon Kings did not utter a word, and their eyes coincidentally flashed with disdain. This idiot, he's caught on and doesn't even know it. With a heart like that, I don't know how I've survived this long. However, they were all just coldly observing, because they also wanted to know what Green Snake's intention was in making such a mess at this taste conference. More feel. Unconstrained Green Snake is counting on what? Let this stupid to try are just right. The Green Snake Great King's eyes were also red, just as if he was really mourning something. The Black Snake escaped and fled into Carefree City with a baby that I don't know if it was a human or a half-demon. The heavenly pride that my Lu family went after died. And my sister, who wanted to seek justice and reclaim the inherited heavy treasures in the meantime, died there as well. Hearing these words, a hint of playfulness surfaced in the eyes of the Demon Kings. Sure enough, it's trying to pound on them to use them as a gun. Only the Ghost Fox Demon King's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "I thought it was something, so it's just this little thing. In my opinion, sister, you don't have to be sad. Is not just a black snake. To be I personally walk up a trip, we'll be able to catch that black snake, then ask the whereabouts of that inheritance of heavy treasure, offer it to the sister, in order to comfort the Golden Snake sister in the spirit of heaven." After saying that, he just stared straight at the Green Snake Great King, as if he was waiting for the other party's promise. Fellow Taoist Ghost Fox, this is not good. That Carefree City is not to be messed with. The Green Snake Great King grinned, revealing a mouth full of sharp, white teeth, and looked at the ugly figure that was mesmerized by himself in a rather meaningful way. Don't underestimate Carefree City. That Carefree City Lord is a half-saint at the third stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm, and the two Vice City Lords are both existences not weaker than you and I, and that place is said to be about some deep or hidden secret. Having said that, The green snake great king did not continue. Then he looked at the ghost fox demon king and patted his chest and said, "Sister, this is what you are not. How can you be so long beside the demon's ambition and destroy your own wind? Don't be scared out of your wits by Carefree City. Then let's do it this way. I'm going to go walk up now. Sister, you and dogs continue to savor, continue to eat is. Well, moron. Don't buckle and search. I will bring that black snake back to you. And the cub she took. I will also bring him back to you as a wine dish." The ghost fox demon king felt that the time had come for him to perform. With that, he directly got up and left the table. All demon kings? In that case, we will wait for Ghost Fox Taoist friends. Good news. Come on. Then serve the food. Then eat. Pure blood fae. Human children. All serve me up. 10 heads. 10 heads each for each Taoist friend. Save the other demons from seeing this and thinking that we can't afford to entertain. Looking at the odd expressions of the demon kings, the great king of the green snake returned to his normal state and rushed around to greet the equally dumbfounded little ones. Then he swallowed a human who was trembling with fear in one gulp and led the way and began to gorge himself. Just then, within Carefree City, within the sword mound, the wine sword immortal Emoli was casually lying on top of the bed and couch, with a red-skinned gourd in his mouth, slightly drunk. He got drunk, really drunk, and fast too. An existence like Emoli's is usually not drunk, but a person who really wants to get drunk must get drunk very quickly, because it is possible to get physically drunk without getting drunk. At this moment, Emoli's mouth is still broken, chanting, "Drunkenness does not know the affairs of the world, will lie down by the side of the bed and do not know the way of this world. Only a drunkenness can make people forget the many sorrows of this human race. But today's drunk, I am drunk willingly. My Tai sword sect to get that child, the future of another ancestor, the future of the human race is also expected to." It was obviously just unintentional drunken talk, but there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness. If someone was here, he would be able to feel that Emoli was really relaxed at this moment, as if he had suddenly put down the big stone that was pressing on his chest. It is as if a person in a dark moment suddenly glimpses the morning light of dawn. But just at this moment, a jade pendant hanging on Emoli's waist suddenly rang. Emoli instantly sobered up. "What's the matter, senior brother?" Emoli shouted at the jade pendant. This object was a special magic treasure of the Tai sword sect, used for transmitting messages between disciples. However, the piece that Emoli was wearing was different, and was only used for contact with the sect master. It was impossible for senior sect leader to look for himself for no reason. There must be something going on, and you have the nerve to ask me what happened. Wasn't it something you found? To actually summon me to recruit a demon as an offering and grant a half-demon the identity of a disciple of the Tai sword sect. Tell me, what were you thinking? Emoli also straightened up when he heard this. It turned out that his senior brother had come to him for this matter, which was no wonder. Just now, after separating from Taoist Whitebone and the others, he had summoned this matter to his senior brother. After all, it was about breaking the rules of the Tai sword sect's legacy, so he couldn't possibly make a decision without authorization. "I just didn't expect elder brother to see it so soon. Thought it was going to take some more time." After thinking about it, Emoli said all the things that had happened in the past 2 days, and then said bluntly, "This matter is a bit of a bad rule, but that child's qualifications are the only ones I've seen in my life. If it is as you say, the boy is indeed highly qualified. But it doesn't seem to be so high that the clan can make an exception for him, right?" When Emoli heard this, he was anxious. "Senior brother, you have to believe me. Anyway, that child has the hope of transcending my current realm. If I miss it, it would be too late to regret." "Are you out of your mind? Do you know that there are a few within the entire human race that can transcend that realm now?" The jade pendant was silent for a long time, and then a questioning voice came from it. Emoli only said, "It's because there aren't many. That's why we have to extensively discover geniuses. Whether the child can grow to that level in the future is put aside for now. A 10,000 Dharma realm demon who is willing to listen to my Xian sect's teachings. Why should senior brother turn away? Even though my human race's cultivation system is slightly different from the demon race, a demon of the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm is also a notable combatant. Being able to pull together is also a beautiful thing. After all, the situation of my human race in this barbaric world today is far from what it seems to be." This statement was made. A long silence fell across the room. It wasn't until much later that a long sigh came again. "In that case, senior brother will just make his own judgment." Wine Sword Immortal had the good sense to keep his mouth shut, then disappeared into thin air. Since there was no problem here at elder brother, he would have to go ahead and put this matter into effect. Same moment, Jiang Lu opened his eyes again. His body began to swell. A pained look came over his face. Not good. Even with the pale demon wings and the rest of the kung fu refinement to share the burden, The energy contained in the 10,000 Laws Demon Pill and the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill is too powerful. My body won't be able to withstand it. Something has to be done. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 040. Sun Demon Wind and Cloud Wings. I've become a little master. A few moments later, Jiang Lu's mind moved, and the panel quickly unfolded. Current feats. Pale Demon Wings, Introductory. Golden Snake 3 Flower Pupils, Introductory. The Golden Snake Maiden's demonic elixir had brought Jiang Lu another new technique, which was an unexpected blessing. But right now he didn't have the heart to think much about it. It was too late to even check. He directly poured a massive amount of demonic longevity into the Pale Demon Wings. This was the only way Jiang Lu could think of right now. Upgrading feats that consumed a lot of cultivation resources to accelerate the consumption of energy in his body. In the first year, you recited the Pale Demon Wings technique, which you had already memorized by heart, and began to recall your past. In the second year, since you have already completed the most difficult step of initiation, and your body is full of energy, and your chi and blood are as vast as a river or an ocean, the cultivation of the Pale Devil's Wings will not be any difficulty for you to speak of. In the third year, you have successfully evolved both the skeleton and flesh of the wings behind you, and the Pale Demon Wings have become a small success. In the fifth year, the Pale Demon Wings are completed. The wings on your back begin to grow plumes and can be retracted as you wish, and can be turned into runes and hidden on your peepa bone when you don't need to use them. In the eighth year, thanks to the abundant energy in your body, you have cultivated the Pale Devil Wings to a perfect level, and each plume of the wings behind you is as sharp as a flying sword, and your flying speed has reached an unimaginable level. Current demon lifespan, 991 years. Jiang Lu almost thought he had misread it. I didn't expect that the subsequent cultivation of this Pale Demon Wings would be so simple, and it actually only took 8 years. Thanks to myself, I was worried before that 43 years would not be enough, but he didn't think much on the matter, because obviously, this deduction was able to be this smooth and watery thanks to the strong energy accumulated within his body. Jiang Lu guessed that this infinite deducer's deduction should also be related to his physical condition. If he had accumulated enough energy in his body, it would be much easier to deduce those techniques whose cultivation knowledge required the consumption of a large amount of cultivation resources. Moreover, Jiang Lu was now more concerned about the synchronization of proficiency after deduction. He could rely on this to save his life. And it was at this moment that Jiang Lu felt a moment of clarity in his spiritual platform, and many epiphanies flooded his mind. At the same time, the Pale Demon Wings that had been absorbing and refining the energy of the body like a baby drawing milk began to rapidly part with its energy like a quartet drinking from the Yellow River. Almost instantly, the Sun Demon Wings, which were only fledgling, had already grown bones and flesh, and even the plumes had begun to sprout. And as the cohesion of the Sun Demon Wings was completed, Jiang Lu also felt as if some sort of shackles were broken within his body. Boom! A roaring sound rose from within. Jiang Lu's entire body had jerked up a few points, and even the swelling on his body's exterior had subsided. At the same time, the divine radiance on his body's surface flowed, and there was a hidden treasure light overflowing. This is a symbol of the great success of the treasure body. Deshang Baoji has become a reality. Phew! Jiang Lu exhaled deeply, feeling the raging power within his body. His face was a bit complicated. With the coalescence of the Sun Demon Wings and the breakthrough of his physique, the power in his body had been depleted by a small amount. The rest of the energy was still mostly there though as well, but with the breakthrough of his physique, the limit of what his flesh can withstand has also been pulled up a lot, and now such a degree can already be withstood. Even though there were still remnants of the power of the 2 previous demon pills in his body as well, those powers had long since dispersed into his limbs and bones. The impact is not significant, but Jiang Lu didn't have time to be happy for long. It then felt like the energy in his body began to explode again. Not good. These two things still have backbone. Jiang Lu's face also changed once again. Such a turn of events is obviously somewhat unexpected. He hurriedly discarded his distracting thoughts and poured his demonic longevity once again towards the Gongfu Pale Demon Wings. As for the Golden Snake 3 Flower Pupil, it wasn't like Jiang Lu hadn't considered it. It was just that he knew at a glance that this technique wasn't something that was going to consume a lot of cultivation resources. Nowadays, it was still more important to save one's life. And for the current Jiang Lu, cultivation resources were in high demand, and feats that were able to consume energy were definitely a higher priority. In the 9th year, you continued to cultivate Pale Demon Wings, consuming the energy in your body in the process, and being eager to consume energy. You were quite generous with the supply of energy. In the 10th year, the wings on your back, irrigated by the massive amount of energy and chi and blood, seemed to undergo some kind of strange change, and your wings became incomparably huge. almost 3 times the normal size. In the 12th year, your pale demon wings became more and more divine. It was as if there was divine light flowing above each of your plumes. It was as if you had seized some kind of opportunity. The 15th year, your wings have grown to an unimaginable point. Flapping can cause hurricanes to blow up, and a slap can crush the great demon heavenly spirit. You stroked your own wings, feeling the terrifying power contained therein, and a maniacal smile appeared on your face. In the 23rd year, years of supply, finally made your Tsong demon wings completely metamorphosis. From now on can be in charge of the wind and clouds of the momentum, and can be big or small. If the cultivation is enough, under the full force of the show, can even cover the sky and the sun, you suddenly open the wings. Suddenly the wind and clouds, covering the sky dome 90,000 miles. You cannot help but look up to the sky and laugh, shouting 3 times, small master I became. You created the Cthulhu wind and cloud wings. Current demon lifespan, 976 years. The chi of his body surged fiercely, and almost in just an instant, the energy that had once again surged within his body quickly surged into the Tsung demon wings as if it were a river pouring in. Jiang Lu unconsciously released the pair of feathers he had cultivated, although it was controlled at a normal size. However, when it appeared, a fierce wind instantly blew within the entire room, causing the doors and windows to whimper. Jiang Lu closed his eyes and carefully felt it, and then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. This new technique deduced from the pale demon wings was truly remarkable. Not only did it solve his immediate problem, but it was also powerful enough. Now that Tsung demon wind and cloud wings on his back, the addition to his physique alone was not small, and almost all of them allowed his great perfection treasure body to be upgraded by another notch. More importantly, Jiang Lu gently flapped his wings, and a horrendous hurricane once again blew up in the middle of the room, almost as if it was going to blow the entire room into the sky. It was still the result of his extreme restraint. Almost instantly, Jiang Lu made a judgment. This pair of feathered wings could really be in charge of the wind and clouds, as the text in the deduction said. Moreover, its hardness was also quite strong, and even in a close fight, it was possible to crush the head of a great demon with a single wing slap. If he were to go back to the beginning and face that Lu Qingqing, Jiang Lu would be completely sure to pin her down. At the same time, according to the information synced over from the simulator, Jiang Lu was also aware of it. This pair of feathered wings of one's own nowadays, if one were to exert them at full strength, a single spread of wings would be 90,000 miles. The speed was a few points faster than a demon that had first entered the 10,000 laws realm. This made Jiang Lu excited. Well, this after I go out to hunt. Beat the other side cannot run away. Cannot beat me to run away? This is really too cool. It was only because the potency of the two dawn had been pretty much consumed. It was probably not enough to make the treasure body go up another notch and achieve the king body. This made Jiang Lu feel a little sorry for him as well. Maybe it's called what goes around comes around. Yet it was also at that moment, there was a sudden sound of footsteps outside the door. It seemed to be accompanied by the sound of something heavy being dragged across the green slate tile floor. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 041. The End of the Three Families, the Ultimate in Cultivation. Bang! Right at this moment, Jiang Lu's eyes rounded. His wings behind him shook violently, and the sound of a tiger's roar resounded in a trance, cutting up a hurricane like a mountain calling out a tsunami. Breaking through the door. Lift your wings and change the wind and clouds? This is the two figures outside the door, one with a hunchback and white hair, and the other with a snake's tail, were none other than the two demons, Granny Whitebone and the Black Lady. At this moment, their faces all changed abruptly, and they were wrapped up in that terrifying hurricane almost before they could react. Their faces were all shocked. Obviously they did not expect this trip to have such an accident. If they were not mistaken, that young figure actually grew feathers on his back, and the wings above the hidden divine glow flow. There are clouds and mist. Between the plumes there is a wind whistling sound of the tiger, and the legend of the Pale Devil tribe in the secret. The Pale Devil wings cultivated to the extreme metamorphosis. There are a few similarities. This child is actually related to the Cthulhu clan? With this in mind, Granny Whitebone waved her sleeve and swept it away, dissolving the hurricane into nothingness, then turned her head to look at the Black Lady. Girl, where did you pick up this waif? What's his relationship with the Tsung demon clan? Granny Whitebone's eyes were glowing as she stared at the Black Lady, her eyes revealing a scrutinizing look. The Black Lady had been completely confused as she recalled what she and Jiang Lu had been. I remembered that when I had just picked up the cub was still a pure human, with just a pair of big eyes that were permeated with spirituality. I didn't expect that later on. The cub spontaneously comprehended the method of cultivation and gradually became abnormal. And even more so, I didn't expect that now they also grew feathers similar to those in the legends of the Tsung demon clan. Could the cubs really be half demons? No. No way. As soon as the thought occurred, the Black Lady dismissed it. There was no way her cubs could be half demons. Even now, it looked more like a demon than a demon, even though the existences of the 10,000 Laws realm recognized the cub as a half-demon. But if it were, it would have been obvious at first sight. And half-demon is a human race and demon mixed blood inborn. Usually that is, with a race of demon characteristics. Can cub? How many demonic traits has this displayed? The Black Lady couldn't help but think of another possibility. Perhaps, the cubs were the ones whose luck was against the heavens, obtaining the inheritance of the various clans from the demon hearts and demon pills they had taken. However, practicing demonic techniques with a human body was the cause of the mutation that occurred while practicing. So, would explain it. The thought of it made the Black Lady feel more and more so, but she raised her head, answering the words of the white-bone granny, about the heart of the speculation but did not mention a word, just a sarcastic smile, picked up in the river. Perhaps his biological father or mother is the Tsung demon race and the descendants of other races? And now my son is the bloodline awakening. Consider it so. Granny Whitebone's face turned odd when she heard this, but she didn't say much as her gaze shifted directly to John Lu's body, looking at him as she said, "Auntie, Master, I." At this moment, John Lu looked at these two familiar figures and was also a bit at a loss for words. Just now, he was thinking of attacking and killing some demons to turn them into his cultivation resources. When he heard the footsteps, he subconsciously struck out. As a result, I didn't expect that the ones who came were actually master and mother. This is bad. Not only did he turn out to be a great filial son, it also directly exposed his pale demon wind cloud wings. I don't know if master and mother will be able to accept this stance of theirs. Wings on your back. Wings that move the wind and clouds. Doll, do you know about the pale demon clan? Just then, Granny Whitebone suddenly spoke. I know. After I swallowed the demonic elixir given to me by my mother-in-law, something suddenly appeared in my head, along with a technique called pale demon wings. I just tried to cultivate a little. I didn't expect to succeed in cultivation, but also grew this pair of things. Oh. Master, mother, grow this become so ugly. Will you guys not like me, ah? John Lu said all these words are also true, only to conceal some important things. And finally even more drama. Began to pretend to be a child. There are some things that don't need to be said more than necessary. Point by point, others will naturally brainstorm and say more than is wrong. And with his age on the line, it's only normal to react like this. Sure enough, with those words, Granny Whitebone's face immediately showed a thoughtful look, then grinned and said, "It's actually really the Tsung demon wings. It seems that there are Tsung demon clan demons among your ancestors. Doll, this is really a great chance. Jia. Is worthy of being my old lady's disciple. This blessing is just great. Granny, I am also considered to have a demon in my successor. When we meet in the Yellow Springs in the future, I will be accountable." Granny Whitebones laughed jaggedly. Acceptance was very good, but for some reason, John Lu felt that although his own master's smile was full of joy at first, as he laughed and laughed, it was as if the smile was more sour than wine and more bitter than tears. Could it be that master has an unknown past as well, also carrying as much as a yang? John Lu couldn't help but let out a long sigh in his heart as he secretly thought, and at that moment, a bitter smile appeared on the Black Lady's face, as Granny Whitebone's smile made her think of her own inexorable past. But in the career of a demon, there are already a lot of things that can't be helped, and thinking or not thinking will only add to the worries. Auntie, Master, are you here to see me for something? John Lu couldn't stand such an atmosphere and naturally spoke out to destroy it. I'm coming to. The Black Lady sniffed and snapped back to her senses, opening her mouth to say something, but just at that moment, a sword light arrived in the air, interrupting her following. Then he only saw the sword light land, and it transformed into the figure of Winesword Immortal Mo-Li. Ha! John Lu froze for a moment. He didn't expect this big brother to appear in such a way, and even more so, he didn't expect that this one would appear at such a point in time. Fellow Daoist Mo, what are you doing here? Granny Whitebone said with a coldness in her voice, as if she was very dissatisfied with Mo-Li's sudden appearance. Naturally, I've come to discuss with you, Dao friend, about you joining my Tai Sword sect as an elder of the offerings. Saying that, Mo-Li's eyes looked towards John Lu, and John Lu's muscles tightened all of a sudden. Mo-Li was also trembling. His eyes were filled with endless astonishment. Yikes, how did you even grow wings? In this moment, Mo-Li felt that his heartbeat had suddenly sped up several times, and his breathing might stop at any time. How he hoped that what he saw was not true. It wasn't his fault, after all. From Mo-Li's perspective, this was the future ancestor of his Tai Sword sect, which was becoming more and more like a demon. I am afraid that the difficulty of convincing those old antiques in the sect will increase. Again, this is not such a beautiful thing. Right at this moment, Jiang Lu, who heard the name Tai Sword Sect again, asked rhetorically, Master wants to join the Tai Sword Sect? What is the Tai Sword Sect? As soon as these words came out, Emily and Granny Whitebone both looked at Jiang Lu in unison, their gazes carrying an unbelievable expression. Spinning around, she looked at the black lady again, with eyes that seemed to say, how did you become a mother? How come you don't even teach your child these basic common sense? Black lady heart aggrieved. She picked up the cubs not many days. At first the cubs are still too small, and then they have been tired to run for their lives, and she did not have much time to teach these things. Nowadays, the barbarians, the human race is flourishing. In particular, the three schools of Xianshi Confucianism are the most prosperous, and the three schools preach the world. However, in the very next moment, Granny Whitebone stared straight at Jiang Lu and slowly opened her mouth, a strong look of scorn surfacing on her face. And among these three families, the 9 sects of the Xianmen, the Spirit Mountain of the Shihua family, and the Confucian Academy are the pinnacle, which is the end of the 3 families, and all of them are the holy places of the human practitioners. Not only is the foundation incomparably strong, but all of them are also as strong as clouds. The head of the 9 sects, the Spirit Mountain Mountain Master, and the scholarly husband, the ultimate in human cultivators. Each generation of the Xianmen 9 sects headmasters is an existence that is at least comparable to a half-saint demon. As for the Tai Sword Sect, Wine Sword Immortal Emoli added, the Tai Sword Sect, then, is one of the top 3 ranked sects of the 9 sects of the Xian sect, and there are even true saints among them. Speaking here, Emoli also stared straight at Jiang Lu, and after a long time, he spoke quietly, Little Jiang Lu, are you willing to enter my Tai Sword Sect and cultivate my Xian sect's wonderful method? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 042. The Black Maiden Wants to Go. Demons Attack the City. Jiang Lu's pupils jolted when he heard this. The 3 schools of Xianshi Confucianism preach the world, and the 9 sects, the Spirit Mountain, and the Academy are the top of the 3 schools. Among them there are existences that stand at the extreme of the human cultivation path, and there are even true saints sitting in the upper 3 of the 9 Xianmen clans, like the Towering Heavens, which is breathtaking to behold. What a horror it is. Love to Read Free Novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, stale old bookworm customer service to help you find the books you want to read. Jiang Lu couldn't imagine what kind of light that was. At this moment, he was also ruthlessly moved in his heart. The so-called true saints were also existences equivalent to the demon saints at the 4th stage of the demon race's 10,000 laws realm. Forces with this kind of existence sitting in their midst, if they joined, they would be evening a thick golden thigh. Moreover, the big man also said that he would pass on his Xianmen supreme law. This is awesome to hear. The benefits are really numerous. But in a whirlwind, Jiang Lu dispelled this idea. Although the Xianmen supreme law was good, one had the infinite extrapolator and there was no shortage of feats to use. Really lacking, devouring a huge amount of demon heart. Demon Dan will always harvest the gongfa, and then use the demon lifespan obtained from beheading demons to deduce it. Furthermore, one's hang-ups lay in slaying demons, so if one left the 100,000 mountains and traveled to the boundaries of the human race, it might in turn affect the speed of development. After all, the experiences of his last life had made Jiang Lu profoundly understand that if he joined such a large power among the human race, he would not be able to do things as recklessly as a loner. There are always constraints of various stripes. Most importantly, I'm afraid that the way he looks nowadays is not very acceptable to most people. As soon as he thought of this, Jiang Lu made a decision, and then replied, Thank you, Senior, but I can't let go of a Nyang and my master, so I can only fail Senior's good intentions. Well, formal contact with the human race in this world or something, it's better to wait until he cultivates to the 10,000 laws realm. As long as he possessed enough strength, whether he was a human or a demon was just a matter of his thoughts. As for Emoli, when he heard this from Jiang Lu, disappointment clearly flashed in his eyes. What's the point of giving up? It's just an excuse. After all, just now he had said that he wanted to talk to Taoist Whitebone about the matter of providing elders, and he didn't believe that with this child's intelligence, he wouldn't be able to hear the deeper meaning. As long as Jiang Lu is willing, it's not a problem at all for him to bring more black snakes who are willing to accept the teachings of the Xianmen sect back to the sect. But unfortunately, Emoli did not force, only said, in that case, it is my Tai Sword sect does not have this blessing. In the future, if you change your mind, you can come back to find me again. After Emoli finished speaking, his entire body disappeared into a sword aura, as if he had never appeared, going really fast. I don't know who Is the one who just said that he wants to discuss with my old lady about becoming an elder of the offerings? Granny Whitebone's eyes were deep, and she spoke softly in a leisurely manner. She was very unhappy with Emily, but was not surprised by the other party's behavior. Emily, or Tai E Sword Sect, the target was originally that child, and now since that child refused, naturally, he will not separately say that he wants to worship her as an elder. Of course, she hadn't cared to be this elder in the first place. Instead, it was the black lady in Jianglu who looked dumbfounded. These bigots are really acting decisively. Didn't get what I wanted and walked away decisively. Not a word more of nonsense. But soon, this man and demon also came back to their senses. For the black nymphette who grew up in the 100,000 Great Mountains, there were not a few demons she had seen that acted decisively or even ruthlessly. Jianglu was also a deep understanding. The last life. He even personally experienced a layer of skin on the tiger to look at the lack of any use of value of people. The eyes of the contempt of the farts in the eyes of the people. Auntie, what were you going to say just now? Jianglu then spoke again, restarting the previous topic. The wine swordsman's arrival and invitation was purely minor. He was still more interested in what the black lady would say and said, I just want to inform you that I am going to leave for a period of time next, and you have to listen to the words of your seniors in Carefree City, said the black lady calmly, but her eyes had already shifted to Jianglu's body, scanning every corner of his body, and that eye color was as if she wanted to completely brand Jianglu's entirety, all of it, into the bottom of her eyes. Auntie, you mean you're leaving Carefree City? But why? Didn't we escape here with great difficulty? Jianglu suspiciously surveyed the black lady. How could he not figure out what his mother was getting herself into? Well, my cultivation has reached the bottleneck. To condense the Dan breakthrough to the great demon realm, I must go out to experience some, but bring you with me and I do not feel at ease, the black maiden said indifferently. Although the tone was flat, Jianglu heard a hint of trembling from its mouth. He immediately realized that his mother might indeed have had considerations in this regard, but the main reason for choosing to leave was most likely not this. Could it have something to do with mother's past experiences? Or did the master say something? Or maybe, is both? As Jianglu pondered, he looked up, and then he only saw the black lady and the white-bone granny making eye contact. He was instantly convinced of what he wanted to do. It seems that what was expected was correct, but just at this moment, Jianglu suddenly heard a roaring sound. Immediately after, an inexplicable coldness surged to the heart. Which is, a demon attack? However, wasn't there 10,000 Laws Realm powerhouses in Carefree City, and one of them was even a half-saint? How come? There are demon invasions one after another now? Jianglu subconsciously operated the gong method to mobilize the blood chi in his body, and the surface of his body instantly became covered with hard scales. The feathers behind the back blew a fierce wind, blowing the small stones in the Carefree City in the air, blowing the dust on the ground and yellow sand all over the sky, and also blowing the white-bone granny and the black lady's clothes. At this moment, Granny Whitebone and Black Lady naturally discovered the abnormality. There are actually demons attacking Carefree City again. They are really looking for death. Granny Whitebone's eyes instantly erupted with a dense murderous intent, causing Jiang Nyo and Black Lady to break out in a cold sweat. Girl, you talked to the waif. My wife goes to see that thing outside. After saying that, Granny Whitebone reached out her hand and a white streamer that emitted a lingering light appeared in her hand. Immediately afterward, an intense ebony light surged from her body, and as a terrifying aura rose up, the hunched figure disappeared into thin air. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the black lady directly turned into the appearance of a large black snake, surrounding Jianglu in layers. As for the rest, is there anything else going on? It's none of my business. The black lady only cares about Jianglu's comfort. At this moment, Jianglu's heart gave birth to a faint warmth. This is the taste of being loved. He was not born of his mother, but this care could not be faked. The grace of adoption was greater than heaven. If the other party had not adopted him, he might have died on the river. There is no birth or support, and there is no reward for it, and there is nothing like it. Amma, if you're leaving Carefree City, is it really just to look for a breakthrough opportunity? Unaware of the feelings, Jianglu couldn't help but ask knowingly. The black lady didn't say anything, but her huge body was obviously slightly stiff, and Jianglu was already more certain of the answer in his heart. And just as he was about to ask a follow-up question, he sensed that the coldness surging through his body was getting stronger and stronger. Demon! It's not just demons from afar that cause it. Right here in the neighborhood, there must be demons spying in the shadows. The black lady also directly erected her body while transmitting her voice to Jianglu. Don't talk. Something's coming. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 043. Ghost 13th Lang. Death of a Heavenly Pride. Jianglu shocked. Then excited. Afraid of what? This is not a buffet delivered to the door? Heaven, and not taking it, but taking the blame for it. As soon as he gently spread his wings, a terrifying hurricane had blown up the entire compound, sweeping in all directions, leaving all lurkers with no place to hide. The Black Lady was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Jiang Lu to react this way. I told you to keep quiet. And, you turned the house upside down? Logically, at this time, she should have scolded Jiang Lu and then decisively run away with her child. But now, the Black Lady was actually as if she had been hit by a fixation, and her tail couldn't even move. Because what appeared in front of her was clearly a fox demon whose entire body was no different from that of the human race, with only a pair of ears on its head. Its figure looked handsome and unearthly, but its face was ugly, as if it had been woven from a twisted tangle of chicken claws. The Black Lady's face was serious as she said word for word, Ghost Fox Clan, Ghost 13 Lang, Ghost 13 Lang, the pride of the Ghost Fox Demon Clan to which the Ghost Fox Demon King belongs. The degree of genius is even higher than Lu Qingqing. The cultivation level was also naturally much higher than Lu Qingqing, and it was said that 100 years ago, he had already gone extremely deep in the realm of the Great Demon, and was known as the Ghost Fox Demon Clan's most likely existence to ascend to the sacred path in the past 10,000 years. I didn't expect such a heavenly pride to actually be hiding in this neighborhood. Now things were in trouble. Running was probably impossible, so he could only stay and try his best to stall for time. As long as he waited until any of the 3 city lords in Carefree City arrived, he would be safe. Jiang Lu didn't know any Ghost 13 Lang, but looking at his mother's face, he knew that this was a formidable character, and he couldn't help but take a closer look at the other party. Then, the expression on Jiang Lu's face suddenly became strange. It actually seemed like it was puzzling and confusing. The Black Maiden looked at him and couldn't help but comfort him. Don't be afraid, my son, for my mother is putting her life on the line. She will also protect you. Besides, this is Carefree City. The demons coming from the 100,000 mountains. In the end, we have to take some into account. The words were not yet spoken. Then she saw Jiang Lu disappear from her side, transforming into a blood-colored stream of light. And the next moment, an incomparably miserable scream resounded in her ears. Seeing the scene that suddenly happened in front of her eyes, the Black Nymphet's pupils contracted violently, and a feeling of disbelief filled every corner of her body. Before she could do anything, she saw Jiang Lu, drenched in blood and holding a crystal-clear demon heart and a round demon Dan in his left and right hands respectively, return to his side. Auntie, look, we have cultivation resources again. The ugly monster that came this time can be a really good demon. It is too weak. Jiang Lu's heart was beautiful, and his face was overflowing with joy, as if he didn't even know what kind of shocking thing he had done. For her part, the Black Nymphette has dangled in place, muttering under her breath, I misread it. I must have misread it. The cub is only in the blood-moving realm. How could he dig out the demonic Dan and demonic heart of a heaven's pride-ranked great demon in an instant? You know, just a short while ago, we were still being chased by that Lu Qingqing. Almost didn't run out. Even if it's with the cub's special, it can't be so perverted. Unless, the cub's physique isn't a treasure body at all, but a legendary king body, or a great accomplishment king body. The Black Lady couldn't convince herself of that, no matter how much she thought about it. And at this moment, that Ghost Fox Clan's heavenly pride, Ghost 13 Lang, was even more difficult to believe what had happened to him. If it wasn't for the incomparably sharp pain coming from the blood still gurgling from the 2 large bloody holes in its body, it would have wondered if it had been hit by an illusion. Its hallowed condensed Dan Big Demon actually was plucked out by a half-demon brat who hadn't even reached the spirit transformation realm to take the Dan. Not only was that brat so fast that it didn't even have a chance to react, but it only made one move. He himself was only acting on the orders of his old ancestor, taking advantage of the fact that the strong men of Carefree City were attracted to him and slipped in to capture the Black Snake and the cubs by her side. So why did he encounter such a horror? But no matter what Ghost 13 thought, it couldn't change the established fact that it had already happened to him, losing both the demon pill and demon heart at the same time. Even a condensed Dan Great Demon would only be able to die, and his life was rapidly draining away. Soon his consciousness blurred. On his deathbed, he was still thinking, what the hell is this kid? Could it be the brat that old ancestor said he'd capture back and give the Green Snake King a drink? The other side, outside of Carefree City, countless foxes like rolling black clouds surrounded the entire city, and monstrous demonic aura overflowed from it, penetrating straight through the heavenly pass. A figure holding a white streamer shot out from the city and violently rushed within the fox group. The many foxes all hurriedly dodged, but that one figure was too fast for them to avoid. In an instant, dozens of foxes collapsed to the ground, blood and flesh, their bones shattered beyond recognition, and it was obvious that they could not survive. In just a split second, without even using divine means, just a simple charge killed dozens of Fox Clan demons. And looking at that figure, it was as if it hadn't taken any effort at all, or even just casually, between the crowd of demons. An old man with a terrifying fury emanating from his body and an extremely ugly face had his gaze locked onto that figure. That figure was none other than Granny Whitebone, who at this moment had just stabilized herself and had just become the focus of the entire scene. Her face was filled with anger as she looked at the ugly old man, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. I thought who dared to offend Carefree City? It turned out to be you. This old fox. What? Can it be that relying on the identity of the 9 great demon kings? You think that I don't dare to kill you? Between words, the white bone streamer in her hand had already released a gust of mist, which had since sensed blue fire and transmitted the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. The ugly old man's eyes flashed with a trace of dismay, as if he hadn't thought that Granny Whitebone would be so decisive and ruthless, and also so unforgiving. He hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Fellow Daoist Whitebone, even though Carefree City is a tour regime zone, it doesn't seem to be so far gone that the demon race is not allowed to enter, right? I was only trying to bring the little ones into the city to observe and learn more, and for you to act like this is a bit too overbearing. This ugly old man was also none other than the Ghost Fox Demon King. At the moment, it was hard to say what he thought in his heart, but on his face he was acting dripping with water. It was as if leading such a large number of demons to besiege the city was really just for the sake of observing and learning. The group of demons that had been ferocious just a moment ago were all well behaved at this moment, as if they were all good babies. The killing intent in the eyes of the Whitebone Granny is not reduced at all. The hand of the Whitebone streamer pointed directly to the Ghost Fox Demon King face door. This word, do you believe in yourself? She had already decided that today, no matter what, she would give this old miscreant something awesome to look at. It was necessary to let the group of guys from the 100,000 Mountains see how powerful Carefree City was, and crush their flames. Otherwise, she would have to be annoyed to death if any cat or dog dared to come to Carefree City to cause trouble next. And right at this moment, the breath on the Ghost Fox Demon King, who had already shown weakness just now, boiled violently, and a face that was already ugly to the extreme was almost twisted, making it even more hideous. My good grandson is dead? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 044. All of you are blood eaters. This moment, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have gone quiet. Granny Whitebone's eyes danced slightly, and the expression on her face suddenly became grave. Normally, demons wouldn't have too strong a concept of bloodline, and there were often cases where they ate from different clans, or even from the same clan. This was even more true for Demon King level powerhouses. This was because every Demon King was also in existence that had lived for at least 1,000 years, with countless descendants. Even if they died or injured some of their offspring, they wouldn't be heartbroken. And some Demon Kings would even use their own offspring as a raft for fun. Especially this Ghost Fox Demon King. She but remembered, just 300 years ago, this old undead also personally will a Ghost Fox clan cub to the Green Snake to eat. It was only because Green Snake, at the taste conference, said it would be nice to taste what a ghost fox was like. But now this cold-blooded old undead, but sad to such, with the future of the road are buried. It seems that the death is not an ordinary descendant. It is estimated to be the one that is said to be the Ghost Fox 10,000 years not out of the pride of the sky. Without waiting for Granny Whitebone to think more, a loud whistling sound was already coming from in front of her. The Ghost Fox Demon King transformed into a huge ghost fox. A pair of fox claws slapped straight down towards her, and his mouth roared. You Carefree City dared to maim the pride of my clan. This matter of my Ghost Fox clan is not finished with you. Hearing this, Granny Whitebones was shocked in her heart. So there's still the matter of Carefree City in this? Ghost Fox Tianjio died in Carefree City? When did this happen and how did she not know? But in the very next instant, Granny Whitebones looked back, and she was instantly shocked and furious. How dare you secretly send a great demon to sneak into Carefree City? Still talking about maiming or not maiming, daring to do this matter, deserves to die. Whitebone Granny Iron Face, even dare to engage in such a small action, really do not know how to die. Today is sure to be the moon is not full. She suddenly swept the white bone streamer, releasing an infinite amount of turquoise fire sense and mist, wrapping all the foxes all wrapped in, coldly said, rather you. Today if you do not give you a retribution, do not see my inspiration. Boom! Swinging his claws to smash a cloud of mist around him, the Ghost Fox Demon King was so angry that he almost gritted his teeth together. And he was also unwilling to show weakness. I'll give you the same for these words. Saying that, he actually slapped at the white bone granny again. But just at that moment, a sword light suddenly lit up in the mist. A drunken man arrived with the light of the sword, and he was sighing softly. I have seen many evil guests, But evil guests like this who don't know how many pounds they have are quite rare. Hear that voice? The Ghost Fox Demon King's face changed drastically. However, the white bone granny is slightly headache head. Originally things are still barely within the scope of control. She also just want to teach a lesson to teach this old undead. Will be beaten half dead will be just. But I didn't expect that this one also came with this attitude toward the demon this day. This is afraid that something big is really going to happen. Sure enough, just the next moment, only to see an incomparably powerful aura violently erupt from that silhouette's body, and a grandiose voice resounded between heaven and earth. Since you're here, don't even leave. It just so happens that my little friend is lacking some cultivation resources, and although you and the others are a bit ugly, your blood and flesh are still barely usable. Before the words fell, Granny Whitebone's eyes instantly lit up. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? These are ready-made blood meals. If we kill all these demons here, take their demon hearts and dawn, and then refine their flesh into blood beads, wouldn't it be very beneficial to the Wayfest cultivation? As soon as she thought of this, Granny Whitebone looked at the Ghost Fox Demon King and all the demons with eyes that were completely wrong, as if they had a green light in them. As for the identity of the Ghost Fox Demon King's 9 Demon Kings, it was no big deal. Even if he died here, there wouldn't be any demon kings who would say that they would come to avenge him. Even if it came, she wasn't afraid. The dark, cool blue fire that shone on the two eager faces made the demon feel a bone-chilling chill creep up his back for no reason. Ghost Fox Demon King looked at such a change of heart beating wildly. How does this have the feeling of suddenly becoming a fish to be slaughtered? At that moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew between heaven and earth. The drunken figure immediately disappeared. Granny Whitebone also disappeared into thin air. Ghost Fox Demon King moved. Inside Carefree City, there was a constant stream of voices coming in from outside the city. Whether it was the soldiers who were on the lookout at the city gates, or the Deep Dipper folk among the city wells, all of them could not help but whisper about it. What's going on? I heard that a demon is leading an army to attack Carefree City. There is actually this matter? It's really not peaceful lately. Only then there was the Liu family lunatic who came into the city and messed around. And now there's. But I've heard that both Vice City Lords have already stepped in, so I think it will be resolved soon. Oh, it's alright then. Even the Wine Sword Immortal has stepped in. Those demons outside are dead. Many of the residents in Carefree City suddenly laughed as they talked, as if they were talking about something funny. However, at this very moment, a swift hurricane swiftly arced up within the large city. It came as hard as a north wind rolling over the ground. Those with low cultivation levels were immediately startled like birds and beasts and scattered. However, those beings with high cultivation levels, but regardless of whether they were human or demon, their eyes all lit up at this moment. That direction, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be where the White Bone Granny's mansion is located? Interesting, a hurricane has actually risen in Granny's mansion, blowing the house up into the sky. I don't know what happened there. I heard that Granny's disciple was there. I hope nothing happened. However, is it possible that it's a demon invasion? It's not possible that a demon is thinking of taking advantage of the fact that Granny is attracted away and taking advantage of the situation to do something, right? That won't do. Granny usually treats us well. Now we can't just stand by and watch? How about going along to take a look? The words fell. Dark shadows swept between the wells of Carefree City. Wisps of mania constantly washed over the entire Carefree City, and in the meantime, within the whitewashed building, there was a bestiared figure with 2 large holes in its body that closed its eyes unwillingly and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the corpse transformed into a huge ghost fox, which still had 2 large holes in its chest and abdomen. It was clearly the Ghost 13 who had his heart ripped out of his dan. That's dead? It's really dead? Killed by the cub. The black nymphet's face was blank, her gaze dull, and she obviously hadn't slowed down yet. Right then, it's me who did it. Oh, I can protect and Yang from now on. Jiang Lu smiled and looked up, his eyes full of excitement. I don't know whether it's because of the power to protect those who matter, or whether it stems from an infinite vision of the future. And just then too, the familiar panel unfolds before your eyes. Killed the great demon Ghost 13. Total life expectancy 1,000 years. 470 years remaining. Looting complete. Current demon lifespan 1,446 years. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 045. Anyang. It's time to eat. Jiang Lu became even more excited. A full 470 years of life. Looks like the ugly bastard is a little genius after all, which is a real delight. The only thing that was lacking in beauty was that after the accumulation of the demon's longevity had broken through 1,000, no new changes had occurred as he had previously guessed. But Jiang Lu didn't care. There was no such thing as perfection in this world, and the gold finger was good enough for him even without the new features. Cultivation resources could be solved by eating demons, and the technique could also be obtained by eating demons, and then consuming the demon lifespan gained from killing demons to deduce what the deducer had perfectly realized the closed loop. He only needs to slaughter 9 million demons and devils. Then he will be the male among the males of the desolate ancients. But just then, a few lines of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to the host for accumulating more than 1,000 years of demon life. The transformation function is on. Transformation function transforms 1 longevity pearl for every 1,000 years of demon life. Eternal longevity pearl, when used during the deduction of a technique. It opens the perspective of a demon and randomly assists the deduction with the perspective of a demon who has practiced the technique. John Lu was instantly delighted in his heart. No expectations anymore though, but now that it's here, it's always better. After all, no one is too big to hang open enough. Then, John Lu also quickly understood this new playstyle. Even though it kind of feels like a kryptonite game, when the player is well and truly rich, some new progression materials are introduced. But this feature is also very useful. After all, John Lu had felt it now. It was still too time consuming to deduce some feats on your own. And there were also feats that required special substances to cultivate. For example, in the case of the Tsung demon wings, if it wasn't for the fact that the demonic elixir he took happened to have Tsung demon essence blood inside it, then it would probably be difficult to succeed even if he consumed more lifespans. However, if one enters the demon perspective, with the aid of the demon perspective to aid in cultivation, one might be able to solve both of these problems. Of course, it remains to be seen whether the latter can be resolved or not after testing. The function is a good function, but it's still largely unused right now. John Lu made some internal calculations, and then they stopped caring. The only technique he still needed to deduce right now was just a golden snake 3-flower pupil. The pupil art is just a pupil art, and even if it is deduced until a metamorphosis occurs, it is estimated that it will not take 1,000 years of lifespan. It was too wasteful to spend 1,000 years of lifespan to condense an eternal longevity pearl. Good steel is still a good thing. Moreover, for the current John Lu, the most important thing at the moment was not any deduction technique. That kind of thing was better said later. It is better to properly dispose of the corpse of this ghost fox in front of me first. This is the flesh and blood of a great demon. Although it was certainly not as good as the essence of the demon heart and demon Dan, if it was swallowed, it would certainly be able to greatly increase the cultivation level. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from the distance. John Lu raised his eyes to look, only to see many figures breaking through the wind. There were midget-shirted humanoids, demons in half-orc form, and beings that were indistinguishable from each other. Some were equipped with swords, some shook their folding fans, some were clothed in apparel, and some were covered with jewelry. It can be described as all colors of makeup on all colors of faces. The only thing that was the same was their astonished looks after seeing Jiang Lu's mother and son and the ghost fox who fell in a pool of blood on the ground. They didn't say a single word, but it was obvious that their hearts were shaken to the core at the moment. What happened here? Could that winged child be Granny's disciple? What kind of thing is he? A half-demon? And that ghost fox looks so familiar. Gosh, that seems to be the ghost fox clan's genius. Ghost 13 Lang, who is said to be hard to come by in 10,000 years. Ghost 13? Wasn't that a great demon who had already condensed his Dan more than 100 years ago? It's said that he's ready to practice some more and will try to break through to impact the 10,000 laws realm. So how did he fall here? There are also 2 bloody holes on his body. That child is still holding the demon heart and demon Dan in his hand. Could it be that he did it? Unbelievable. The wings on his back are also the source of the hurricane. What kind of monster has Granny collected? The more they looked at these rushing existences, the more appalled they became in their hearts. And they all couldn't help but sneak a couple more glances at John Lu. This is the real heavenly pride. Although it seems to be a half-demon, but such a young age can tear a big demon with his hands. No wonder the granny's heart is moved. This kind of envious and jealous look, with a hint of awe, made John Lu quite pleased. He felt as if he could understand why the protagonists in novels always manifested themselves in front of their loved ones, and why so many people in his previous life had loved to be in the limelight. The feeling is indeed pleasant, but that's when it happened. One of the figures that looked to be around 300 pounds and slightly chubby seemed to open his mouth and murmur as if he were talking to himself. This demon fox clan's heavenly pride died in Carefree City, and I don't know how this corpse will be handled. This kind of colorful demon flesh and blood is not common. Just this one sentence caused John Lu to instantly change his face, and the eyes that looked at these uninvited guests abruptly turned cold. The black lady noticed the change in John Lu and instantly snapped back to her senses. How did the cub become so strong? Such things didn't matter. As long as the cub was still her cub, it was fine. In the heart side, in the end is still a child. Even this is also protect food on. However, She also immediately transmitted her voice to Jiang Lu. It's fine. They won't rob you of your prey. Carefree City is heavy on rules. Whoever hunts the prey is whoever owns it. They can't rob it without your permission. She was afraid that her own cub would kill all these comers as well. Pups were the most temperamental. Something she understood profoundly. And a cub that could kill a condensed Dan-grade demon in seconds was an even more terrifying creature. At least if they died to kill. These demons and human races present were afraid that none of them would be able to escape. If such a thing were to happen, it would be a great deal worse. And even if the cubs were the disciples of Granny Whitebone, it would be impossible for them to continue to stay in Carefree City. Jiang Lu didn't respond. His eyes remained cold, especially when he looked at those demons among them. He even revealed a killing intent. Behave yourself. Good boy. The black lady's heart tightened, and she directly transformed into her human body with a snake's tail, reaching out to pick Jiang Lu up in her arms. Her heart was also crumbling at the moment. No matter what, she had never thought that one day she would actually fear for the safety of a group of demons. The crowd of spectators were also noticing something wrong at this moment. The eyes of this cub looked at them with chills. There seemed to be another murderous aura, if any, in the underworld that was always locked onto their bodies, especially the demon that opened his mouth just now. But also as cold sweat down, as if he saw his own family's Teiyukai in front of his eyes. And just then too, Jiang Lu finally withdrew his gaze and refocused his attention on the huge ghost fox corpse. Suddenly, a smile blossomed on the delicate little face, revealing his morose white teeth. The childish voice rang in everyone's ears. Auntie, I'm hungry again. It's time to eat rice. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 046. Fox corpse, spiritual flesh, chopping demons. A gust of wind blew through. It blew the hair and bones of the demons and people present, and they couldn't help but feel a jolt. That tender child's voice came into the ears, but it was like a funeral song that hypnotized people. Obviously, the appearance of Jiang Lu holding two bloody things in his hands, grinning with his mouth open, smiling with his morose white teeth glowing coldly in the daylight, had already left a shadow that could not be dispelled in their hearts. Only by actually experiencing it do you realize how scary this scene really is. The corner of the black lady's eyes kept fluttering as her emotions became a little disturbed. Was her cub using these residents of Carefree City as food as well? Her hands had picked up Jiang Lu and pressed him into her arms. Ha! The body suddenly hangs in the air, and Jiang Lu's eyes are puzzled. What is mother doing? Isn't mother hungry? But the demon blood and flesh was right here. It would be a waste not to eat it. Jiang Lu's eyes couldn't help but look towards the corpse of the gigantic ghost fox. Well, the wounds have stopped bleeding. If you don't eat it again, it won't be fresh. At this moment, the crowd of demons and human races, their eyes moved along with Jiang Lu's eyes. Seeing Jiang Lu's gaze fall on that ghost fox's corpse, all of them couldn't help but let out a fierce sigh of relief in their hearts. It was rash of them to come and watch the fun this time. If this cub had turned on them, then they would more than likely have gotten themselves killed here. Now it's just a shock. And you should simply burn in hell. Even the black lady was relieved to raise his eyes to the many residents of Carefree City not far away, intending to open his mouth to say something. Once she got rid of all these guys, she wouldn't have to be so scared anymore. But just then, the child in her arms suddenly slipped out. The gazes of the crowd of demons and people not far away instantly became terrified. Delicate to the point of being flawless, the child came as fast as lightning to the corpse of the ghost fox. Under the gaze of a single eye, he bit through the crystal-clear demon heart and gulped down all the essence blood in it. Immediately after that, he stuffed the still bloody demon pills into the crotch of his pants, and then crushed the head of the ghost fox with one foot. And after doing all this, the expression on his face didn't change in the slightest, and even all of them still had a faint smile on them, as if he had just stepped on an ant. It was as if there was still a hint of intent in those eyes. Such a scene was even more chilling, and the demons were also covered in sweat. Demon! This kid is a demon. Obviously, he was only a half-demon, but this ruthlessness that could look at you with a smile and also kill you with a smile was even more like a demon than these real demons of theirs. However, also in the next moment, their eyes began to gradually tend to numb, only to see that a small figure stood between the red and white. His body violently grew snake-like scales, and his hands probed into the demonic body of the ghost fox. Rip! With a crisp tearing sound, the ghost fox demon body was directly torn into two halves, red and white. Marble-like ghost fox meat presented in daylight. There was not the slightest earthy odor, but rather a faint fragrance that overflowed from it. Jiang Lu's eyes immediately lit up as he directly tore off a piece of meat with his hand and put it in his mouth to chew. In this instant, he only felt unimaginable freshness bursting from his lips, as if even his tongue was about to melt. The most rare thing was that as this piece of flesh and blood entered his stomach, a warm current actually rose within his body. It was as if the bottleneck of the fleshly body had slightly loosened to touch again, worthy of being a condensed Dan-grade demon that has cultivated for hundreds of years. This blood and flesh have been cleansed of lead, unlike the blood and flesh of the blood transformation realm demons that are still fishy and smelly. And the effect is also good. The effect of this piece of flesh and blood is almost as good as the demonic heart of a spirit transformation realm demon. It is simply called spiritual flesh. Jiang Lu sighed in his heart. Then, he ignored the eyes that had been shocked to the point of numbness, and directly plopped down on the body of this huge ghost fox and began to gnaw on it. Love to read free novels app is the fastest update. No ads. The stale old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Blowing hair and drinking blood. Ruthless as a gazelle eating grass. The black lady's face had twisted in an unsightly manner. The other spectators who had surrounded this scene were even more stunned, not knowing what kind of attitude to use to face what was in front of them. This tiny figure was like an Asura crawling out of hell. More evil than a demon. More wicked than a devil. The next moment, this crowd of onlookers will be shocked as birds and beasts scattered. Each and every one of them was more eager than when they came, not seeing the slightest trace of the calmness with which they came. Whether they were gorgeously dressed or in rags, they were all rolling away at this moment, as if there were evil spirits chasing after them. And just at that moment, a sword chi that looked like a stroke of ink flashed across the sky, hanging high in the dome of the sky. Immediately afterward, a voice with 7 points of drunkenness resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. This sword cuts down demons. For a moment, the entire world seemed to stand still. Whether it was the carefree city watchers who were fleeing, the black maiden with an iron face, or Jiang Lu who was gnawing on the demon's flesh and blood, all were deeply shocked by this sword. And in the next instant, a sharp and severe scream resounded in the heavens and earth, shaking the sky for 100 miles. What a demon-slaying sword! What a mighty wine sword immortal! Oli, today you broke my arm. You carefree city mutilated my clan's pride, and killed thousands of my clan's sons and daughters. This revenge, I'll remember it, in the coming day, will not rest with you. As soon as the words fell, another white flag was seen rising from the sky, and Granny Whitebone's voice resounded in the heavens and earth. There's no need for the next day. Just today. Leave your life here. Subsequently, another huge boom came from above the sky. The sound was like thunder. Seeing this scene, the living beings of the entire carefree city were all in a daze, staring blankly at the sky wall above. Even Gangstream was no exception. At the moment he swallowed the meat stuffed in his mouth and couldn't help but gulp. So this is the second stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. The true power of a Demon King powerhouse? Previously, Master Teacher still stayed his hand in the end. Such power can be enviable. A sense of yearning arose in Jiang Lu's body. This was the first time he felt that he was still incomparably small after possessing the kind of power he had now. Master's white streamers are bizarre and unpredictable, and cannot be defended against. Wine Sword Immortal's sword was as powerful as thunder. Even if he is not comparable to when he just crossed over, and he has been able to tear down a great demon with his hands when he was taken by surprise, he can. If you are facing such a strong person, yourself but still simply do not even have a chance to make a move. But Jiang Lu was not discouraged. Looking at the sky, his young body gradually burst out a forward-looking, grandiose momentum. He pursed his lips, his voice childish but firm. A great man should be as such. He can take his place. The words were not yet spoken. A sword light swept by. Just see a drunken figure. One hand holding a red skin gourd, pouring wine into his mouth. One hand holding a huge fox claw. Imperial flying sword came. Immediately afterward, that one huge fox claw descended from the sky and landed directly in front of Jiang Lu, collapsing the ground into a large pit. Seeing this, Jiang Lu hurriedly looked up, but the figure had already disappeared into the distance, and only the drunken voice was faintly heard from the sky. Come by the wind with your sword, and get rid of the demons between heaven and earth. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Little friend, this object will be gifted to you. Eat more meat, grow up quickly. In the future you and I will drink wine together, and chop demons. Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 047. Hairless Monkey, Nine-Headed Python, Demon Heart Cold. Everyone stared with wide eyes and held their breaths in surprise as they looked in the direction where the sword light disappeared. By the time they went to look again at the huge fox paw that had suddenly appeared, the tiny figure was already close. Jiang Lu looked at it, star-like eyes, full of excitement and desire. Murmured, this meat smells fragrant and refreshing. The quality is completely crushed. Then that condensation demon. If you take a bite, I'm afraid the effect will be better than eating all of that ugly monster. When he thought of this, he looked at the previous ghost fox's body again, and then he felt a bit unable to eat it. Who would leave fine chaff alone and eat coarse grains? Would you? River Run wouldn't anyway. But if he wants Jianglu to give up the ghost fox's flesh and blood for this, he can't do it either. After all, a mosquito was meat even if it was small, and the blood and flesh of a great demon was still a precious cultivation resource. That said, that hand of bead refining means of the master. If I can learn something. In Jianglu's mind, he gradually recalled the scene of Granny Whitebone refining the essence of the golden snake lady's blood and flesh not long ago. If only he could learn that hand, then he would not have to endure the pain of eating coarse food. But he could also absorb the essence of it and grow in strength. Aha! When you next see the master, you will ask the master for the Dharma, and it seems that the master will not refuse. At that thought, Jianglu's face bloomed into a smile once more before he lowered his head and bit off a piece of meat from the fox's paw. Just stood still, chewing with excitement and occasionally baring his mouth. The paused spectators were suddenly as if they had seen a ghost, and without the slightest hesitation, they once again ran wildly in all directions. And it was at that moment that Jianglu's innocent childish voice came from behind them. Auntie, this meat sent by Elder Mo Li is really delicious. Do you really not want to taste it? I don't know what all the other varieties of demons taste like. I want to taste them all so badly. Their bodies trembled. These words alone couldn't scare the demons, but when linked to this demon, it was enough to make the demons shudder. Even the human race, at this moment, is also cold at the bottom of the heart. After all, between the 10,000 races, the human race was also once called a hairless monkey. In case this terrifying half-demon treated them as demons as well, then they would be dead. At this moment, all the spectators, the heart has obviously been messed up, has no idea at all, only thinking of escaping. Far away from here, the farther away from the river flow the better. And it was at this moment that the black lady finally couldn't help herself, and a bit more seriousness was added to her expression, and her voice went serious with it. My son, a good appetite is a good thing. But don't try to eat everything you see, eating everything will only harm you. Don't worry, Auntie, I know that as far as the demons inside Carefree City are concerned, they're all inedible, and I'll go hunting outside when I'm hungry in the future. Jianglu kept stuffing meat into his mouth while muttering. The black lady came to Jianglu's side, opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but when the words came to her mouth, she didn't know where to start, so she just stared at him blankly. Jianglu keenly noticed his own mother's expression and thought for a moment, then directly stuffed a piece of meat into the black lady's mouth. Auntie, I know you want to eat too. Don't be shy. Come on, come on. As Jianglu's laughing voice rang out, the black lady's pupils shook. Immediately afterward, she felt an unspeakable deliciousness erupt from her lips. This delicacy was like nothing she had ever tasted in all her centuries of living, but with only a gentle sip, it had been swallowed, leaving the black lady feeling like she hadn't even tasted it yet. It's like someone who has lived in darkness and never seen the light suddenly seeing it. The black lady looked at Jianglu, who kept swallowing the blood and flesh, and finally couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Whirling around, he secretly spat at himself. How big of a demon is he? How can he still grab food from the cubs? In the 100,000 mountains, within the territory of the Ghost Fox clan, the entire valley was on the verge of shattering. The ground was shaken out with spiderweb-like cracks, and the surrounding hills were falling apart, threatening to collapse at any time. Then in the middle of this valley, at the ground where the source of all the cracks was, there was a sinister white streamer stuck in the ground. If anyone came before this white streamer, they would be able to see that there was a stooped old woman leaning on it. She was drenched in blood, and the flesh and blood on her face and hands had all disappeared, revealing the ghastly white bones, as if they had been corroded by something in an instant. Both legs were also helplessly paralyzed on the ground at the moment, filled with horrifying claw marks that could be seen deep into the bone. Even if Emily and Jianglu were here, if they didn't distinguish carefully, they would definitely not be able to tell that this was the Whitebone Granny they were familiar with. Granny Whitebone also didn't expect that she had only come to chase after a demon king that had already had an arm chopped off by Winesword Immortal and was seriously injured, but she had actually suffered a backstabbing as a result. There was actually a 9-headed fire python hidden in the hinterland of this Ghost Fox clan. This race was very strange, and although their fighting strength was not strong, they were born with an innate mastery of a flame that could burn flesh and blood. With this kind of flame, even demons whose cultivation level was higher than the other parties were unwilling to easily mess with it. Moreover, this demon had also reached the peak of the first stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. Even more so, when she had beaten the Ghost Fox Demon King half to death and was about to be decapitated, she came out to sneak up on her. One must know that even Demon King powerhouses had their limits. Previously, she had been injured by the sword that was chopped by the Winesword Immortal when Jianglu and the Black Lady entered the city. Although there are taking big medicines for treatment, but that is only treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Want to completely cure the root cause? Or need time to recuperate? As a result, He was again successively striking out with the Golden Snake Maiden and the Ghost Fox Demon King, repeatedly utilizing his power, adding to his original injuries. Now that he was attacked by a 10,000 Laws realm demon, he naturally couldn't hold back. But the White Bone Granny is, after all, an old Demon King powerhouse, and the bottom card is also there, spelling out the demon souls in the White Bone streamer. In the end, she still survived, and he killed both of those 10,000 Law realm demons. Jia. Think you can take down my old lady by backstabbing? Now look who's dead. The blood and flesh of two 10,000 Dharma realm demons and the demonic Dan demonic heart. When we turn around and make a secret medicine for the waif to take, we can pass down my mastery. Cluck 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 cluck. Looking at the two huge demonic corpses that were still hot not far away, Granny Whitebone laughed happily, as if there was a very strange sense of excitement in her eyes. It was like being on the verge of relief, and as if he was rejoicing that he had been gifted with some kind of destiny. However, it was also at this moment that Granny Whitebone felt the four directions suddenly brighten up, and a brilliant golden light came into her eyes. When he looked up, he saw a figure walking slowly with a flower in his hand. The other party wore a blue robe, and his body was brightly illuminated with golden light, as if illuminating all things in heaven and earth. However, the weird thing was that every inch of its body was frighteningly demonic white, revealing an eerie feeling that did not resemble a living creature. Its face is still always hanging if a smile, the voice is hoarse and indifferent. All of this, so that she, who has experienced many things, cannot help but rise a slight chill in her heart. My favorite little Blackie is missing. I can't find her. Have you seen her? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 048, Demonic Chi and Demonic Traces, Deducing the Golden Snake 3 Flower Pupils. At those words, Granny Whitebones both froze for a moment. The visitor in front of her she recognized. This was the leading person of the younger generation of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan, Wu Chi-Chi. It is said that Chan and that Black Snake were the best of friends, but betrayed Black Snake 100 years ago, and thus flipped out with him, and has been crazy ever since. But shouldn't this crazy be locked up in the clan by those old men of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan? Why is it here? Who is little Blackie? Again? Is it hard to believe it's that Black Snake? Granny Whitebone gripped her white bone streamer tightly, and she was ready to use her last resort to escape. But just at that moment, a demonic light suddenly bloomed in the eyes of Wu Chi-Chi in front of her. Wu Chi-Chi's neck turned in a weird position in her direction, and her hoarse voice sounded again. You have the smell of Koriko. It seems that you have seen Koriko. Take me to her. Saying that, Wu Chi-Chi's body released golden light brightly in those eyes, actually altogether covered with a layer of black mist. After this black mist appeared, it also spread towards other parts of its body, making it even more bizarre. Granny Whitebone looked like she could see what was going on, and her face changed drastically. It became incredibly grave and ugly. Seemingly illusory, not illusory, masked pus, growth of strength, confused the minds of living beings. Is this same moment, in the carefree city, within the sword mound? Only then did he return to his couch. Lying down, Emily felt the red leather gourd around his waist shake. His eyes snapped open and looked in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, filled with gravity. The debilization gourd moves, the devil traces appear. This 100,000 mountains inside is actually out of a devil. A true demon. This is a much trickier existence than the so-called demons. I hope it hasn't had time to grow up yet, Emily murmured softly under his breath. And then also the very next moment, a sword light rose up from the sword mound. His figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, inside the cave on Hulu Mountain, the Demon Kings led by the Green Snake King ate white bones all over the place, their faces and bodies covered in blood. Just as they were having fun, their expressions all became alarmed, apparently sensing something as well. The Green Snake Great King put down the half-shoot arm in his hand and violently turned his head to stare at a red-trained snake. That old undead's aura has disappeared, replaced by a trace of demonic aura if any. You go to the Ghost Fox clan's territory and see what's going on. Hearing these words, the red lining snake's face instantly became extremely ugly, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more, and simply led the order and left. The crowd of Demon Kings sank their faces, staring at the blood food on the table without saying anything, all without the cheerfulness of the party. It was also unknown whether it was because of the disappearance of the Ghost Fox Demon King's aura, or because of the trace, if any, of demonic aura that they had also sensed. 3 days later, Jiang Lu sat cross-legged within the walls of the dilapidated house, his body's chi and blood bulging and his veins rippling. His entire originally white skin took on a strange red color, and the wings behind him also became blood red. He felt the changes in his body and remembered his crazy act of swallowing blood and flesh 3 days ago. It felt like I had been hasty after all, and even in the dystopia, binge drinking wasn't feasible. Although originally, his cultivation had almost reached the extreme of the blood-moving realm, and his physique was close to completing the breakthrough from treasure body to king body. But swallowing a condensed Dan Great Demon's demon heart, a condensed Dan Great Demon's flesh and blood, and an arm of at least a 10,000 laws realm demon all at once, it's also really a bit overcompensated. At this moment, Jiang Lu didn't dare to relax in the slightest awe. In such a situation, if it was someone else, I'm afraid that the slightest inattention would be the end of being shocked by the energy in his body to the point of bursting and dying. Even if he were to be replaced today, he would be injured without dying if he was not careful. How dare he slack off? But, this is also precisely my chance. Well, if I can rely on this energy, to complete the breakthrough of the physique and the cultivation in the blood-moving realm. A flash of anticipation also flashed under Jiang Lu's eyes. The energy that was constantly pouring out of the body was certainly horrifying, but only such a vast amount of energy could support him to break the shackles and complete the final cultivation of powerful bull magic, realizing the metamorphosis of his physique to a king body. And when his physique metamorphosis was complete, he would be able to stop suppressing his realm as well, and could proceed to end the blood-moving mirror's cultivation and charge towards the spirit transformation realm. After all, moving the blood mirror was the most basic and crucial step in the demon cultivation system. The extreme cultivated with a treasure body was definitely different from the extreme cultivated with a king body, and what Jiang Lu pursued was the strongest of them all. But as time went on, Jiang Lu began to realize, no matter how one cultivated, no matter how one grew one's qi and blood, polished one's sinews and bones, and tempered one's flesh, one was just never able to take that final step. He began to realize that he was afraid that this last step was not just as simple as mere accumulation, but perhaps it would require a little bit of some other kind of opportunity. What exactly is still missing? I've polished and tempered my fleshly body nowadays, even encompassing that piece of skin. So what exactly is still missing? The thoughts in Jiang Lu's mind came to an abrupt end. Suddenly, he remembered the feats that he had previously ignored. The golden snake with 3 flowering pupils. Right, this is it. The cultivation of powerful bull magic and spirit snake vomiting method complement each other. The two include almost the entire body up and down, including the teeth, but ignore eyes. For the current Jiang Lu, the eyes were still the most vulnerable part of his entire body. It is also his brokenness, the only place in his whole body that has not yet been quenched and polished to perfection. Perhaps, the opportunity for the treasure body to break through to the king body is that the flesh body has no flaws or omissions, and all of them become complete? Love to read free novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, aged-old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. Jiang Lu thought of this and immediately opened the panel. Current technique. Golden snake 3-flower pupil, uninitiated. Current demon lifespan, 1, 446 years, transformable. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Lu directly poured his demonic lifespan into the golden snake 3-flower pupil. Although this technique is only a pupil art, the effect is also very simple. That is, after the completion of the pupil can release a green aura, the soul of the person who is illuminated by the light will be drawn away from the body. But pupillage is, to put it bluntly, eye-refining. It might solve your own immediate needs and is well worth a try. In the first year, you carefully studied the technique, and you understood that the key to cultivating this technique lies in gathering qi and blood to impact the specific acupoints in the eyes, and drawing special demonic patterns within the eyes. Just because the practice of this method involves the eyes, you do not dare to try it easily, and only simulate the practice process in your mind. In the second year, you felt that you had achieved something in your study of the Kung Fu, and you mobilized your blood and demonic energy and began to try to cultivate the golden snake 3-flower pupil. In 3 years' time, your cultivation is getting better, and you've even begun to hit the key acupoints. 7th year, you're blind. The corners of Jiang Lu's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. It seems that the cultivation of this method is really still difficult. The longevity that might be consumed to deduce it was feared to be more than he had expected. Just figuring out the correct cultivation route could take hundreds of years. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Lu's mind moved. Unity Sun, transform a pearl of eternal life. 1,000 years of demon life has been consumed. Transformation successful. Current number of eternal life jewels, 1. Eternal longevity pearl. When used during the deduction of a technique, it opens the perspective of a demon and randomly assists the deduction with the perspective of a demon who has practiced the technique. Still without hesitation, Jiang Lu once again infused his longevity into the golden snake 3-flower pupil, and at the same time, he put the eternal longevity treasure pearl into it as well. Demon lifespan and so on, should spend or have to use. Otherwise if you cannot use and no difference. The big deal is to spend it all and go back to painting. There are plenty of demons in the world anyway. I just hope that this thing that has consumed 1,000 years of demon life to obtain, I hope it won't be a disappointment. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 049. Nine-Headed Serpent Monster. King Body Beginning. In the 8th year, you use the Eternal Life Jewel while reflecting on whether you have gone astray in your practice, obtaining the juvenile view of the ancient demon, the Hydra monster. In the 9th year, having gained nothing, you feel as if you are about to collapse, at which point you remember that you have also gained the perspective of a demon that can aid in your cultivation. You entered the Hydra monster's juvenile perspective and saw the Hydra monster's experience of cultivation during its juvenile years, and you had an epiphany in your heart. In the 12th year, you finally realized that there was no mistake in your cultivation process, and that blindness was the way to cultivate the golden snake three-flower pupil. In the 20th year, all the acupuncture points in the eyes were flushed open, and you succeeded in drawing demonic lines in both eyes. In the 22nd year, your pupil art came to fruition. Your eyes became no longer human-like, turning into light golden three-flower vertical pupils, with a green aura flashing underneath. This stuff works. It's not cheap to convert, but it's worth it. Jiang Lu's mind drifted. He closed his eyes, and the golden snake three-blossom pupil that had been greatly accomplished in his body spontaneously operated. A steady stream of energy from the abdomen is channeled in large quantities to the eyes. His eyes darkened, and immediately afterward, all the acupoints in his eyes were flushed open, and the blood chi in his body intertwined in his eyes, outlining arcane demonic patterns. When Jiang Lu opened his eyes again, his pupils had changed into the appearance of three-flower vertical pupils, and he instantly felt the change in himself. First of all, the clarity of seeing things was far better than before, and there seemed to be some kind of marvelous power in his eyes. Not only can he release a green aura that can draw out the soul at any time, but if he is willing, he can even take a demon's heart with just a look. Originally thought that it wasn't of much use, but now that I see it, this technique is even more powerful than imagined. Jiang Lu's breath was inexplicably blazing. It took a few deep breaths of exchange to hold down the excitement. A single look could shock the hearts of other beings, which was so helpful in battle. Without any hesitation, with the aid of this ability and the speed of the wings, he should be all but assured in going out hunting in the future. At the same time, Jiang Lu was also pleasantly surprised by the efficacy of the Eternal Longevity Treasure Pearl. This thing so-called assisted cultivation was actually allowing himself to directly enter into the perspective of a demon and experience what he experienced. It was equivalent to stuffing the senses of a powerful person who had already cultivated the Gong method to the extreme in an instant to the self in the deduction. This can naturally save a great deal of time in deduction. However, Jiang Lu was more concerned about the fact that with the synchronization of the proficiency of the Gong method, he himself has also cultivated the golden snake three-flower pupil, and his body is also beginning to show abnormalities. To be precise, after the appearance of the three-flower pupils, at this moment, Jiang Lu's physique was as if a key had been inserted to push open a certain door, and it began to change at a rapid pace. Rumble! The blood chi within Jiang Lu's body began to surge wildly. In just a few breaths, he had already crossed the layer of barrier that led from the treasure body to the king body. Physique, powerful bull demon body, prototype. Seeing the panel update, Jiang Lu's heartbeat also accelerated once again. It seems that his suspicions were not wrong. The unquenched part of his eyes was the culprit that prevented his physique from breaking through to the king body. As for whether he would cultivate too fast or something, Jiang Lu was not worried at all. Don't look at him as if he had only started cultivating for a short while and had already reached such a point, especially after the physique had completed another breakthrough. It was even easier to tear a great demon apart with his hands. If he were to go up against that ghost 13th Lang again now, Jiang Lu felt that he would be able to win even without a sneak attack, but it's all a sea of resources piled on top of each other. Not to mention the demon blood and flesh and the demon heart of the spirit transformation realm demon. Even the demon Dan of the 10,000 Laws realm demon has been eaten, and the dragon tiger golden Dan of the Tai sword sect has also been taken. If this kind of cultivation resources were given to other races or demons, not to mention the 10,000 Laws realm, at least a few condensed Dan realm powerhouses could be piled up. It was enough to see how much exertion was required to cultivate profound techniques, as well as to cultivate a strong physique later in life. And this was still the result of having the assistance of his own deducer, eating the demon to not only refine its flesh, but also plunder its lifespan, and then deducing his feats. Otherwise, I'm afraid that even after consuming these resources, his cultivation would still be extremely slow, so consuming a little more was fine. Jiang Lu didn't care, as long as it worked, and it was at this moment that the promotion of the physique suddenly came to a halt, as if it had once again encountered a bottleneck. Jiang Lu's heart was clear, and then, in the 23rd year, You continue to cultivate the golden snake 3-flower pupil, and you find it difficult to improve. But you feel that this is not the end of the method, and you once again enter the viewpoint of the 9-headed serpent monster to observe it. Although you only have the experience of the juvenile stage, but this Hydra monster seems to come from an extraordinary source, under your careful observation, but also really by you to find the promotion path of this method. In the 30th year, you combine the pathways to advancement found in the Hydra monster experience with your own reality and try to extrapolate further. In the 35th year, you went blind again, but this time you didn't care. You felt you were on the right path and on the verge of success. In the 123rd year, you finally took the last step. You crushed the original demonic pattern. In the 124th year, you poured blood fury into your eye orifices, then used demonic energy as a frame and covered it with blood energy to redraw the demonic pattern. In the 126th year, you succeeded in drawing the demonic pattern and cultivated the 3-flower pupil again, but your eyes were faintly emitting a demonic red aura. You've realized the sanguine 3-flower pupil. Current demon lifespan, 320 years. With the end of the push, Jianglu only felt a sharp pain that came from his eyes. The complex and incomparable lines formed by the blood chi were all disconnected in an instant. Even his physique had suffered a backlash, almost falling to the level of a half-step king body. However, just at this moment, the blood fiend chi within the body let out a roar, pouring into the eye acupuncture points like a great river rushing through. Immediately after the demonic chi constructed the framework, the blood chi followed suit, once again outlining demonic patterns in the eyes. At the moment when the demonic pattern was successfully outlined, Jianglu's nose violently spewed out scorching hot, rolling breath. The chi and blood in his body rolled over like purgatory. The demonic chi was also like a tidal wave that began to run rampantly through every corner of his body. Jianglu looked into his flesh and saw that his bones were like white jade, and his internal organs and blood all had a reddish golden glow. All the acupoints around his body had blood-devouring chi converging, vaguely corresponding to the blood-devouring dragon elephant method, as if it were a flesh furnace. Seeing such a scene, Jianglu's state of mind couldn't help but be a little shaken. Devouring so many demons and spending so many demonic lifetimes. Finally, it's not a lost cause. Up to this point, the king's body, finally completed. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch-up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 050. Impacting the Spirit of Transformation. The True Devil's Saying. Name, Jianglu. Race, human. Current techniques, Spirit Snake Exhalation Technique, Powerful Bull Magic, Yellow Immortal Nascent Soul Technique, Bloodshed Dragon Elephant Power, Dragon Elephant Demon Volt, Sun Demon Wind and Cloud Wings, Bloodshed 3-flower pupils. You can consume longevity to deduce the technique and get the corresponding enhancement. Current remaining lifespan, 10 years. Current demon lifespan, 320 years. Demon's lifespan can be used to deduce techniques, and cannot be converted with one's own lifespan. Physique, Powerful Bull Demon Body. Cultivation, Blood-Moving Realm Perfection, Half-Demon Realm Perfection. Looking at the attribute panel that was updated again, Jianglu's excitement had calmed down somewhat. Perhaps it was because I had watched too many novels and TV dramas in my previous life, and then I felt that it was just like that. Himself is now strong, with his physique completely metamorphosed to the king body, and after it was no longer suppressed, his cultivation had also come to the point where he had reached the perfection of the blood-moving realm. Jianglu's hand tearing down the great demon was now a complete hair's breadth. Even he felt that he was an almost invincible existence under the 10,000 laws realm. However, if they were to face a strong person of the 10,000 laws realm, they would still be somewhat inadequate. Let us put aside the strong people of the latter 4 stages. Just say that the strong people of the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm titled Demon King. Anyway, Jianglu felt that unless he relied on a sneak attack, he could not go more than one move in the hands of his master, her old man. Of course, relying on the bloodshed triple blossom pupil might also be able to do it in another, more alternative way. After all, the difference between the golden snake 3-flower pupils is that the bloodshed 3-flower pupils not only has the ability to release light that draws out the soul and takes in the hearts and minds of demons. What's more, he could also imprison the other party's soul in his own eyes, and through the manipulation of the other party's soul, he could achieve the manipulation of the other party's body, and make the other party fall into his own puppet. This ability was extraordinarily effective against snake-type demons, and it was no surprise that under the 10,000 laws realm, Jianglu was completely capable of enslaving snake-type demons across a large realm. Even snake demons whose cultivation had already reached the 10,000 laws realm would be hit if they were not careful. So as long as Jianglu worked hard and enslaved enough snake demons, he might be able to rely on these demons to fight the white bone granny head-on without losing. However, Jianglu wouldn't do that. If it was true that he had put together such a large number of snake demons, they would have already entered his stomach. External forces are ultimately external forces. Where is the peace of mind of using one's own power? A moment later, Jiang then closed his eyes once again. Prepare to launch an attack toward the spirit transformation realm, or the demon transformation realm. The spirit transformation realm of the four great realms of demons and demons was the process by which demons and demons remodeled their true selves, to complete the metamorphosis of the physical body to the true spirit. Thus it would also be necessary to complete the 3 stages of refining the horizontal bones, condensing the spiritual body, and remodeling the physical body. But Jiang was different. Demon cultivation was to condense a humanoid spirit body, but he was condensing a demon spirit. Moreover, he didn't need to go through the process of refining the horizontal bones, so he could directly start condensing the demon spirit. Once the condensation is successful, it is directly entering the 2nd stage of the spirit transformation realm, also as it was in the original deduction. The other side. A loud laugh rang out from the Black Lady's house, which had also been baptized by the hurricane and was in a state of disrepair. My son's breath has risen again, and the exuberance of his chi and blood is better than that of a great demon at the peak of the condensed Dan. I think that in a matter of days he will be able to achieve the transformation of the spirit. It is really a genius. The Black Maiden looked at where Jiang was, and a hint of disappointment flashed through her pale golden eyes. This way, they mother and son is really too difficult, and now the cubs are giving her surprises one after another. The joy of the old age child matter is no more than this. At the same time, the Black Lady was feeling a bit of trepidation. Fortunately, he picked up the cub. Otherwise the cub such a heavenly pride if he died in the river. It is a great loss to the desolate, ancient world. Thinking of this, the Black Lady remembered Granny Whitebone again, and her eyes gradually became firm. Senior is right. My son is so outstanding. Even the Demon God Palace successive generations of demon kings are afraid that there are not many with such qualifications. Once it grows up, it will definitely be able to make all those pretentious, high and mighty demon kings slaughtered, to avenge my predecessor, and me as well. I as a mother have to help him. A arm is, when to help him shake on the green clouds, even if, need to use that thing. So she gave Riverrun a reluctant look. Turning around, he headed towards the outside of Carefree City. The Black Lady had wanted to say goodbye to Jiang, but it was a pity that she hadn't found the opportunity. In that case, let's wait until later. Wait for her. To fetch for the cubs that led to her tragedy, the source of the racial fiasco, the heavy treasure of inheritance that the Demon King coveted. It seems that this little girl is determined. This is good. She and White Bones are carrying too much, too bitter. Those little guys in the 100,000 mountains are also acting more and more out of tune. And now they have all forced out a true devil, so it's time to clean up the cleaning. In a place unknown to the Black Lady, within the City Lord's mansion, the Carefree City Lord turned his own eyes in the direction of the 100,000 mountains, the Ghost Fox territory. His eyes carried an expression that no one could tell how complicated it was, and it was not clear whether it was joy or sorrow, regret or lamentation. At this point, within the Ghost Fox territory, the white-boned granny leaned on the streamer and sat there like a wooden man, not moving, because she saw what kind of horrible state the Wu Chi-Chi in front of her was in. Magic! The one standing in front of him was no longer some heavenly pride of the Thousand Eyes Heavenly Centipede clan, but a true demon that cannot be killed, cannot be destroyed, and cannot be understood. This was something that had been classified as taboo among all the races, with a powerful and bizarre existence. The so-called demons, only because since the 10,000 races united in the past to carry out the Azzy-swinging demon, the desolate ancient true demons almost extinct after the rise of the called. At first, it only referred to those demon races that acted like true demons, but later it became customary to refer to the demon races as demons, and the so-called demonic cultivators of the human race are merely the human race who imitate the demonic cultivation. Ask a true demon how scary it is. There was once a half-saint powerhouse at the 3rd stage of the 10,000 Dharma realm who attempted to annihilate a demon whose realm was far below his. It looked like a success at the time. As a result, that half-saint, however, was seized and turned into a devil, without any hesitation. Facing a true demon, even in her heyday, Granny Whitebone did not dare to have the slightest slackness, not to mention being seriously injured today. I'm afraid she won't be able to go back if she's not careful about this. Why don't you say something? Haven't you ever met Kuroko? But you clearly have information about him on you, so why don't you want to tell me? That's my favorite little black guy. Right at this moment, the smile on Wu Chi-Chi's face, who saw that Granny Whitebone didn't say anything, was getting deeper and deeper, and was also getting closer and closer to her. Granny Whitebone's heart thumped, and the blood in her entire body had suddenly frozen. True demons can be born in the ground or transformed from other races of beings later in life. There is no clan in the world that can say what conditions need to be met in order to become a true demon. The only thing I know is that it has to do with obsession. And anyone who turns into a true demon afterward will have an unbreakable obsession. And this true demon's obsession in front of him was clearly the survivor of the Black Water Basilisk 100 years ago. Her disciple's mother. The Black Lady. Alas! What a sinful fate. Thinking of this, Granny Whitebone couldn't help but let out a sigh in her heart. And just at that moment, a sword light suddenly arrived from the sky and went straight through Wu Chi-Chi's chest. Vaguely, Granny Whitebone also saw a figure holding a redskin gourd come out of that sword light. The other side looked at her oddly and said, "Fellow Dioist, why are you here? Also, injured like this? Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you." Chapter 051. We will kill the demons that Senior can't kill. Granny White Tiger, however, did not answer his question and was only looking at his hand, the one holding the sword. Ryoko. Fong slowly spoke, being just, this kind of thing is not rare in the 100,000 mountains. Get used to it. On the contrary, it is you, Taoist friend. How did you come? Still directly contacting the true devil. It's a bit too much to ask. Look, that demonic chi has already wrapped around your wrist along the sword. Granny Whitebone's brows crumpled into a pile as quickly as possible. However, the wine sword immortal Emily as the face does not change color. Casually glanced, actually seems to be enjoying winding in their hands, hazy black magic gas. Then, with a thought, the red-skinned gourd in his left hand instantly erupted with suction. It seems like this kind of weak demonic gas, and it was directly sucked into the lake, and disappeared forever. Not anymore, Emily said indifferently. Granny Whitebone raised her eyes, and she couldn't help but feel more than a little strange in her eyes. The thread of demonic aura had really disappeared. Even she couldn't perceive it. As a strong person at the second stage of the 10,000 laws realm, and at such a close distance, it was impossible for her not to perceive it if it still existed. So the truth must be that this wine sword immortal had performed some sort of secret method to take the demonic energy into the gourd and then completely annihilate it. That gourd must not be simple. And this kind of secret method is also undoubtedly quite terrifying. If only it was back in the day, my wife could have met a strong person who had mastered such a secret method. Granny Whitebone could not help but think of her own unpleasant past, and sighed secretly in her heart. But she didn't ask anything more. Some things are in the past. They are in the past. Things that can't be changed. And I am afraid that this kind of secret method is also an untransmitted secret in the Tai Sword sect, and his own position does not have any room to ask more questions. It was also at this moment that Emily's face changed slightly, as if he had sensed something. A slight smirk spread across his eyes, as if he had come across something that had caught his interest, but it was also filled with a strong murderous intent. A true devil is a true devil. Even if he is penetrated through the heart, he will not die. Instead, he will grow back on his own. Infinite, that heavenly Father. Then in that case, my sword is not unfavorable. As soon as these words came out, Granny Whitebone felt that heaven and earth had suddenly gone cold. It was as if there was an indescribable killing aura that pushed right up to the demon's brow. All of a sudden, the ink and water-colored sword light swept up like a shocking bolt, striking straight towards Wu Chi-Chi. Wu Chi-Chi's miserable white face looked even more bizarre under this sword light. She didn't try to dodge, because this sword had been too fast for her to avoid it. She could only slam the thousands of eyes on her body open. To go and take and fight this sword hard. Granny Whitebone gently shook her head, a creepy smile appearing at the corner of her lips. In the end, there is still too much of a difference in realms, so perhaps it's not certain that Dao friend Mo can really completely kill this true demon. In this same instant, a blood flower bloomed in front of his eyes. Mo Li's sword had already cut across Wu Chi-Chi's throat, almost decapitating his head. A look of dismay flashed across the Whitebone Granny's face, blinked, and laughed again. The sword of the Taoist friend is very sharp, but it's a pity that it is still a little bit worse. Emily still said indifferently, 48,000 years ago, under the Kunlun mountains of the human race, the complaining woman became a demon, killed 10,000 people, and did not know where she was. 30,000 years ago, the black lotus grew in the merit pool of the Sakyamuni spiritual mountain. The statue of Buddha shed blood and tears, and the previous Buddha master sacrificed his body to feed the devil, before barely suppressing it. 16,000 years ago, today's carefree city land-born corpse incense magic potatoes. There is a real devil breeding. Demon father rate 10 demon saint to get rid of the devil. 10 saints all fell. Demon respect injury. After 10,000 years ago passed away, and 3,000 years ago, you corpse demon clan land among the true devil out of the world. That true devil on the realm, but equivalent to the demon race to transform the spirit, but almost extinguished your entire clan. His words were not light or heavy, drifting like clouds into the ears of Granny Whitebone. White-Bone Granny suddenly looked up and laughed miserably, and said sternly, "So, you want to tell me that it is not your sword that is unfavorable, but that the true devil is too strong. Also as, in the beginning, my clan lifted up, the strength of the clan was also almost overthrown by that devil?" Emily did not reply, but looked towards Wu Chi-Chi's place. Then with a toss of his left hand, he threw the red skin gourd in his hand into the air. Once that gourd was out of his hand, it grew against the wind, and in an instant it was like a small mountain, only to see a crimson hot light swept through from it. Wu Chi-Chi also disappeared in the field of vision, was actually caught inside the gourd just like this, without resistance. This kind of sight made Granny Whitebone's heart couldn't help but be quite astonished. Emily, on the other hand, withdrew his gaze and turned to Granny Whitebone and said, "Taoist friend's understanding is not a little too biased. My generation cannot walk their own, cannot be blamed for the road is not flat thing. What I want to say is, since we know the strength of the true devil, we have to become stronger than it, and if this road doesn't work, we have to do it by another road. The demons that seniors can kill, we will kill, and the demons we can't kill, we will kill." Such words made Granny Whitebone's heart tremble. The wine sword immortal is really good in wanton. No wonder it can be ranked as one of the 8 great sword immortals of the human race, just for this temperament. Who can not love Ah? These words caused goosebumps to rise all over her body even as a demon king powerhouse. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Granny Whitebone jerked her head up toward Emily and said, "Fellow Daoist has a deep chest. I'm truly impressed. It's just as well that you've come. I'm having trouble moving, so I'd like to ask you, fellow Daoist, to help me take out the demonic pills and demonic hearts of that ghost fox demon king and that 9-headed fire python beside it. Right. Don't forget to refine its flesh and blood into flesh and blood essence. This is also a great tonic. You're really not polite, fellow Daoist." Emily smiled, not saying no or yes. As a result, in the very next moment, Granny Whitebone's voice rang out again. "It's just right to take it back and replenish it for the waif. With these, I think I will be able to complete the blood-moving realm's cultivation very quickly." Emily's expression changed instantly. His fingers slightly raised, and 2 sparks flew out from his fingertips, landing directly on top of the demonic bodies of the ghost fox demon king and the 9-headed fire python. Within a short time, 6 beads appeared on the original positions of these 2 demonic corpses, and in the meantime, 100 miles away from Emily and Granny Whitebone, a huge red trained snake quickly ran in the direction of Hewlett Mountain like lightning. It's still muttering under its breath. "It's bad. The Ghost Fox King and the Fire Python Lady are dead. There is also the granddaughter of the Thousand Eyes Demon King who has actually entered the devil, and was taken away by that sword immortal of Carefree City, not knowing whether she is dead or alive. Now I'm afraid that the entire 100,000 mountains are going to change. I must quickly inform the Great King before I can." The next day, Carefree City. Love to Read Free Novels app is the fastest updated. No ads, stale old bookworm customer service to help you find the book you want to read. With the half-saint demon in charge, very little happened here. The biggest is nothing more than whoever's kid has climbed whoever's wall, and the shady vendors pee into the wine jar and package it as a superb wine. But just today, a news that was enough to cause the entire Carefree City to have a huge earthquake spread. The Deputy City Master Whitebone Granny is seriously injured and dying. After experiencing a great battle with the Ghost Fox Demon King, he only went deep into the opponent's territory, exchanging injuries for lives. And just like that, he forcefully killed 2 10,000 Dharma Realm demons, less than half an hour after the news was spread. The whole Carefree City, wherever there is well water, are spreading this matter. Jiang Lu, who had ended his cultivation, naturally heard about it inevitably. He frowned slightly, with more than a hint of confusion in his eyes. There is no longer any Anyang scent in the house next to him. I don't know where it has gone, and there is news of the master's serious injuries. I only practiced for 1 night. How come so many things happened? Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 052. Bone Raw Blood Melting Pill. Half a life. Between the thoughts are confused. Jiang Lu's eyes gradually become firm. If I am strong enough, and my mother is missing, I can go and get her back. When my master is seriously injured, I can go and kill the demons that hurt my master, skin them, eat their flesh and swallow their pills. But I'm still too weak now. Too weak to walk into the depths of 100,000 mountains. Otherwise, if they encountered a 10,000 laws realm demon, then perhaps they would have to stay there for eternity. In the meantime, beyond the sword mound in Carefree City, many differently shaped beings stood straight up, all of them looking into the sword mound, as if there was something very interesting inside. And such an odd scene attracted more residents of Carefree City to watch. In this Carefree City, There are already hundreds of thousands of houses like a game of chess, 12 streets like vegetable beds, and now all the people and all the demons are crowding towards the sword mound, which makes it even more crowded in shoulder to shoulder. What are you all looking at? Many unknown beings stared around with wide eyes. Yo, you guys don't know anything? What's the point of coming then? Everyone is here to see how Granny Whitebone is doing. Since you don't have this intention, then don't get in the way. Some demons who knew the inside story said nonchalantly. There were even a few hints of sarcasm in his tone, though it had been clear for a long time that not many of these many people were expected to come purely to visit. After all, for an existence like theirs located at the bottom of the 100,000 mountains, both the 2 Vice City Lords and the 9 Demon Kings of the 100,000 mountains were unattainable existences. Since it was unattainable, it meant that there was no intersection, and there was no such thing as a sentimental heart when one side was injured or wiped out. And at this moment in the middle of the sword mound, Granny Whitebone and Emily were sitting opposite each other, and their faces were both not looking too good. Granny Whitebone obviously did not expect that she had only just returned to the city, and the news of her injury had actually spread all over the city. How in the world did this information get out, and even the details are almost exactly the same with no difference? Could it be as if she had thought of something? Granny Whitebone's eyes became a bit off as she looked at Emily, and Emily didn't say anything to explain anything. He just secretly clenched his fists, because Emily knew that this matter could not be explained clearly. After all, although he and the Whitebone Taoist friend is returned together, but the Whitebone Taoist friend and the Ghost Fox Demon King of that battle know this detailed, but also only his own. Even Emily himself didn't know who else besides himself would be the source of the information. Is it hard to believe that there is some unseen presence? There's something wrong. Those who could simultaneously conceal themselves from the eyes of 10,000 Dharma realm existences, him and Taoist Whitebone, would have to be at least at the same level. And what is the point of having a being like that act in such a way that it's hidden? Big can also be a little more open and honest. Emily secretly sighed in his heart. It was better to think that he should not open his mouth. Since it can't be explained, then don't explain it. And he doesn't need to explain it to anyone. As for the pushers behind the scenes, Emily can only say that the immeasurable, that heavenly fathers, that guy had better pray that he will not be found by him, or he will definitely eat that guy black alive. Suddenly, Emily's ears rang with the voice of Granny Whitebone, and he had long been accustomed to Granny Whitebone's style of suddenly opening her mouth. Are those little guys out there coming at us? Or else would you go dispatch them? Fellow Taoist? Immeasurable, that heavenly father, you damn well know how to make people. Well, those little guys dispatched? But also bother to ask the Taoist friend to go to help me to give all the harvest this time to the wearer. After all, I am now this appearance. Afraid of scaring him, I do not know if you are willing to run a trip, giving the little one cultivation resources? Emily froze, apparently also not expecting Granny Whitebone to suddenly change the topic to this. Should this go? Of course I'm going. He didn't hesitate for a second. This was a great opportunity to get closer to the little guy. As long as he could always maintain a good relationship with the little guy, it would be easier to invite the little guy into the Tai Sword sect when he became more familiar with it in the future. Yes, of course, Emily answered with an open mouth, and incidentally pulled out a small jade bottle from his pocket and threw it into Granny Whitebone's hand. This is my Tai Sword sect secret, Bone Melting Blood Dan. This Dan can help you recover from your injuries faster, so it will be gifted to you, my friend. Before the words fell, his figure had already disappeared in place. Only the Whitebone Granny, who was holding the jade bottle in her arms and was full of surprise and helplessness, was left behind. Surprised that this Tai Sword sect's secret biography of the Bone Melting Blood Dan, Emily actually casually took out to send her? One must know that although this Dan is not as miraculous as the Dragon Tiger Golden Dan, it is still a sacred Dan for healing. Its claim is that as long as there is still a breath can save the life of the elixir, which is equivalent to carrying a second life, is also very precious. It was said that in the past, the current head of the Dan sect, one of the 9 sects of the Shinmen sect, refined this Dan when he succeeded the head of the sect. At the time of the completion of the Dan, he attracted the 5-colored Dan Thunder, reversing the situation in one fell swoop, defeating all those who coveted the position of the head of the sect, and seizing the position of the head of the sect. However, since the Dan sect leader after hundreds of years, until now, there is no Dan cultivator to master the refining method of this Dan. Therefore, even among the 9 sects of the human Shin sect, this Dan was a difficult Dan to find. As a result, now it is actually taken out by Emily and gifted to her as a demon. If this is known by certain great cultivators of the human race, they must be angry and die on the spot. And what makes the Whitebone Granny feel helpless is that no matter how you look at it, you feel that this is a thief's heart to his good disciple. But just then, a sense of solemnity rose from outside. Only Emily stood in the void, his eyes hanging down, cold and indifferent, just like the expression he had always revealed when dealing with demons. Get out! With the exit of this word, even without any movement, the crowd of onlookers in Carefree City couldn't help but retreat backward. Quickly, he exited a path. Seeing this, Emily was a bit disappointed, but he didn't say anything and just straightened up into a stream of light and disappeared again. When it reappears, it had already arrived within Jian Lu's small courtyard and came in front of him. Senior, why are you here? Jian Lu looked blankly at the wine-sword immortal Emily who had suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and whispered in a somewhat puzzled voice, I heard that Master was injured outside. You old man wouldn't be here for Master, right? Said Jiang Liudu, actually some sentimental up, although only a short time together, a few days, but the Master is treating him very well. Moreover, he had no relatives in this world, and his mother and Master could be considered the only two supports for his soul. Now that his mother was gone, he didn't even know what to do if he found out about the problem at his master's place as well. Right at this moment, the wine-sword immortal suddenly spread his hands and unveiled the red skin gourd cupped in his left hand, in which 6 light clusters flew out and rushed straight to Jian Lu's body. Jian Lu looked greedy, but still pretended not to know and asked, Oh? What are these? Why do they look so much like those little beads I once took? Emily laughed and said, Demon Heart, Demon Dan, and the flesh and blood essence of the 10,000 Laws Realm Demon. For all of these, it almost took half of her life. You have to grow up well, and when you grow up, don't fail her. She is a good demon. Big brothers, please ask for favorites, catch up reading, recommendation tickets, monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 053, Human System, Demon King Siege. Jian Lu clenched his hand so hard that his nails had pierced into his palm. Looking at the 6 small light masses suspended in front of him, he only felt incomparably heavy. Wine-sword immortal Emily's sprightly voice has once again recalled in his ears, said, You also don't have too much burden. The desolate ancient is the weakest and the strongest. In the 100,000 mountains is especially so. Your master has long been accustomed to it. Saying that, Emily had slowly walked over, his eyes staring at Jiang Lu without blinking, and said with a smile, It's you. Are you really not going to join the Tai Sword sect? Jiang Lu blinked. What are the benefits of joining the Tai Sword sect? Asking for favors? A favor? Emily's heart was delighted and he quickly said, Since you can practice my Xian sect's supreme law. This law is a direct reference to the saints, which is the 4th stage of the demon's 10,000 laws realm. With your qualifications, if you practice this law, I think that you will be able to enter the realm of sealed immortality within 100 years. And the 9 sects of the Xianmen are one. If you enter my Tai Sword sect, you can get the shelter of the 9 sects of the Xianmen, and in the future, you will have unhindered access in the territory of the human race. Even within the 100,000 mountains, those demon kings will have to weigh a few points if they want to move you. Jian Lu's eyes had brightened up, as if he had been moved by the words, but opened his mouth to ask a follow-up question. Sage? Seal the immortal realm? Could it be that within the human race, the cultivation system is still different? This is a question that Jiang Lu has long been hiding in his heart. After all, the second major realm of demonic cultivation is the spirit transformation realm, and the two people do not need to go through such a step. And the direction of their cultivation should be different. He just didn't have the right opportunity or meet the right person, so he never pronounced the question. Now that it was the right time, he naturally wouldn't miss it. The wine-sword immortal was silent for half a second. His drunken lips moved, and he finally opened his mouth and said, These were not supposed to be known to you now, but since you asked, then I will not hide them from you. In the barbarism, demons and devils cultivate, move blood to transform the spirit, and then condense Dan Wanfa. My human cultivation system is different from its own. So what exactly is the difference? Jiang Lu interjected in anticipation. All different. Emily stood with his hands behind his back and slowly told all in the other party's puzzled eyes. In the Xian sect lineage of the human race, the cultivation is divided into 9 realms, which are the 9 realms of qi-inducing, foundation building, Dan congealing, divine fetus, fetus immortality, feather transformation, saint, great saint, and venerable one. In which the first completion of foundation establishment is comparable to the 3rd stage of demon transformation spirit, which can be considered a step to heaven, and then condensation is in the body to condense Jindan. The process is no different from the demon, but at this moment we have a spiritual power will have a tendency to metamorphosis to mana. Do not have to wait until such as the demon that also have to achieve 10,000 laws. After that comes the divine fetus. The cultivator of this realm conceives the divine fetus in the Jindan. And the realm is equivalent to a demon in the 1st stage of the 10,000 laws realm. When the divine fetus is successfully conceived and transforms into a fetal immortal, it will be the realm of the fetal immortal, which is equivalent to a demon king. and is the realm I am in today. The so-called male pregnancy is a fetal immortal. So the realm of the fetal immortal is also known as the realm of the ceiling of the immortal. And the strongest people who have reached this realm are often named various immortal names, such as I will be named the Wine Sword Immortal. Saying that, this Wine Sword Immortal, just like already excited, extended his hand toward Jiang Lu and said, and you, perhaps it can go deeper and farther than me, and hopefully achieve that realm of feathered transformation that is comparable to the demon half-saint, and be the ancestor of a lineage. Speaking here, Mo Li didn't continue. But Jiang Lu did know that the latter three realms should correspond to the latter three stages of the 10,000 Laws realm and the demonic cultivation system, and the words previously said by the Wine Sword Immortal, the 9 clans of the Xianmen, the 9 clans of each generation of the head of the clan, are all at least comparable to the existence of half-saint demons, which means that there are so-called feather realm powerhouses in the 9 clans of the Xianmen. The upper 3 clans, on the other hand, had the existence of the saint realm. So it seems that the cultivation system of the human race is also another path to heaven that is different from that of the demons and devils. As for what the Wine Sword Immortal said, he himself may be deeper and farther than he has gone. This statement Jiang Lu also agrees, because that's what he thinks. However, in response to Wine Sword Immortal's invitation, Jiang Lu shook his head once again. Elders' good intentions are appreciated, but I still say that I can't let go of a Nyangin master. No way, even if it's been detailed. And it did move for a moment. But although the human cultivation system was good, it was not as suitable for him as the demonic cultivation system. What works for you is best. But what was unexpected to Jiang Lu was, this time, after being rejected by him, Mo Li knew that he was excusing himself, but he didn't know what to do. But he weighed the gourd in his hand and then said, little Jiang Lu, it is better to reconsider. The next 100,000 mountains, and even the carefree city, is afraid that it will not be peaceful. Not peaceful? Riverrun looked up in confusion. Listening to these words, it seemed as if something big was going to happen next in the demon race's territory, and even Carefree City would be affected, inevitably. But Wine Sword Immortal had no intention of explaining, and was only silent for a moment, then immediately opened his mouth again and said, don't believe me? Then come with me. There are some things that it won't hurt you to know. Mo Li's eyes were calm and he turned around. Jiang Lu had a puzzled look on his face. What a mess. What kind of riddles does this goody-goody play on everyone's persona? Most annoying and disgusting. But inquisitiveness eventually took over. In the very next moment, he scooped up the 6 clusters of light and stuffed them all into his pants, then quickly followed Mo Li. The two of them walked towards the direction of the sword mound with quick steps one after the other. And yet it was just then, outside of Carefree City, several clusters of demonic clouds came from all directions, surrounding the entire Carefree City. The entire dome of the sky seemed to be collapsing. The faces of the demons in charge of the city's defense all changed drastically. Demon clouds are pressing down on the city. This is the arrival of another demon king. And there's more than one. Horrible. Just horrible. This is a great misfortune. Quickly go to the city lord's mansion and invite Lord City Lord. At once. These city defense demons were almost in chaos. And at this moment, above the dome of the sky, among those demonic clouds, several voices of discussion were also ringing out. Green Snake. Are you sure we really want to do this? There is a half-saint existing in this city. If we annoy him, we scoff. We've only just arrived. Can't it be that you're afraid? If you really want to be afraid, just go back. Who's afraid? It's just that. Carefree City is crazy from top to bottom, and you don't want to follow in the footsteps of that deadbeat ghost fox, do you? And heard the words. The leading figure among the demon clouds actually laughed and said, 100,000 mountains out of the head of the true devil. And that true devil was taken away by the human sword fairy. This matter does not ask clearly. You can hardly be at ease? Big brothers, please ask for favorites. Catch up reading. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. Thank you. Chapter 054. This seed is the rule. True devil. A commotion appeared among the demon clouds, apparently quite sensitive to this title. The true devil came out. If that human race really removed it is okay, but if he moved to feed the devil's heart? If he nurtures that devil and then releases it back to the 100,000 mountains, then the consequences. That leading figure spoke again, revealing a meaningful smile that scared the other people who were traveling with him. But whenever a true demon comes out, there is a great terror wherever they pass. They use all life as food, as a source of power, and once they grow up, they are all extremely powerful, and weird and unpredictable. According to records, in the 10,000 races AZ swings before the devil. The world even rumors have see the devil that is to go, do not see the devil face, cannot hear the devil sound, cannot think of the devil thing? The saying, although according to the rules of the human race, capturing a demonic creature would drive it to extinction, and even after the other party had been thrashed to ashes, it would have to undergo a 77 or 49-day baptism of thunder and fire to ensure that the other party would die out. But the human-demon war has been going on for so many years. What kind of things haven't happened? Both the human and demon races had precedents of driving, or even cultivating, demonic creatures against each other. Moreover, although the human race is now in full bloom, it is above the recipes of the 10,000 races, especially the ancient gods, and is now facing suppression by the 10,000 races. The situation can't be described as good. Under such circumstances, they would not find it strange for the human cultivators to do anything. And if this human sword immortal was also a moralistic person, secretly cultivating true demons to use as a means of dealing with them, then they would be in big trouble. Green Snake Demon King, you're right. This matter really can't be left at that. We must ask for clarification. Not bad. That true demon can be powerful. If we let it grow up and then release it to the demon race, then I'm afraid that my demon race can't turn over in this one great world. I think that City Lord should also be able to understand this matter. After all, we are also doing this for the sake of the entire demon race. Scattered voices came from the demon cloud. That leading figure, the Green Snake Demon King, or the Green Snake Great King, however, suddenly smiled. She laughed in a charmed, yet bizarre manner, as if she had succeeded in her treacherous plan, but also as if she was mocking the foolishness and ignorance of the rest of these demon kings. And then also the very next moment, the Green Snake Great King's bone-chilling voice resounded throughout the entire Carefree City. The Demon King of the Demon God Palace is visiting. Is the Vice Lord of Carefree City, the human wine sword immortal, available? Her tone was soft, like a languid whisper. However, all the living beings in the Carefree City were shaken. Immediately afterward, a sheen of astonishment rose in their eyes. That kind of shine was as if they were wondering why the Demon Kings had made a sudden visit, or as if they were sizing up which one of them didn't want to come looking for trouble again. At this time outside the sword mound, Jiang Lu, who had already walked to the door, raised his eyes to look at the wine sword immortal in front of him and hesitantly said, "Senior, did you cause some kind of affair outside?" Saying that, Jiang Lu suspiciously sized up the wine sword immortal in front of him. He didn't look like that kind of scum in any way, although the senior is also really suave, but its body filled with that out-of-the-dust-free meaning also really does not look like it will be involved with the woman not to mention a Banshee King. Oh, your kid is not very old, but you still know what is called the affair debt, but also interesting, but do not think nonsense. Just then, Emolia's voice rang out, "I think it is for a thing in my hand. Since it is so, then let them see my big treasure sword." Ha! Jiang Lu froze for a moment, and then a look of dismay appeared on his face as well. Is this so overbearing? Kid, what your master taught you was very right, but it still needs to be changed. In my case it is. Emoli's voice was light and sprightly, but it revealed an unrivaled dominance. That is, what? Jiang Lu subconsciously asked. That is, when a demon says that you have taken something, do not explain to it, but really take away their things, take away their lives. Before the words fell, an ink-colored radiant sword light had already risen to the sky, and Emoli's figure had already disappeared in place. Only Jiang Lu was left in place with both eyes glowing. Bullying. It's so good and bossy. I really hope that one day I can be this domineering. Jiang Lu has a profound experience of these words. In his previous life, he had realized that the only way to keep from being eaten was to eat others, and in this desolate world, the most primitive biological laws are even more displayed. However, immediately afterward, a trace of complexity flashed through Jiang Lu's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled in his heart. Didn't this senior wine sword immortal say that he was going to show me an item? Why did he suddenly run off on the way to show the demon from outside the great treasure sword? What should I do then? After thinking about it, Jiang Lu looked at the sword mound in front of him, a flash of excitement in his eyes, and the blood in his entire body seemed to suddenly boil. I don't know if it's because of the blood fiend's cultivation, but nowadays Jiang Lu feels that this feeling of facing the unknown is also very good. But whether this was awe of the unknown or excitement, he couldn't tell himself. All he knew was that at the moment he was itching to rush in and see what was inside. Therefore, in the next instant, he pushed the door directly and then stared dumbfounded. Master, why are you here? Could it be that the thing Elder Emoli said he wanted to show me was you? Granny Whitebone, who was healing her wounds in it, knew the cause and effect as early as when she sensed Emoli's arrival. Therefore, when he saw the arrival of Si Jiang Lu, his face was not good, and in his heart, he cursed Emoli for not being a human being. At this moment, when he heard this, his face was even darker, grinning, revealing a smile even worse than crying, pretending to be kind and said, "He's rambling, he's the thing. He's really got the nerve to say anything. Hearing these words, Jiang Lu's eyes suddenly fixed on Granny Whitebones. He knew that it was obvious that his own master also knew something, and looking at his master's posture, it seemed that he was also going to explain something to himself. He instantly turned into a good boy. Please still teach me. Master. Granny Whitebone was slightly silent, but still opened her mouth and said, since this is the case, then I will tell you about it. In fact, this time I captured a true head with him outside. Halfway through his words, above the sky dome, a huge roaring sound suddenly resounded. Immediately after that there were several sounds like thunderous explosions. Mo-Li, you're bold enough to actually dare to strike at us at the same time. Aren't you afraid that we'll join forces and kill you here today? Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Demon God Palace? What audacity! Have you ever taken the rules into account? And at this moment, above the dome of the sky, in the midst of that ink-colored sword light, the figure of the Imperial Sword just stood with its arms folded, looking down at them, and faintly said, rules? In front of you. This seat's words are the rules, so since you're here today, leave your life behind. But if you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, perhaps the seat can still let you suffer less before you die. Chapter 055. Broken Arm, Changes, Demon Trail reappears, black clouds covered the sun, and demonic winds howled. The bright sword light shone on Carefree City, as well as the iron faces of the Demon Kings. The demons stationed in the city below couldn't help but shiver with excitement and subconsciously stepped backward. It was as if they also sensed that something horrible was about to happen next, and it was at this moment that the leading green snake Great King suddenly laughed as well, a vicious and secretive laugh. That smile, like someone whose sanity is a little off, and as if it carries a strange kind of confidence. She actually seems to have already eaten the wine sword immortal. When the several other demon kings who followed her saw such a scene, all of them couldn't help but change their faces slightly and subconsciously pulled away. It always felt like there was something wrong with this guy. Winesword Immortal Mo-Li's face also changed slightly, and he didn't have the heart to continue conversing with the other party, and raised his hand and chopped over with a sword. The sword flashed and blood burst out. The green snake Great King was directly chopped off an arm. All the demons froze in place. The arm of a Demon King powerhouse was directly chopped off? When they saw clearly that this was indeed the case, shock appeared on their faces. How is this kind of thing possible? One must know that this green snake was not considered a weakling even among all the Demon King powerhouses in the entire 100,000 Great Mountains today. There were even rumors that it was not far from the half-saint level at the third stage of the 10,000 Laws realm. But it was such a powerful Demon King that was actually chopped off an arm with a sword. So what level should the other party's realm have reached? Green Snake. You. The Demon Kings were just about to say something when the Green Snake Great King pulled off the emerald green jade hairpin on his head and pointed at the place of his broken arm. The flesh and blood there actually rolled over. And in no time at all, a white and tender arm grew. Rui precious hairpin. I actually forgot that you still have this treasure. Mo-Li's eyes became deep. Raising his hand and pointing, he took the arm that he had previously chopped off into his hand, smiling coldly, but this is good. When I capture you alive, my little friend will have a constant supply of 10,000 laws demon flesh and blood to eat, and his speed of cultivation will surely be greatly increased. It's still really cold. No wonder the Peony Demon King, back then, would rather die than be with you. The Green Snake Great King had a flirtatious and eccentric smile on his face, and his gaze toward Mo-Li was filled with greed, and also just the next moment, her pupils snapped wide, only to see Mo-Li's face was incredibly gloomy. His body erupted with extreme killing intent, and he raised his hand to strike a sword. The ink-colored sword chi descended from the sky, and within this rolling demonic cloud, it was just like a river of stars inverted, and like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens. At a certain moment, a palm cupping an emerald green jade pin fell to the dust. Along with it, there was no loud roaring sound, nor was there any blood plasma spraying. The only thing was that on top of that stern sword light, at some point, it took on a few strands of blood color, and the Green Snake Great King didn't even feel the pain, and her face didn't have the slightest bit of pain, and had already resumed her eccentric smile, even getting more and more eccentric. Such a bizarre scene startled the nearby Demon Kings, whose faces changed drastically, immediately realizing that something was wrong. Boy, this snake demon is not right. She must be plotting something. What is worried about the true demon as a scourge? What is for the sake of the demon race? Is all false. It's just to draw them in. At this moment, all the major Demon Kings felt their scalps tingle, feeling that they were caught in some sort of great crisis. However, it was good that they were not unprepared, and from the moment they arrived here, they were brewing up means of escape. At that moment, they didn't panic, and immediately showed their powers, wanting to disappear far away. However, what all of them demons never expected was that just as they were running their mana, The mana in their bodies suddenly impacted their meridians uncontrollably. Pust. In Mo Lee's incredulous look, several demon kings were spitting blood from their mouths, and their faces were all showing disbelief. How dare you? Poison us? How dare you? Why? Several demon kings opened their mouths, their voices hoarse, and extreme madness and violence surged on their faces, and the smile on the green snake great king's face was getting deeper and deeper. Obviously, the state of the several demon kings at the moment had nothing to do with her, and also just the next moment, with a flick of his neck, the green snake great king violently transformed into a hideous, gigantic head and swallowed all of the several demon kings in one bite. Then a pair of blood-red ferocious blood pupils stared at Emoli with a deadly stare, the greed in them growing. At this moment, even if he was as free as Emoli, he had already felt an indescribable pressure. Although he had seen a great deal, this was the first time he had seen such a scene now. Demons killing each other is a common occurrence and not worth being rare, but at such a time point and in such a scene, it is extremely unusual. For a moment, Emoli suddenly felt like a clueless child who didn't understand anything. He actually couldn't see what this green snake demon king was playing at all. What was happening in front of him was just too absurd. Below, in the carefree city, countless demons and humanoids were also watching with jaws agape, completely unable to see what was happening. Within the sword mound, beads of sweat were also seeping out of Jiang Lu's face as he turned his head to look at Granny Whitebone in confusion. While Granny Whitebone was seemingly thinking of something, her face was incredibly complex as she slowly opened her mouth and said, "Remember what I just said? He and I captured a true demon outside, and that's an even more terrifying existence than a demon. They use all life as food and a source of power, grow extremely fast, and once they grow up, they are all extremely powerful. As long as one hears its voice and witnesses its face, one may be haunted by it, and it may revive at any time in the body of a being who has its voice and face in his mind. In the era long ago when that demonic creature was prevalent, even saints wouldn't dare to look down on the weakest true demon when faced with it. And at the moment that thing outside is rather like a demon." With that, Granny Whitebone sighed again. Jiang Lu was creeped out by what he heard. Original. There are still existences in this world called true demons, even if the growth rate is extremely fast. As long as you hear its voice and see its face, it is possible to be taken over by it. Such a presence is truly terrifying. It's also good to hear from the master that that thing seems to have disappeared a long time ago. To this day there are only a handful of occurrences. Subconsciously looking up at the hideous head hidden in the demonic cloud. Is that even possible to be a demon? What an appalling thing this is. But in the very next moment, a flash of longing flashed through Jiang Lu's eyes. Demon? It should be considered a genus of demons, right? I don't know if I can refine it, and how much longevity can be gained by beheading it. And Jiang Lu's expression fell into the eyes of Granny Whitebone, but it made her anxious at once, and she quickly opened her mouth and said, "Eva, you mustn't think about demonic matters, and even more so, you mustn't try to devour the blood and flesh of true devils. You can't grasp it in your current realm yet." It was also at this moment that Emoli also seemed to have thought of something, and his face violently erupted with infinite killing opportunities. There are some things that do seem particularly unreasonable when placed on a demon, but what if it is a demon?